Hello, everyone. I'm making a of a disclaimer. At the end of this video, we have a conversation about some artists that make some like sexual content, maybe sexually violent, degrading to women, possibly. And I decided to cut out the artist names, the filmmakers' names, because I didn't know them personally, so I don't know what their intentions are, and I didn't want to speak to someone that I may not know. Um, these artists, they could be horrible, disgusting predators, and that comes out in the art that they make, or maybe they could just want to show a darker side to humans. Or maybe it's something, kind of pure. Maybe they have some more pure reasons for doing this. Like, I don't know. Um, and yeah, because I don't know, that's why I want to cut it out. Maybe in the future we could talk more about these things. There's some new topics that I honestly haven't put much thought into yet. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future, um, it's we could talk more about it, and it's probably an important thing that we do talk about. So yeah, just know that I'm gonna continue to think about it and um, maybe find a good way to approach some of these topics. But yeah, anyways, I apologize for the end where it's obviously like cut up. You can get parts of it. Um, but yeah, hope you enjoy this very long podcast. I think Iris and I had a lot of great things to talk about. So yeah, please enjoy. Thank you. All right.
Recording.
Yeah, it means we're good to go. Uh,
Like,
Iris, what's up?
well, wait, are we actually starting?
Yep, we're starting.
Okay, okay. What's up? Well, a lot is up. A lot has been up. Um, I don't know where to start. Yeah, what about you?
Well, where are you living right now?
Well, I'm living in the south of Spain in a little tiny home that I like a lot. I'm pretty low maintenance, so I prefer to like have low costs, I guess, but a high quality of life, doing
Yeah.
things I like, living somewhere that inspires me. Do and people and stuff. So yeah, that's what
When
I'm doing.
you say tiny home, like an actual like a little
It's
little tiny
small.
home, or like a very small like
That's fair, yeah. So it's a very small room in like a little Spanish villa, um, that was divided into apartments. So basically, my room is kind of the size of like one normal room in a house.
wow.
Like that's my apartment. It's so small, but I feel it's very funny to me when I say that because it's kind of inconvenient and whatever, but um I don't know. I like other things about life. I'm not like live in large kind of person. Maybe at the next stage of life, I'll have more and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's good because then you don't have the need to like buy stuff. You don't need to like fill a space with junk that you don't really need, and you can spend that time and money on experiences, traveling, and
exactly.
yeah.
I've always been about that. Yeah. I think it's funny because if you see the bed behind me, and I also wasn't even going to talk about this, but I think it's a funny thing to bring up if anybody like doesn't know me. Um, there's it's funny because that bed is like new, and before what I was doing was I was rolling out a mat and sleeping on that. And it's this thing I found out about that if you sleep on the ground or on a very hard surface, it's actually really good for your body. And so I was just doing that. I was just rolling out this little mat and going to sleep like that. And Justin would like make fun of me, you know, and call it like my lily pond, my lily pad or something. He was just like, you should get a bed. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll get a bed. He's like, I'm proud of you.
Wow.
But do you know Gabriel Quinn? Gabriel, Clueless Gabriel? It's a friend
Uh,
of ours. You might have met him at Lightbooks.
yeah, I know him.
We were both bonding one time on how we both feel like we have this like trauma or something related to like if I have too much stuff, I won't be able to move, I won't be able to live, I won't be able to be like be free. You know, so and then some people want to have so much stuff that they're like, this is how I'm comfortable. I need all these things.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Everybody has their own little what's it called? Like complexes or
Mhm.
something.
Yeah. Wait, so
I don't
your
know.
bed, it's just like a thin like mattress that rolls out?
It was. Yeah,
Oh,
it
okay,
was.
now
But
you have
I got like a little IKEA bed.
okay.
Yeah. Like a normal person, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while I was like before I got like a job and stuff in animation, I just had a sleeping bag in the
Yeah.
corner of my friend's apartment, and it was the saddest thing ever. It was just the sleeping bag just shoved in the corner. There's like brown carpet on the floor.
That's your
But
footprint in the world.
yeah, that's how I lived for a while.
Did you find it comfortable in a simplistic kind of way, or was it just like, no, I hate this, I need better?
No, I was kind of fine with it. Like I don't mind roughing it for a while when I'm like, um,
Yeah.
you're like I didn't really have any other choice at the time either, but like I grew up with very little, um, so I didn't have like a super like high standard of living, and so um, yeah,
Actually, that's something I want us to talk about a little bit. And I think with different questions, we have to talk a little bit about that because I think we're both, or I don't actually know how much you're like that, but it's good to hear that. Uh, I think people in general, and myself, okay, I'm getting at this point in a weird way. Sorry. What I mean to say is I really value like resiliency, like people not needing too much to be okay, to be fine, and that in hard circumstances, if you can handle yourself well and like deal with what you have in front of you, um, and you don't need everything to be perfect, you know, for you to be at your best, I guess. I think that's a really good quality, you know, when people can handle difficult times, you know, and hardship and also not having all like every possession you ever want. And yeah, I just think that's a good thing. And I think that the best people are probably come out of that, those circumstances, or at least being able to cope with that.
yeah.
Do you,
Um,
what do you think about that?
it's difficult for people who have grown up with I think successful parents, or you get used to this life where um, you know, like in high school or college, if you need a car, your parents will buy you a car, like your parents
Yeah.
will like help you out with rent if you need it, or if you don't have food money, they can help you out. Um, so it's difficult for people like that, I think, sometimes to like take a step down and to like
Even further.
yeah, like that's hard where it's easier for people who have had very little growing up and then when they're used to like a lower like quality of life, I guess. So
Like withstand that.
yeah. So then like when you do make like a little bit more money, then you can be like, um, uh, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of getting like lost in my, but do you know what I'm kind of
I
saying?
think so. It's funny because I feel like there's two paths that can take. There's the path of like the person, your camera's doing funny things.
What's it doing?
It's like breathing in a way or something, like following you. But yeah,
Oh, I tried to turn that off, but I don't know.
it's just
Oh my
funny.
gosh. Ghetto
But
podcast right now. I'm sorry.
it's not an issue. It's just fun. I'm like noticing random stuff, but I feel like there's two paths that can go on. Where like either the person gets used to like a standard of life slightly raising and raising and raising, or they're like so stuck in like the having nothing mentality that when they get things, they get rid of them too somehow.
Oh,
So they're like they have money, money disappears and stuff like that. It can happen. But anyway, I mean, this is a complex rabbit hole. I feel like
yeah.
it's interesting though. Like we had so many questions. I feel like they're all so good. I hope we can like get all them in because
Yeah,
I think
we
you had some really cool stuff you want to talk about. This I think this always happens to us, so it's a good problem to have.
yeah. Yeah, every time we've like hung out and we get into these like deep conversations and then we can never finish them. So yeah, it's part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you because just we get to like just talk and see where it goes.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. I was really happy you asked, and I think it's really cool when we get to, I mean, that's really probably my favorite thing about art and what got me into it too, is just people, like the people you meet through art. I've always known that those are just the interesting people. Like if you were to think of every path of life you could take when you're a kid, all the different like subjects that interested you, I figure people who are into science or art or some type of learning pursuit that summarizes the whole world into like a thing. Those types of people are probably the most cool and interesting and um, good, I guess, in a lot of ways, People who are
Yeah.
like trying to understand the world. Yeah,
Hmm.
I would say. But yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that. I think like I honestly I can't spend much time with someone who um like who's like a basic person, like someone who just um like I in my eyes it's basic, but it's like someone who's not an
give
artist
them
or like someone who's like it's just someone who's like trying to learn or grow or like do
give them the
something
benefit.
beyond just like, oh, get a normal job, buy a car, have two kids, just doing the normal path without pursuing anything else in life.
Yeah.
That's just like not interesting to me at all. And it's like hard to find stuff to connect with those kind of people.
Yeah, I think I've gone through different phases with that, where in the past, I think I used to like judge the person on the inside. I would never like show it, but I would definitely devalue them in my like deep down because I think it's projection though. It's like, because me projecting that if I wasn't trying really hard to learn something, I would feel bad about my own self-worth. So I'm like
Mhm.
lowering that person's self-worth in my eyes. But now I'm being more kind of forgiving in a way where I'm like, you know what, maybe somebody convinced them along the way that they didn't have the capacity or that it wasn't worth it or that they didn't have what it takes or like they're not good enough or only other people have ideas, not me or something like that. And I wonder like if they're just caught in some sort of web of like, can I say bullshit?
Yeah. Yeah.
like like self-limiting beliefs and just crap, that people
My
occasionally said. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Like my sister, she's like 10 years younger than me. She's very like creative and stuff as a kid because like both my parents were artists. So we grew up in that environment. Um,
That's awesome
but I
for her.
think yeah, I think she's a nurse now, and my brother and I are obviously like both artists, and we're like successful in our careers and everything. I think she kind of saw that, and she was like, "Well, I'm never going to be able to like do what
Mm,
my brothers have done." So now she doesn't pursue anything creative, which
okay.
is which is sad to me. Um, because like once in a while she'll get into like doing some kind of like craft or like knitting or like something like really cool like that. And I told her, I was like, you can turn this into like a little like side business, or even if you don't make money off of it, it's just like having some kind of like artistic outlet would be
Yeah.
really great for you. So I
Do
keep,
you think that, sorry, go ahead.
no, I just keep trying to like push her in that direction because I think she'd find like
Yeah.
some fulfillment in life with that.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I guess is she not fulfilled by the act of like helping other people through her job? Because I think a lot of people get fulfilled just by that act of assisting other people and helping them in those tough times, like medically. And that is a very fulfilling path for some people. But if they're not fulfilled and they're doing it more out of like sidestepping what they really want, then that's a bit tragic in a way. So maybe they've given up or something. It's
Yeah.
tricky. Mm,
I think she would be fulfilled, but her job treats her like so poorly.
okay. Yeah.
Like nurses are treated just like
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 disposable.
zero respect. Like it's insane, like the stories she tells me. And I
Mm,
was like if someone treated me like that at my job, I would quit immediately. Um,
mm.
but I'm not in the same like position as her. So yeah, I'm trying to like get her to like move to a different area and um,
Okay.
but
I hope she
yeah,
finds more, you know, I guess being where I hope she finds somewhere she's better valued because
yeah,
that's not a
yeah,
good feeling for sure. Everybody knows that.
yeah.
Um,
Okay,
yeah,
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say like, there is also a form of like, we're putting our own perception of what is fulfilling and creative onto other people, which I'm like trying to be just thoughtful of. And I know I do it. Like it's kind of inevitable because you can only see the world through your own lens, right? But I guess I'm just trying to be like aware whenever I do that of like potentially being incorrect. So who knows, Yeah.
Yeah, that's very like mature thinking of you because I know that I do that all the time. I like think like, oh, you should just do this and this because that's what I would do, but everyone's on their own path and
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean, it is my gut feeling, I feel like is also just that initial reaction of like, oh, this should be this way. But then I have that voice of reason that tells me like, maybe you don't have all the information or something. But yeah,
yeah.
what should we start on? Because like I feel like there's so many topics. There's like what inspires us, where all these like aspects of us came from. There's also art direction as a whole, which
Well,
has like it,
I can start and then because
yeah.
like I have like my big list and a lot of people have like sent in questions like all your
Oh, that's
friends
so
and
cool.
yeah.
Actually, I'm curious, like, if you want to say which ones like were sent, because that's so interesting to me that other people are like, ask this. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I can send to you later.
That's cool.
And a lot of these were like questions like from me, like looking at your work and like knowing you as much as I do. Um, but yeah, something that I always admired from you is your chill attitude and just like
Likewise.
your kindness and um where where does that come from? Like, is there something in like your upbringing or like your experiences in life that has led to you to be this way?
To be a cheerleader.
Yeah. Because
Um,
some people are not. They need to be like, I need to do this and then I gotta like travel to here and do this and then
yeah.
I gotta
Oh, I gotta like find myself, yeah.
yeah.
Wait a second. It's interesting. Oh,
And another part to that is, do you believe in work-life balance? And I have an answer for that too.
that's a nice I like the way you formulated it. Like, not even like talk about your work-life balance. Do you believe in it? Okay. I guess about the chill part, and like remind me to come back to the other part if I don't go right to it. But I think I'm not actually as chill as people think I am. And it's part of a misconception I noticed a few years ago too. But I am chill in other ways, so I'll explain what I'm saying. A few years ago, I remember whenever I would go to like an art event and see my like art acquaintances slash friends, industry workshops, for example. And somebody would walk up to me and like we have an online like friendship, and they'd be like, Iris, you're such a ray of sunshine. I'm not trying to like toot my own horn when I say that, but they were saying that to me. So I'm just quoting. And I was always kind of feeling frustrated with that statement because it's like very simplifying of like you can tell somebody that they're always happy when you see them, and they could be not always happy, you know? Like they could be much more complex than that. And I think I was frustrated when I would hear that. But I was like, I have to own up to the fact that I was the one who constructed that vision that they had of me, right? Because I was like editing every perception they had or every source of information they had to decide that they knew that about me, you know? So I guess like when we think about the way that people know us and how we like paint that picture for them, it's like, oh, I do look that way to you. Interesting, you know? And then you wonder, like, is it accurate? Do I want it to be more accurate? Do I care? Um, all that whole kind of thing. And I think the chill thing is kind of part of that because I am chill in a way, but not in all ways, right? Like I'm quite like if you ask Justin, Justin's my partner, and like you know him too. We're both like really relaxed in general and like laid back people, pretty genuine. I want to say I'm saying pretty genuine because like I'm sure in some way we're like not the most genuine, but like pretty genuine people, pretty chill. But like there's ways in which we struggle with our own inner like judgment on the world or on people or like anxiety and stuff like about certain things or the pressure you put on yourself or ways you work really hard and too hard sometimes, you know. So I think it's easy to like see somebody as chill when like you know the side of them when they're like taking a walk or like making a post online and having a good time. But then they're the type of person who doesn't show any problems that they ever have. Like I've always been that way where I don't show the world my problems because I'm always like, I'm just gonna deal with it on my own and not burden you. So like, and I have a friend I have a few friends who are like that. The two I can think of are Kofi Ofosu and Masai Seki. I don't know if you know them, but or Masai. And both of them are also this way, and I hope they don't mind if I'm saying it, but like they're the kind of people who like if they're not having a good time, you probably won't find out, you know? And I think that that makes somebody seem really chill because you're only seeing them when they're like they're 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 really like curating the information you find out about how they feel at any given time, you know. I don't know, do you find that you do that or can people like pretty accurately tell what you're going through in life?
I think I do that. It's like I'm like calm and
Yeah.
I've never yelled in my entire
I've
life.
never yelled. Wait, ever?
Um, yeah, never. Like
Oh my gosh.
besides like if someone's like far away, I'm like, hey. But like I would never yell at someone if I'm like angry
Okay.
or something. Yeah, I just deal with it in my head and I have things that I do to deal with
Yeah.
like the craziness that I'm like going through.
Okay, okay. And do you find it like difficult to tell people what you're having trouble with, or does it come easy? Like you're like, yeah, I can tell you.
Um, yeah, if I feel comfortable around someone, then I really like opening up about that stuff.
That's
And
helpful.
it's something that I've definitely gotten better at the past few years.
Yeah.
Because I've been horrible at communication the first 30 years of my life. Like I realized like
It's
I didn't know
difficult.
how to communicate.
Yeah, yeah. And then, because you know, if a person has trouble communicating and then they're kind of lost in the frustration of not being understood and anything, it's like, what do you do? It's really important skills, I feel like. Um, I was telling Justin and I talk about this kind of stuff a lot, where like how people deal with their issues and how much they should or shouldn't talk about it with other people or who, you know, because if somebody has nobody to talk to, that's pretty much the definition of being crazy. Like you will go crazy if you have nobody to talk to. it's kind of inevitable. You need a few people, you know, but they have to be the right people. Anyway, we're getting a little bit off topic, but it's such an interesting thing. See how everybody deals with that, right? But for
Yeah.
me, so yeah, I just wanted to construct the explanation around the idea that like I'm chill, but I'm not exactly as chill as I seem because in a lot of ways, like I think a lot. Like I'm thinking all the time about everything. And it's sometimes I guess overwhelming, but not most of the time because I also have like a really strong sense of reality where I always bring myself back like, hey, you know, even if something is stressful or scary, oh, is there a cat back there? Cute.
Yeah.
Um, even if something is stressful or scary, you really have to be able to like reconnect with what's actually around you, what's actually happening, and you can like have to calm down and re-ground yourself. And I think that just yeah, those are really important skills. I can think about exactly where I learned them, but yeah, I think if somebody meets me and then they meet my parents and like Justin did, and he was kind of overwhelmed by how they're a bit over the top in a way. Like my mom and my dad can be quite triggerable or something. They kind of get angry or they get excited about things in a like pretty loud kind of ways that are kind of like okay, they talk a lot or they kind of like will be ticked off by something instantly and like the reaction is disproportionate to what actually happened. So I think maybe just watching them be that way when I was a kid and experiencing so much like stress made me go, I don't want to be like that. Like I don't want to be like highly excitable or anything or like yell at anybody or anything like that because they kind of put me through a lot of like experiencing how that feels to receive. Yeah. That I was like, I'm gonna like be more stable and stuff. So I think that's probably like a lot of where that comes from. Um,
I think
and then too,
probably,
like, sorry, go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, I was just gonna say, like being in that environment that when you're younger, like you're kind of analyzing their emotions and you
Yes.
are trying to be like not a burden to them. You don't want to add to any stress. You're constantly like gauging like where how can I just like slip under the radar.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I found out about all of how that works and how basically if you're well, this probably happens in some capacity to every single human, but I was gonna say if you're a kid and you're in a tough situation at home, but like any type of situation, a lot of your personality ends up being defense mechanisms to cope with whatever you had to deal with. And when I realized that, it started to like really mess with me because I was like, which aspects of me are things I chose to be, and which aspects of me are just like not my choice at all. And then when you start to think about that, it can mess you up a little bit because you can go like, I thought I was this way because like I wanted to be or something. And then you're like, oh my God, they did that to me. Or and it could be good and it could be bad, right? So it's quite uh, something to think about. I think everybody has to like go through journaling about that. So you can kind of come out at the end with like a person you want to be. You know, yeah. I think
Yeah.
that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I can like 100% relate to that because my childhood was pretty stressful. Um, and both my parents are like um pretty loud and um like I recently did a road trip with my dad
Oh,
and
cool.
we've never spent more than like a few minutes together at a time or something. So I was like, oh man, this is gonna be super weird. Like, what am I gonna say? Like, I downloaded like 10 podcasts and like
In
audiobooks.
case the silence just overwhelms you.
Yeah,
Well,
because we've never like had like a conversation really. It's just, my parents were very like parents. They like these are the rules. You don't step out of line. If you do, you have
yeah,
like the harshest punishment you could imagine.
same. Yeah.
Like I was grounded like my whole high school because I messed up like this one thing one time. Um, yeah, like on the road trip, my dad just talked the entire time, like 30 something hours. It's like, I could just like
Eh,
ask like one question and he would just go for hours.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
That's cool.
Um, yeah. Um, and now that I'm older, our like he treats me
The
more like
person.
a yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. What were you gonna say? Sorry, like a friend.
Yeah, more like a friend. Yeah, I think like as a kid, I'm the oldest, so they're very worried about me like screwing up my life or something. And
Which is
uh
fair in a
yeah,
way.
yeah. Um yeah, I
Huh.
don't know.
I would say that would you say that the way that that went and the way that it made you actually made you a better artist in a way? Because when I think about how my parents kind of treated me, and at the time I didn't like it, and now when I look at it, yeah, there was a lot of things that are literally wrong. But like, um, when I think of how I ended up and how I coped with it and like turned out, I'm like, actually that makes me a better artist in a way. Because like all that I noticed and all that I picked up on and like became a viewer and a taker inner and like a, just a much more observant of a person than I otherwise would have been because I had to be. I think like, damn, that's like a huge part of being an artist. If you're not somebody who can just sit there and just observe and absorb and like really notice things, all the little things that makes things the way they are, that's like really, really crucial for artistry.
I didn't think about it that way. That's definitely, I'm sure, um, like really true because we go through life observing and
Yeah,
seeing things that a lot of people probably would just pass by. Like we'll notice like the little interesting things like the
yeah,
bird sitting on this
a branch.
wire like as the sun is like hitting it a certain way or something.
You're like, and then you're like, look at that. And they're like, what? What about it?
Yeah.
You're like, the amazing thing over there. They're like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something I really love about like fellow artists. And Justin and I bonded a lot on that, specifically like noticing little creatures and little things and like the light, anything at all, really. I think that like when you mix being the type of person who observes those things and absorbs them, and also like being grateful or having a positive reaction to those things. I think it's kind of almost inevitable that you'll do something with that because it's like you're taking it in. And if you're so happy that you're taking all that in, you're like, I have to do something with it. I have to create. I don't know. It feels like a compulsion at some point.
Mhm. Yeah, like
Maybe some people don't do anything with it, but
if I go on a trip, I don't know if you're like this, but I might not be sketching or painting the whole time, but one of my most
um,
favorite things to do is to just walk around and look at things and observe and
yeah,
take photos and go down like some weird street or like do like the non-touristy things. Um, and then like those experiences I have, like seeing like the stray cat on the street or like seeing like the people like living in um like the house that's like built in between two other buildings or like I don't know, just
mhm,
the little stuff like that, seeing like the architecture.
yeah,
Those will inspire my artwork and make things more um
rich.
yeah, rich and able to connect with an audience more because
Yeah.
most of us well, like we have to just look at like Google Images and like gather references. Um, but the more experiences you have like that, then you can add in those like storytelling elements and make a connection better.
100%. I really I have this like sneaking suspicion that you kind of can't fake that either, like a life experience and having really felt certain things in your life. Because I think that if a person hasn't really been through like I guess a certain range of emotion or reactions to life and places and stuff, you'll always sense this sort of shallowness to whenever those things are represented in their work. I mean, I'm guessing. I'm sure there's a lot of people who faked it really well because they're just really that good, you know. But I
But I
do
don't
think,
think they can fake it to people like us.
okay, her maybe
Yeah.
people like us.
Well,
We're
not
little people.
that's probably sounded bad, but
I know what you
you know,
mean.
like if
I
you
think I know what
have
you mean.
like really um
A keen
genuine
sense.
experiences like that,
Yeah.
we can spot it. Like,
I mean, you would think so. I'm
yeah.
sure there's probably stuff we think we can spot, but that like can sneak by us. But like, you know, because we're not all that clever. But I think that I think I agree with what you're saying in general. Yeah. Like there's probably it's gonna feel like it's missing some je ne sais quoi or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like when I look at portfolios, if I have to like hire someone or
True.
something, I feel like I can spot it right away. I'm like, oh, there's
You know what?
something
Yeah.
different and unique about this artist. Like I want like a little bit of that
Yes.
like in this project. Like we get to like
They've got
feel like,
something to say.
yeah.
I completely agree with that. Yeah, you can always tell when someone has like, I don't know, I don't know when I don't, I was initially gonna say you can tell when someone has led a more interesting life, but that's so like rude, I guess. But like, you can live a less interesting life, but be more interested in it too. Like, it's also in function of how interested is the person in their life. People, a lot of people go through life uninterested in their own life. And I
Yeah.
think that those people are not artists because like if you're not interested in life, then you can't be an artist, I feel like.
Yeah.
Anyways,
They would do
um
something like an investment like banker, like you would have
yeah,
some
maybe.
other kind of job, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like you know, that you have to kind of have a an angle, a point of view and like a vision of some sort,
Hmm.
informed by like all the stuff you picked up on. Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about um art direction as a thing? That's definitely
Could I ask you one question before we do that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, ask as many as you want. Also tell me like I don't know if I'm, you know, talking too much or anything. I know
No,
I
no,
feel
please talk a lot. I'd rather you talk than me talk. But a couple people did say that they wanted to hear like my like I'll like when I ask a question, they'd like to hear my perspective too. So,
I actually love that. Yeah, no, I that makes me I'm completely in alignment with that because I always prefer I'm not really the kind of person who wants to just talk about myself a lot. I
uh,
this is an exception. I'm like, okay, I'll entertain the idea with you here, like about analyzing, well, analysis, analyzing like where things come from for me for the sake of whoever's watching. But just so people know I'm not normally gonna like go on and on about myself. I don't, it's weird, right?
you are
But yeah.
such like you are so humble and like you're always like so caring. It's really beautiful. It's a beautiful quality.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I tried. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so work-life balance, I like mentioned this before, but
Oh
I'm
yeah, yeah,
curious
yeah.
about it because um for me, I think um a lot of people, and this goes along with like our personality and like some people are more chill and they have more like work-life balance. Some people are
Yeah.
just like working all the time. Um And I think it's an important thing to kind of talk about because I see a lot of people using it's kind of like a term that's like hadn't heard of this term like 10 years ago, but now it's like everyone's talking about like,
Popular. Yeah.
yeah. And I see so
It
many
mental health.
of my friends kind of using it as a crutch or as an excuse. Um,
For what?
they I see people saying like, oh, I need to like do I need to like play video games for this amount of the day. I need to like go be outside for this and then I've got like a few hours where I can like work on my portfolio and I want to like shake them and be like dude, you're in your 20s. Now is the time to like put your head down, say, fuck work-life balance, just work your ass off, put in the time. And then once you've like gained all the skills and everything, you start getting jobs and you set yourself up for a career success,
Yeah.
then you can start to like chill a little bit more and like have that work-life balance. And like something like I would tell maybe like my younger self is um it's okay. Like in your 20s, just work really hard. Um, Set yourself up to have like a nice career so then you can like start
Yeah.
taking vacations and having more of that balance like later on. But if you just have like you're so focused on work-life balance all the time, you may never get to the level that you want to get at. What do you think about that?
I actually agree, like pretty much fully. There's like some tiny caveats I'll mention, but basically fully agreement because, and I think that's like an unpopular opinion these days, because and also I've talked about mental health like in public and stuff, so people might be like, what? But but I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. Like hard work and mental health can happen at the same time, and I feel like people nowadays assume that hard work means you're not mentally healthy. Um, Actually, I think that the most, like we were talking about resilience earlier, the reason I wanted to highlight that was because, like, these days, I think there's a kind of a glorification or romanticism to like leisure and not really asking too much of yourself and taking it easy, kind of. And people associate like the capacity to take it easy with like being a good, healthy person who's balanced. Like if I can take it easy most of my time or half my time or whatever, how many hours like is healthy, you're like a balanced person. But I kind of don't think so. And I think that people have to know when it's time to relax and all that, you know? Like it's not always time to relax. And I think it's also okay, it might be looked at as toxic in a way, but it doesn't really affect me or the fact that I think it's still like valid to work hard. Um, I think the toxic aspect comes in a little later than people call it now. Like people will call something toxic sooner nowadays than it really is, I feel like. We're just still kind of too sensitive right now. But which is okay, it's fair. Like maybe we're overreacting to the past. Anyways, like any of my answers, it's kind of long-winded, but I'm getting to the point. But what I mean is that I even asked Bobby about this one time, like, because Bobby, have you noticed in all of his interviews with all of our favorite artists, he asks about like that period where they worked really hard and what they would tell themselves when they were younger. And they always do, or very often tell themselves, hey, take it a little easier, you'll get there, believe, you don't need to like burn yourself out. But I did ask Bobby one time if like, do you actually think the fact that we burn ourselves out is necessary? Like it's actually the reason you can even get to where you could tell yourself to relax. Like, because if you don't actually do that thing, maybe your path ends up down here where like you can't tell yourself to relax because it didn't work actually if you did, you know?
Mhm.
Like if you were to listen to that relax, relax thing, you'd be like nowhere, maybe, potentially. So I don't know. It's hard to be able to tell. I think Bobby's answer was something that I agreed with. I don't want to paraphrase, I don't want to like misrepresent his words, so I'm gonna paraphrase what I remember us saying. But I think what we arrived at was like it's possible to do that whole really hard period where you're working hard, but you can remove kind of your negative self-speak or self-talk where you don't need, and I completely agree with like this better method, I guess, is like while you're working really, really hard and putting as much of your energy into your focus, you don't need to be thinking, I'm a piece of shit or I suck, because that is actually counterproductive in a way. If you think that you suck so much that you convince yourself that you actually suck, you're not going to do the things that like make you good because you're gonna think you really don't even deserve it or something. Like, you know what I mean? Say if somebody convinces themselves so much that they're worthless, so much that they don't even want to get better, that's not gonna work. But like if you convince yourself that you're not good enough, on some level that's kind of true. Like you could actually not be good enough to do this really hard thing that you're trying to be able to do, but it doesn't mean that you're not good enough as a human being. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
people have a hard time separating that these days. And so I think that's where that culture came from of like everybody kind of talking about work-life balance as a crutch. And I think that's what you're kind of responding to. Like I'm trying to pick up on like why people have this disagreement, I guess. And I think it's like a miss like a wrong equivalence, you know, when people think the problem is like one thing, but it's actually this other thing right here, like on the side.
Mhm.
That's why when in my mentorships and stuff, and I want to find a way to package this information for free, but like, is that people who can actually tell themselves difficult things and like arise to the next level through acknowledging the difficult thing and then bettering yourself, you have to be able to you have to be able to take in the fact that you think you're not good enough to get better. And like if you're not the kind of person who can like even fathom that you're not good enough at something and like handle that, you're not gonna be good enough to get better. But like anybody can, I think, develop the capacity to like hold a difficult idea in their head about themselves, you know, like it doesn't it doesn't make them um you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make you a bad person to realize that you got to get better at something. Like failure is a good really good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like being critical of
Yeah.
yourself, um, and using that to motivate you.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
But not as this like okay, you know what I wouldn't like that to become? And I it triggers me when I hear people do this is like when they use their self-hatred as like a crutch as well. They're like, I'm so shit, blah blah blah. Like they only kind of self-deprecate in their humor or like in anything they say. And you're just like, shut up. Like, no one wants to
Yeah.
hear that crap. Like, can you just have a more balanced approach? Like you can bring up the fact that you could be better but I don't want to hear it every day. Like, you know,
I know
um,
people like that, and it drives me crazy because I want to like talk to them and
yeah,
talk about their work or something, but they're just constantly like, "Oh no, I suck." That I'm like,
yeah.
dude, come on,
No,
like,
because if like literally we are, you know, in interactions, we mirror each other and stuff, and people take cues and they like perceive the cue and then they like act accordingly. So literally that person, like all the people who do that, I don't know if they don't understand it or if it's what they actually want, but like they are telling everybody else how to treat them. And they're telling you, hey, treat me badly, because I treat me badly and then you don't want to be around them because they've shown you that like they're not fun to be around. So it's like that strategy sucks. It really sucks. Just forget about it. Do something else. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have to
wow,
be part of your. If you're somebody like that right now and you're listening to this, like it doesn't have to be part of your personality. Don't identify with it anymore. Just find better. Like I don't. I feel like nobody has to be that way. Maybe they became convinced that they like needed that or that it was
Mhm.
fun or easy. I don't know. I don't know why
Yeah.
people do certain things. I don't know, but yeah.
Balance that with the positive things about yourself as
Yeah,
well, and
exactly.
then we can have like a really interesting conversation about it.
For sure, for sure. No, because I think some people are kind of maybe stuck in patterns that are like not working, you know, and they're not
Mhm.
even happy, but it's just all they know or something. But I think that if they do better by themselves, like they everybody deserves better than that, you know? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Um, let's pause the recording really quick. I have to pee,
That's
and then
fine.
we'll jump back.
That
Oh my gosh.
was so funny. Your
I
camera
spent
like
like
flew.
so I got a new monitor, like the new Apple fancy display or whatever,
Oh,
and
cool.
I noticed that the camera it like follows you around. Um and I don't know how to like turn it off. I'm like looking at like forums, I'm like in my system preference. I'm like, how the heck? Maybe someone will
Oh my
see this and
God.
then send me a link to a tutorial. But so
Wait, wait, wait. Can you actually pause again for 1 second?
yeah.
I
Okay, sorry about that. I had to use the bathroom. Usually my bladder is like good to go for like 3 hours, but
no problem.
and then Iris had to put her nose ring back in. But where I was,
Yeah, it fell earlier and I was just like, what? Who am I? No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to say like a tiny thing about what I said a second ago about
yeah,
like if you're like that, don't be like that. Like I think that's kind of rude of me, but I'm starting to kind of accept that I hold certain beliefs and it's kind of okay in a way. Because I think that I spent a lot of my life being more of a people pleaser and just being nice all the time and like only saying inoffensive things and like only ever being complimentary to anybody. But I actually, the more I grow up, the more I think, and like maybe this is just becoming old and crusty, like everybody does, but like if you kind of hold a belief and you really think it would be better for people to like hear that you think that and you actually hold it like through care, like genuine care for other people and not just like safeguarding their feelings and taking them as too vulnerable to even hear your opinion. Like, I think that if I think people are better off knowing what I really think about how they're behaving and how it serves who they are and who they can be for other people, and it's negative to hear for a moment, I think it's more worth saying it. And even me being able to say it, me being the type of person who's able to say that, and then the person I'm talking to being able to hear it, that to me has more dignity to it than people who are like faking being nice and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of
yeah,
like the path I'm choosing to go on in life, and we'll see how it goes. I
yeah,
trust it.
100%. I think that's great. Because yeah, I was the same way. I was a people pleaser. I tried to just like be friends with everyone, and then there's a point in my life where like something happened and I lost like most of my friends, and then I realized like, oh, these people, they weren't really my friend because not a single person reached out to me or anything, or like they even cared to like be like, hey Zach, how you doing? Not a single
Yeah,
person did that. Out of
that messes
that
with your
group,
sense of trust, I feel like too.
yeah, I felt like I couldn't trust anyone. And like yeah, like you and Justin were like a couple of people who like stuck with me, which was really nice. And actually like asked me how I was, and but like going through that, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be people pleaser anymore. Like this is what I believe. This is who I am.
Yeah,
Um, not everyone's gonna like it, but
that's okay.
um, having like a few really great friends
Yeah.
is uh yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, now you have the real friend, the camera, who tries to figure out where you are.
I know, just
I'm
following me
just kidding.
everywhere.
I'm just kidding, but yeah, like I really do think that because like it's funny because in life I feel like you have to live long enough to try different things, like strategies, I guess, or like not strategy. When I say strategy, it sounds like some freaking like maniac like deciding who they're gonna be. But what I mean is like you act a certain way based on the information you have and like the life you've lived and you have the personality you have, but then you're like you know what, this is really isn't working for me, or like I'm really unhappy, or like some shit happened and I don't like what I ended up with, based on how the way I acted led me to do this and that and be around this person, that person. And then you're like, maybe I should change that. Maybe I should like, it's not the end of the road. You can continue down a different path, a better path. Um, so I think that I would way rather be um speaking to people who I can speak to genuinely and like I can say difficult things to them, they can say difficult things to me. That sounds so much better than being like, if I say I'm like afraid of saying something, because on the off chance it might hurt somebody's feelings, they'd be like, you're cut off, Iris, or something, or like, I'm gonna tell 50 people you suck. And you're like, what? I don't care about that. Like, I'd way rather just, be real and
Mhm.
yeah.
You want to know my new strategy?
What's that?
If I meet a bunch of new people, I'll um I'll make a couple like comments or like I'll like say like a funny joke just to kind of gauge like
Justin
I
does
was
that.
like are these people cool? Can I like be myself around them? Do they understand like humor, like my
Humor.
kind of humor? Um,
Yeah.
and then I hear later they're like, "Oh, that person like hates you. They can't stand you," or like I'm like, "Good, that's someone I don't have to hang out with."
They're kind of saving you your time, right? So
Yeah,
if they tell me they hate me, all right, good luck. I think I don't know, do you know this girl Yoga with Adrian?
no,
It's this YouTube lady who's really nice and she does yoga. And so when I started doing yoga, I like did her 30-day yogas. And she has this clip in her one of her not a clip, but like during one of her yogas, she says like if I meet anybody I don't understand or something frustrates me, I just go, peace, namaste. And I know it's a bit stupid, it's a bit like that's not where namaste really comes from or anything. Namaste means something else, but like I do think you have to have this like piece about it's okay. That person thinks that. I think this. We don't have to like bump heads all the time or like you don't like each other but you hang out anyway and you don't tell each other like whatever. There's not enough time to do that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I think we should just, obviously you should expose yourself to ideas you also disagree with too, but like just being genuine above all, for sure.
Yeah,
There's a waste of time to be fake.
yeah, yeah. I love hanging out with people who have like completely different views on things and like talking to them
And
about
talk
it.
about it.
And
Yeah,
then we have mutual respect, but we know that maybe we might not agree on like certain things or whatever. But
yeah.
yeah, I think that's great.
I think so too. At the end of the day, like if somebody can handle a conversation where they're talking to somebody who doesn't like have the same worldview or something, and they can be mature about it, like if both sides can just talk, that's my think my favorite type of people because it's like not everything has to be only agreement or in general, I feel for me, I'm always like analyzing like, okay, what's the underlying thing happening here? Like in any conversation or something. So I feel like if there's if there's people who are like um equivocating is the wrong word, but like people who kind of run on like false equivalencies, like they think that liking and agreeing means loving somebody. Like if you like and you agree with somebody and you never hurt their feelings, that means you love them. I'm like, no, that's false. Like if that's like coddling somebody and disrespecting them, actually, I feel like in my estimation. Like if I loved somebody and they started to engage in all these self-destructive habits and I just didn't tell them anything just because I didn't want to hurt their feelings, like, hey, that I don't think I'm loving them at all. Like through just avoiding the truth or something, or I don't
Yeah, that's
know. It's
that's
a
really
yeah.
important. I had to tell a close friend of mine recently he was doing something that was really harming himself and shortening his life, and I was uh yeah, I made the decision like he might hate me for telling him
For
this.
a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe later down the road he's gonna be like, "Oh, Zach was looking out for me."
Yeah.
And yeah, I had that tough conversation with him, and I was like, "Dude, I don't want you to die. I want you to live a long, healthy life."
Yeah, exactly. I
And
mean, if you're coming from a good place, that's what counts, I think. Yeah.
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 So
I respect that.
you're art directing right now? A game?
Yeah, I've been sorry?
A game, right?
It's something gaming adjacent, yeah. Like and then also a game. Yeah. There's like two different things. One of them is taking a lot of time from the other thing. So it's a bit like kind of hurting my feelings, but like I'm dealing with it. Because I like both things so much. And
Mhm.
I
Wait,
feel so lucky to
you're
like
on two different projects?
Yeah, kind of like one of them is more of a longer term thing that's going slower. So the more immediate current thing has been taking t time that I wanted to put more into that, like in a work-life balance sort of way, I guess. I was trying to do two things kind of evenly, and one of them is like taking more focus, but that's okay. I think that when you kind of sometimes in life y it's not time for balance, and other times it is. So I'm okay with it. And like the stuff I'm learning on the really intense project is like just really deepening and broadening like everything I ever knew about communication and art and like work. And yeah, I think it's so funny specifically about art direction. I don't know if you had this experience, but this is the one I'm having where it's like I thought that the art part was going to be the hard part about art directing, but it's not. The art part is actually easy, and the people and the like communication and leadership and teamwork, that's a bit difficult because depending on who you're talking to, somebody can be very different than you, and you can take some things for granted that like create an obstacle, you know, between you and your team and what you guys are both trying to do, you know. And like driving a bunch of people towards something nebulous because art is kind of nebulous, but like the more you clarify it, but like what I'm saying is trying to kind of drive a group of people towards a certain direction is actually so much harder than I thought. It's like, hey, put your arm inside the car, put your seatbelt on. Or, you know, oh, the tires are like being put onto our car while we drive it. Like everything is kind of crazy in that way. I don't know if you had that too.
Yeah. Um, so
It's messed up.
because you have all these different personalities that you're working with, and
Yeah,
like and you're giving people feedback and you're giving assignments, right?
yeah, and
So
like
how do you
style guide and everything.
yeah, so how do you adjust that per artist? Because from when I'm art directing something, some artists I can treat exactly how I would treat myself.
Yes. Yeah.
I give them enough freedom. I give them enough direction that they can go for it, and I just trust them to do their thing. Some people you need to hold their hand a little bit more. You need to like do more drawovers and tell them exactly like this, and this, use this reference. Um,
Yeah.
I've even found that some people work better with like more positive encouragement. Some people you need to be more like harsh with them. You need to tell them like the negatives, put more emphasis on the negatives. Otherwise, they won't do anything.
Yeah. That's funny. I was telling Bobby that recently there was this like little hangout in Lightbox, and because like Bobby hangs out in there pretty often,
It's
and I was
Bobby
like,
Chiu, by the way, if
Bobby too, yeah, yeah.
anyone's, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying Bobby. Bobby too. He hangs out in the Lightbox server a lot, so I sometimes he's there and I'm like, oh, and just listen in or like ask him a question. And because I find he's very insightful, especially about like people and businesses and all kinds of things like that, and like art as well. So I like to he's I think he's a mentor for me in a way because he has a lot of qualities I really admire. Um and he's a very capable person, you know. So anyways, the question I asked him was like, um, my instinct is to be quite nice and like pleasant to hang around with. I like make jokes. I'm lighthearted. Um, but I'm like in the worst situation, I think my kindness was taken advantage of. And even in a subtle situation, it makes me less serious, like in a way, where people I think might hear me speak and then might kind of discount how much they have to listen to me because I'm cool. Like, I'm not saying I'm so cool, but like, if somebody has like a cool demeanor and they're like not, you know, angry at you or something,
Yeah,
you might be
I
like,
can relate to that. Yeah.
dude, yeah, because I was like, and I don't want to say this is not like I'm not shit talking or anything. This is just normal stuff that I realized like, huh, if I'm like really nice, maybe I look like a pushover, but I'm not. I'm not a pushover. But like how do I communicate that I'm not a pushover correctly too? Because I'm not the way I don't want to communicate it is like, what the fuck, listen to me. I don't want to say that. Like,
Yeah.
and that's not how I feel either, but I'm just kind of like, how do I say that not listening to me is not okay? In a way that they'll like pick up on. And it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm like, oh, I thought that people were gonna understand, like, from inside my own head that like just because I say something in a nice, fun way doesn't mean it's not serious. Like, this is
Mhm.
serious business. Like we have to deliver. Um, and I feel like because I think art is so cool and fun that like when I motivate myself to work hard, it doesn't take much. Like I don't need to be mean to myself to get myself to do something. But then it's like maybe somebody else needs like urgency and like seriousness and like dryness or something to even like kick into their own like gear or something. I don't really get it. Like what do you think it is, I guess, about that?
Yeah, I relate to everything you're saying right now because I had like the same experiences. Like I was nice. I felt like, I'm gonna be kind to everyone and not like ruffle a lot of feathers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's just a personality thing. Like some people they really need um they need like that
Stern?
extra motivation,
Sternness?
structure. Sorry?
Is it like a sternness or something? I don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah, they need sternness. Like honestly, I don't like working with people like that where you have to like
Me neither.
yeah.
It's too hard. Like just be easy to talk to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like I've
I
had
don't know.
people who because for me, I get really motivated when my art director, production designer, they tell me what they love about what I'm doing, and then
Yeah,
they give me some feedback like, oh, try this and this, do this. Like it's
yeah,
a little bit more positive because I'm like, oh, they're happy with me. I'm gonna do a bunch of new like cool work. Like I'm excited. Um,
yeah.
so like I like to work with people like that where it's more of like a happy, fun environment because we're painting and drawing. Like let's have fun with it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so fun. I feel like we're so blessed to do what we do that I'm like, why would I even get frustrated? But like, I guess because I'm not getting frustrated, it might seem like it's not as important or something. I'm like, okay, but like, it's important
Hmm.
to do it this way. And I don't know, it's not universal because I feel like with most people, just being yourself is like gonna work, and I hope it's what I've seen so far. I don't have as much experience as like some other art directors because kind of like just getting started in it. I've like known I've wanted to do that for a long time, just picking up on like what that would be like and being like, I think that works actually more with my personality than painting itself. 'Cause I like painting and everything, but I I get so much more into it when it's for me. When it's for the client, I also really do get into it and I enjoy it. But I think that I'm getting a bit selfish in a way where like I want to keep that painting spirit for me and like how much I get into things when I am doing like the little leaves on something. I want to keep that for me and like the ideation and problem solving brain and all that. I love that being collaborative. I think I don't like the me painting little shapes that make me happy. That's not what I like collaborating on. Like the little detailed painting bits, that I don't know, I'm doing these like weird hand motions, but like when I'm like doing this little stuff with like little shapes and I'm like lost in the flow, I like that part for me. But I know I'm repeating myself, I'm just trying to be clear, I guess, is like the part where you're like looking at the big picture and like finding solutions for everything. I like that being like um for a different project that somebody's doing because I like using those skills for somebody else to help to serve other people. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can relate to that. Like, is there any part of your process that you're like, that one's for me or something?
Like what do you mean? Like getting into like the tiny like nitty-gritty stuff, like that's you want to keep that for your personal work?
Yeah, like I find that I'm not really doing my best work when I'm getting into like any stage past like ideation is not what I need to anybody to like pay me for. I should be doing something that I'm better at for them. Like
Oh, I
for
see.
all the stuff where like for example, like my mushroom guys, like
Mhm.
the mushroom people, they're all lumpy and stuff. All those little shapes and like strokes and lines on them. For me, like doing that, okay, because when you're working for a client, half of more than half actually of the work is you guessing if they need you to do what you're doing right now, like if it's useful to them, I feel like. And you're kind of trying to orient everything that you're doing to like solve a problem they said they had or that you estimated that they have. So me doing all this little fun little shape exploration, like on a finer level, I've never felt like has solved anybody's problems. I would rather keep that whole realm of like enjoying little shapes and discoveries and brushstrokes for me, because it's kind of like a realm, I guess, in my head, like a place I go. And then all the other stuff where I'm like, oh, you're having trouble with that, but then this shape will do this, that idea will do this, that this locks into here. Like fixing the whole puzzle of things is, I think, what I'm really good at when somebody like asks me to solve their stuff, for their project, I guess. So when
That's
I do that, I feel so much more like I can predictably give them exactly what they need. And then the other stuff is more like, I don't really want to be paid for somebody to tell me to like get lost in a painting. I feel like ask me to solve something else for you. I'll do a better job at that for you. I get maybe it's something about the pressure from that I like applying to problem solving, but not to exploring little shapes. I don't know.
mhm. Yeah,
I don't know if
part
that makes
of
sense. Kind
I
of.
think so. Like most of our job as a concept artist is to just generate tons of ideas and kind of
Solution.
yeah, different solutions to a problem, to a world, to characters or whatever. And then, we present all these ideas. Um, some are close, very close to the launch. Some are like deviating a little bit, maybe putting a little bit more of ourselves into it.
Yeah, yeah.
Some might be like some wacky, weird idea, but you give them a whole variety of stuff.
Like a platter.
And yeah, and
Cheesy.
then they can choose this and this and this. And
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
then you can do then you can do some you can tighten down a little bit if you have to.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, is that kind of what
Yeah,
you're
yeah. Yeah, because I think the more time I spend in the industry and like doing different levels of finish or different levels of like different types of ideation, I guess, because when you can do a character just fine and you can do an environment just fine and you can do a prop just fine, you get asked to do a lot of different things, right? Like depending on the project. And so they go, "Hey, can you like try something for the characters? Can you try something for the environment?" And then you start to kind of realize like where you really belong and where you can do things, but are you really the best one to do it? Like, and I guess I always have this kind of theory of like people, well, okay, everybody should experiment and find out where they belong and everything outside of work and at work. But once you kind of like find your like thing where you kind of sing when you do that thing and everybody can tell, that's where you belong. You should be doing just that, basically, almost. Like, not just that, but almost just that, right?
yeah.
Like, because I wouldn't want, say I'm getting paid to do a character, and then like they chose to make me do a character, versus another artist who like sings when they like their whole soul like vibrates when they do the character. Like, I feel like if they're choosing me instead of that person, they should know that what they're gonna get is somebody who can like provide different ideas and kind of like on a broad strokes level. But if what they really wanted was somebody who's like meant to do characters, then they should have hired that other person, not me. Like I'm okay with admitting that. You know what I mean? Like I don't have like a scarcity mentality about like, I mean, nowadays we're getting a bit scared into scarcity mentalities like against our own will, of like I'll take whatever, but like
Yeah.
and I think that's unfortunate and hopefully things get better, but Um, I inherently I just always have thought like that people who really want and like belong doing something should be the ones doing that thing. Like, why would you ask somebody who like barely even wants to do it? Like, or not me, like I want to do most things, but some people you can tell that they don't even want to be doing what they're doing. Like, um, it's like don't ask those people, ask people who like belong there, you know? I don't know
Mhm.
if you've had this, but like you because we know a lot of artists, you've ever like been on a project and you're like, I can see this person who's doing something they don't even want to do. I know 10 other people who like need to be there and would like love it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. One project I was on, we had like a very specific style we were going for, and there are people in the art community who are known for doing just that.
Yeah.
But they instead put all these other artists on this project.
Okay, okay.
Um, so I was like, well, so now we have to like train these people to do it. Like, why not just hire the right people? Like, just
Yeah,
because like the producers are like friends with these people, like these artists that you are forcing to do this style, like their
they're
portfolios
cool.
don't show that. They're not gonna want to do that.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
so you're forcing them to do something that they don't even, it's not even their like
Yeah,
sensibilities or their
so
taste.
that just to me sound like oftentimes my gut is telling me like that's so dumb. Like what a waste of time. Because like not in a mean way, like I'm sure that there was some reason that they rather do that and that there's probably like you know, say you're talking to the person who decided to do it that way. There's probably some kind of a reason that they had, so I never want to think like, okay, it's actually dumb or I know so much better or whatever. But like we like more again, like just humble yourself, I guess, when you're in any kind of situation where you don't understand like why'd that person do that? It's so stupid. First reaction should be, okay, they probably have a reason, but I kind of disagree. Because I guess what I think initially is like, um, yeah, like the people who should be doing that, um, versus the people who are kind of trying to fit into that box. The people who are trying to fit into that box are only ever going to be the worst version of that other person. So why like do that? I mean, the best you can get out of it is like somebody seeing somebody else can provide an interesting insight on like not being that person, but seeing that person's style. That's maybe interesting if they did want that, like a secondhand interpretation of that style from outside of that style. That's so meta that I don't even think that they were like really doing it because of that. You know what I mean? Like if somebody asks you to like interpret like Richard Schmid because you love him and you're like close to him in a way artistically,
Mhm.
like if somebody has a closeness or an understanding of a style, but they're not that person, maybe they provide a different like external angle. But usually it's not even for that kind of a reason, really. Yeah, anyway, just trying to
A,
like guess.
a good example of that is on Spider-Verse. They're not gonna hire someone who is a like an Alberto like ripoff, most likely. They want to hire someone um who maybe has some of those sensibilities, some of those same like graphic quality or like something in that zone, but has a very different take on it. And they can bring something new to the project. Because we don't want to like for me, like they like based on what the movie looked like, they should not have hired me for the first movie because my stuff was like very like loose and whatever. But they hired
Why
me
should they have
because
hired
of
me?
because like Spider-Verse is
You
very
think?
like graphic, hard edged, and my stuff
Okay,
before that movie was very like loose and
sure.
Richard Schmidty. But
Schmid.
they hired me because like I asked them and they said it's purely because of your strong fundamentals as just a general painter and my like color and lighting. So they knew that
Okay, okay,
I could adapt
okay.
and they wanted to utilize those things from me.
Well, in that case, I think that's cool. Actually, that sounds like exactly the type of situation that I would guess is a good way to do that. Like instead of a bad way. Like a bad way would be you're just cheaping out or you just want to give it to somebody and you're like, just do it. That's bad, I
Mhm.
guess. But a good way, I think that what happened there is good, I would say. Because you do display the capability to adapt and like your angle on that angle is actually interesting in like a meta kind of way. So I think that they did a good call. I am curious to know as like to is you saying they made a bad choice more out of like humble, like you're trying to be like, I'm not the best, but I tried. Or and like not have anybody, God forbid, think like you're proud of yourself or anything? Or is it more like you really do think like, I don't know, they could have chose somebody else or something?
I think there was plenty of other artists that they could have chosen. But I I think I was a good choice for them
Yeah,
because like I just busted out like tons and tons of color keys.
yeah,
Um and so my like
those
loose
were great.
quick um style like it fit great for their need.
Yeah, great work by the way in that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I really
Um
like the way that the looseness and the sharpness came together in your work on there.
oh, thanks. Yeah, it was a challenge. But yeah, that movie definitely pushed me a lot and made me be more direct and bold with my paintings.
Yeah, in your approach, like laying
Yeah.
down colors and shapes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So since how long have you been art directing this project?
Not super long. Just since December, like the beginning of December officially. And then the only other experiences I had was like a few months before that, establishing the look of something else, like this the other project. Um, but that wasn't art directing a team, like that's just art directing with like, hey, we're developing this thing and it's easy because there's just you, so nobody to have any issues with.
Yeah.
Or like not issues. Like I don't the thing is I feel like I don't have issues with people because I get along with anybody, but I have, there's challenging moments for us to traverse together on a team where like we're not having an issue, but like we're all trying to solve a problem and it can be difficult. So I think, yeah, that's different than just like defining the vision for something on your own. Because like if it's just me and I just get to do whatever I feel like and the director like likes my vision and we are like vibing, that's so much more natural than like like the family, the team, like the difficulty, the communication. Yeah. But anyway, it's not been too long, and
Mm.
I feel like I've been preparing for it for a long time. I've been asking everybody I know, like people like have received questions from me about like art directing and stuff. Yeah, it's been cool.
Have you learned some like top qualities in an
Oh
art
yeah, yeah, yeah.
director? Like what makes a great art director?
Yeah, I saw that question and I really thought it was a really good one. So I'm glad you got to it. Yeah. I think. Hmm. Being able, this is one I'm learning to get better at. Uh, Communicating very clearly is so, so important because if you don't know what you want and then you say it in a vague way, yeah, like what do you think is gonna happen? I feel
Yeah.
like it's like you might get something good, but like if there's like vagueness or any kind of like misunderstanding or indecision anywhere, it will potentially create issues somewhere along the way. What I'm having trouble with there, okay, well, okay, that's one quality. I'll get to the trouble about that in a second. But clarity, um, being somebody who's like excited and likes talking to people, I feel like is super important. Because if you don't actually like people and talking to people, then I think it's going to be like miserable. Because I hear of so many art directors who are like, I hate being on so many calls and like, um, I don't like people. I just want to paint. I just want to be in my room painting. I'm like, don't be an art director or don't be a lead or anything because like You have to like actually want to talk to people and like you have to want and enjoy like resolving things with people as a team, I feel like. Whereas some people are really like purists, like some people are artists, you know? And artist is kind of a solitary creature, like in its purest form. And like if a person is a pure artist, like they love like the smell of the paint and like they don't like people and they're like a misanthrope and they're like they hate society and they don't bathe. Like it's not gonna work, you know, I feel like it's two different things, you know? Like really good artist doesn't mean art director. But yeah, anyways, that's a good one. Also, I think you have to be adaptable too, because like if you have just one style or one theme you like to do, well, that's a different type of art director. You can art direct a project that is like just that niche, and it'll be like incredibly unique and perfect and like so in depth on your niche. Like that's really cool. But I also think that being able to adapt and like understand how um this is so different than what I do, but I know exactly what makes it so good and what we need to extract from it. You're kind of like a little scavenger. You're like, oh, that shape and that color and that value relationship and that thing. We gotta like do this, rebuild it over here. Like you kind of like extract and reapply on things that you're not even actually doing of your own volition, you know, stylistically. Like, and then you need to be able to not only perceive those things, but explain it to somebody else. Like all these things, so like adaptable, communicating, clear, all that I think is super important. And also like you have to be good at art, but I've seen a lot of like foundation and stuff and beyond, but I've seen a lot of artists or art directors who are not particularly strong artists, but who are amazing art directors, just kind of incredible. Like at first, a few years ago, I think like slightly toxic me, working really hard, kind of looked at a lot of people outwardly, like inwardly, outwardly, like how can they be in their position? Kind of lacking in this sense or that sense. But then you kind of grow up and you think, oh, they have this other strength that like way outweighs like good brushwork or something for the position that they're in, you know? It's very variable. Like one amazing artist in one box is actually really terrible for another situation, you know, depending on what they're asked to do. So this is such a long answer, but the other aspect I wanted to bring up about the clarity thing was like I'm having such a hard time, and let me know. I want to hear your experience on this, but like how do you balance something where you have some level of clarity on what you want, but you also really want the person to interpret and explore and like combine four different things into one in their own way, or like in the way that you want them to, kind of. It's you can't say it super clearly, like you end up writing an essay, but you are being clear in a way, right? But you're also being vague. I don't know. How do you, does that happen to you?
Yeah, maybe I can explain that with like this experience that I had.
Yeah.
Um, is I was working with this one director. It was just me and him. Maybe there was one or two other artists, but I was mostly just communicating with the directors like really early on in the project. And every meeting I had with him, every time we talked, he made it very clear that he hired me because he wanted to get my specific, like he wanted to get fully my ideas.
Mhm.
Um, which was that's like an artist's dream. Like if you can just be yourself and like they hired you because they want you to put your mind into it, put your experiences into it.
Yeah.
So when he would launch me on stuff, he'd be like, "Oh, here are a couple like photo references I found. Like here's he'd describe the feeling he's going for. But he'd be very clear, like, put yourself into this world, put yourself into these characters, like find yourself, find a bit of your personality in these characters and your experiences in these locations, and put put as much of you as you can into this world. So that gave me okay, I know the the general area that I'm painting, but it gives me a ton of freedom to like pull from my own life, put those things into it. And I ended up creating pieces like I would I'd remember back when I was like at at this like walking down this street, and it started to get a little cloudy and it started to rain. So I was like, I found this like really unique umbrella. And then I'd see like some like stray cats like go underneath a like an awning or something. And then I was like crossing over this like really specific like metal bridge, like all these like really specific things, and then the reflections on the ground and the atmosphere. Um, I don't know. I added all that. It wasn't in the
Yeah.
launch, but I put all that into the piece. And then when I showed him, like it might not be the perfect design that he wants, but I captured the emotion. I captured something unique about the space. So that's a new idea. So he got the best work that he could out of me, I felt like.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the brief was open enough to where you saw how your experience like fits and like enhances more so than if he told you, hey, do this, like do exactly this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you guys both like came together in that perfect way.
Mhm.
I like that. Like that's so cool. I think that's like the best possible situation. I feel like as an artist, like, I mean, I feel like a producer might say like, no, because that's not dependable. And like there needs to be a formula. But
Yeah.
as an artist, I'm like, wow, that's so beautiful. And it's like worth the risk almost,
Yeah.
of like it not working.
Yeah.
But
And when I've taken that experience, and when I hire someone like for a project that like my studio is doing or something,
yeah,
I make sure I hire someone and that I know that when I launch them on something, I can give them the general like, hey, this is what I'm looking for this character. But I love the work that you're doing. Just do that. Just do what you love, put it into this character. So
that's
then
perfect. That's like
the
the
launch
perfect
is
symmetry.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't need to
yeah.
hold their hand their whole way. I know that they're better at this thing than me, so they can just put everything into this assignment, and it's going to be better than what I thought usually.
Yeah, I love that so much. Like I think I had this kind of almost like euphoria when that happened because I had never like experienced that level of like you're really literally enabling the person to be their best. And that's just so cool. Like because the way that you set them up to do you like set them up for a home run and then they hit it and you're like, fuck yeah, like that's incredible. Like it just felt like you're like the coolest coach and like you're just like, when you see a gif of like a coach going like
Yeah,
it's like it literally moves me so much. I hate to use the word literally, but like yeah, it's very moving when you can like set up somebody else like you work hard to understand the situation, you communicate it in such a way that they just like deliver stellar work, and you're just so impressed at how you needed them and they needed you, and it's like, wow, beautiful, amazing. Like that to me is just like the coolest stuff of the human experience, like when people can help each other, stand on each other's shoulders, build up. I think that's just incredible. And that's the kind of experience like what you described is why I wanted to be an art director because I feel like in other positions, um, you can get pretty far and I guess high on like your own supply in a way of like I don't know if I'm like using that right, but like your own accomplishments and your own plateau rising, leveling up is quite fulfilling in a way, especially for most artists. But if you're more of a communicator and like a people's person than a pure artist, I feel like that blend of like using your communication and your art skills to make somebody else and you like rise up higher together. Like what's comparable to that? I feel like not much. Like
yeah,
because the result of that is greater than the two parts. So it's so cool. It's just incredible. Like I was so emotional about that. Yeah. So I think
mm,
that's part of why it hit me hard when I noticed that not happening, right? Like, because if the person was kind of different in a way where um we weren't picking up on the same things about where we were going, Like I would kind of expect maybe some things were taken for granted, like they're gonna understand what I mean or something. And then it wasn't quite there. I was like, oh, we could have been here, but instead we're like just okay. And
Mhm.
a big part of that can be me too. Like I'm still learning, so it's like acknowledging too. Oh, maybe if I had like explained it this way, or I don't know. You kind of wonder. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why probably we are in entertainment rather than just purely fine art, because in entertainment we're a small piece of something,
Yeah.
and there's a team and we collaborate and then we make something that none of us could make on our own. But
Yeah.
it's such an incredible feeling, like when a video game comes out and we were like a little piece of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
When you said we make something, the camera did like a little so
oh
it
my
was funny.
gosh. Hopefully
Like I'm
someone
not trying to
comments
make
and gives me a solution to this camera.
I just like no, it did like a little like ooh, like a little zoom, and it kind of like it accentuated what you said in a nice way. So
Okay.
it's actually good. It was funny because you said make something and then it did that. Anyway, so I don't mean to make you self-conscious, but a lot
No,
of
that's
times I
fine.
just like notice little details and I'm honestly very amused by it. So it's okay. I don't know if like for you, you're like it's actually very frustrating.
I was
But
frustrated this morning trying to fix it, but now it's fine, whatever. It's
it's whatever. I feel like at one point I heard somebody say that like the universe only has one rule and like whatever outcome you want, most likely the most entertaining or interesting thing is going to happen instead of like the good thing. And I was
hmm,
like, that's interesting, like potentially.
yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not, like you can't really measure that or anything, but it's
Hmm,
like if on any given day you like need things to go your way, maybe something just interesting in some way is going to happen instead.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't,
Yeah.
sometimes I try to like live in a way that I've seen success before, try to like determine like what nebulous aspect of the way I've been behaving breeds success. And I try to like determine what that is and like repeat it. I don't
Wow.
know if you think like that or not.
I don't I don't know. I think I just like I have like my goals or whatever, and I try to just do everything I can to like
That's good.
follow my routine and try to get to my goal
Yeah.
as soon as possible, most efficient way.
Yeah.
And then but I also know that life is really hard. Life sucks sometimes. Life isn't meant to be like you're not supposed to be happy all the time. And when
It's
you
a good one too. I think that accepting that is important.
yeah, so
Yeah, I feel like actually, what's funny? Because ironically, if you accept that you're not supposed to be happy all the time, you're gonna be more happy than if you don't accept it, which makes you
yeah.
more happy than you would have been, like
Mhm.
this almost all the time, which is like, huh, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wait, there's a lot of things we want to talk about. Um, there was something I wanted to bring up. Oh yeah, like earlier when I was talking about things I like to do or don't like to do about client work and stuff, or things I want to like keep for me and things I would prefer to like uh categorize as like, yeah, pay me for this. Um, I think that something I don't want to be like misunderstood on, I guess, if I don't know to what detail this even matters, I guess, but just between you and I or whoever. Um, I actually love like collaborating even on things that like aren't exactly my interests. Like there only has to be like a small amount to where it's not like completely disconnected from things I care about. Like if it's even somewhat related to stuff I care about or I'm interested in or think is visually appealing, I'll probably find a way to get excited about it. Like just the aspect of like being on a team and like whenever I've been on a call, I can't think of a call that I've been on for work where I've actually not cared. Like I've never not cared. As soon as there's like a person in front of me telling me why they need me to help, I'm like, let's go. I'm listening. I'm in. Like I love helping. Like it's so fun. It's just so cool. Like when you're on a team and you're on a call and like either the art director or whoever is just like presenting to you how you're going to be useful to them, and they're trying to do this thing, and like they're trying to get this to work and that to work, and you're just like, yeah, tell me more, let's go. I'm just like that. Like, whenever people, I don't know, uh, have like something they need from you and you know you're gonna help them, it's just exciting for me. Like I love collaboration, like human teamwork.
Yeah,
It's inspiring.
it's great. And I think for me, I need to have like just one thing that I can latch on to,
Yeah,
like the lighting is really interesting, and then I can get like super excited about
exactly.
that. Yeah. Or
Yeah, you
like,
can zone in on it. Yeah, you're like, okay, you got it. Don't worry. Like, I got you, kind of thing. Like, you're like, you can depend on me. I've got this.
yeah.
I guess that's what we mean. Like when they, they present it and you find that aspect.
Mhm. Or like the
Yeah,
idea of this world is really cool. Like I can really get into that.
yeah,
Like I'm good at like finding that thing and then being able to just um yeah, get into it, I guess, which I think is
yeah,
a quality that you kind of need to have because not every project
yeah,
is going to be like 100% you.
yeah. 100%. I agree. Actually, this relates to a question I remember you had, like that was about if people like ask me to help and stuff or something like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like you have this charm and personality, like you in real life, and
Oh,
that's
thanks. You
that
too.
connects to your work. Like it's all like connected. Um, and it's really important for artists to have that in their work because that's what makes you unique. And like I know exactly what kind of project I would hire you on, and I could just let you do your thing, and it'd be awesome. Like I look forward
That
to
means a lot coming from that really means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
yeah, I hope we get to do that someday. That'd be a
Me
lot
too.
of
Yeah.
fun.
No, very cool. But yeah,
Um, do
yeah.
you do you usually get hired to do like exactly your thing? And has there been times where you are expected to change and you have to deal with that?
Okay, that's a good question. By the way, how are we on time? Like, can we keep
We
delving into stuff?
can, yeah, we can go forever.
Or... Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
you tell me when you need to go to
Oh,
bed
no, no,
or
that's good to know. That's good to know because I'd rather like if we can properly give some answers, I think will like naturally just answer themselves, like some of the questions. But I
yeah.
think stuff like this is good to call out. Um, okay, so I there's my answer to this that I'm gonna say, but there's also the way that I feel about that answer, like in a meta way, to where I don't know how useful my reality is to other people because it's so freaking blessed, and I kind of almost cannot like understand exactly what to recommend so that other people can repeat. Like say you're doing a study and you're a scientist, because I feel like my brain often goes to like um I often almost always like my brain is always has these patterns of like trying to determine what did that thing and what was tied to what. So like when I look at my life, and I'm gonna say my actual answer in a second, sorry, I'm like building up to it or whatever, but like whenever I talk about this I have this really uh guilt or something about how I'm like I can tell you how it is, but I don't know how to give it to you. Like, you have this as well, I think. Maybe you have this reality where, like, a lot of things tend to go your way. And it's probably because, like you said, like you're just working all the time and you're trying your best. People can see you doing your best. And so they go, oh, he's dependable. Let's hire him. So it just kind of perpetuates, you keep getting good results. Anyway, I think that people do. I've actually applied for things that I got ignored on and was asked to do later by
Huh.
it only worked when they asked me to do it. It didn't work when I asked them if I could do it. They didn't even see me. Like, does that make sense? It's so weird. Um, because I don't know, whenever I've like sent an email or asked about something, either the timing or whatever, and from being on projects, I know that like if you send your stuff once and it's like the wrong day, you may as well not even have sent it, like because they were looking at something else or they were busy or whatever. and then it got lost. Like, so unfortunately, sometimes it has nothing to do with like the quality of the work or whatever. But anyway, it's so funny to me how like whenever I've asked for something, didn't really work, but things just come to me. So I have this kind of trust in the world, I guess, that like if I put out continuous put out is such a bad sorry, that's not what I meant. Put out good vibes, like you know what I mean? Like I'm sorry for saying that weird thing. Um yeah, sorry. If I give out like the right can you cut that out actually?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to like go down that and then get like, oh, that's a weird expression. Sorry. Okay. I have this thing where if I like continuously repeat good patterns, and like give my best work and I guess just stick to like a good formula, things just happen in life that are good. Like, and part of that is like just being a hard worker, being genuine, being the right amount of humble, where you're not so humble that you're like erasing yourself and doing nothing, but you're humble like in that you can acknowledge, hey, like I can always get better and I'm not the best and all that. So I feel like there's kind of a formula that if I repeat it, things happen and they tend to go my way, which I'm just like super thankful for. So people come to me in general, but I guess I had to say all of that first because I feel so bad about how special that is and lucky and unique. So I don't know how to deal with it, how to cope with that, I guess. But people come to me and they often have something in mind where I can help. And usually I'm excited to help about that thing, so it works out. Um, sometimes sometimes they've shown me something. You know how I was saying that I like certain parts to be for me, like certain shapy little explorations and stuff. Um, sometimes they've shown me things that I've made. Like I made it and I put it on the internet. So I should be able to like do it again, right? Or something. But I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that one again. Not for you. Like not in a weird way. Not like not for you specifically. Not that, but like not for somebody that's not me. Because some things that you do in your artwork, they really kind of are just like for you. And then if somebody else asks you to do it, it's going to be artificial. Um, I do think though that if you're a commercial artist, that should be a very small amount of things because like if most of what you do is like something that's your own, then you probably shouldn't be a commercial artist. But there are some of those things for me, I guess. So they showed me my own piece and they were like, do more of this. And I was like, can you show me like another one maybe? Because that one's not really, I don't know. It had a level of detail to it that I didn't really align with anymore commercially. Like there's like I said, there's a certain like type of exploration that I feel willing and excited to do for work. And then anything beyond that to me is like not useful to provide to a client. So it kind of messed with me a little bit. That's only happened once. In general, it's quite like aligned, which I feel again super blessed for. Like I don't know what to say. Like, um, yeah, it can happen. I really do believe it can happen to anybody. Again, my answer's so long, but like, um, I guess I try to tell people that they can get these results as well if they um work really hard and make it super clear to the world that they do this thing. Like if somebody lands on your page and they can really easily take in the type of artist you are, and they think it's appealing and it's working and it's like it's clearly communicated and your skills align with what they need, it can happen to anybody. I don't think it's unique to us, So yeah. Okay, that's
Yeah.
enough on
Yeah, that's a great answer. How did you
that.
get
Okay.
your first job? And do you have advice for people starting out? Something that maybe you wish you told yourself?
Yeah. Um, I'll try to keep it shorter because I think that sometimes I say like a bit too much like padding, but this one's relatively simple. Um, I think that for anybody starting out, uh, people are sometimes more important than skill. Like, but skill is so, so, so important too. So, very useful statement. Yeah, great. What do I do with that? But like, I would say that they have to grind like the work a lot, like you said earlier. They really, really, really have to prove to themselves like that they need this, that they this is like their method of communication, this is their passion. Um, if you're kind of wishy-washy about art, I don't think it's gonna work. You almost have to be a little bit crazy in a way. Like to be a successful artist is like imagine explaining to like quote unquote normal person what you had to do to get to where you are. They'd be like, that doesn't sound particularly healthy. And you'd be like, so I loved it. You know, so I feel like you have to have this kind of period where if you were to explain to somebody how hard you're working, they might be concerned. And I wonder if it's even possible without that. Anyway, so you have to work that hard, within reason, stay alive, you know. And then you really have to be pleasant as a human being in general. Like if you're not a person that other people remember positively, you know how like it I don't remember the expression, but how people always say like it's the impression you leave upon other people and stuff. Like if people leave interactions with you with a negative burden on their soul, or like you darken their day, or you sap their energy, it is not going to work. Like it's just not. And I think that there are a few artists like that are really successful where they're actually kind of like hard to be around and stuff. But I think it's the great minority. Like they have to be so, so good that everybody is barely tolerating them, you know? But
Yeah.
like if you're that good, like okay, fine, buddy, but like that's hard too. But like I
Like
think that if you're
today, that level you have to be at is like God
so
level
high,
artists
yeah,
because
that's
jobs
so
are
true.
so small. Like there's so few jobs right now. I
Oh
think things
yeah.
are picking back up, but you
Mhm.
have to be amazing to work with, super
Yeah,
good at what you do.
yeah,
You have to be really fast, and you have to bring some extra juice, like why you specifically. I think you
yeah.
need those four things to be an artist today.
You know those triangles where they show you, or like a Venn diagram where it's like you pick two, you can't have all three or whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't
Like
work anymore.
good, fast, cheap, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like you literally need like eight of them. Like
Yo,
yeah, whatever. You know what I'm picturing? Like it's just you need like a such a like combination of traits. But yeah, um, yeah. So I think that like for me, for example, the thing I think that has always, if people are trying to like learn something from my example, is like I've always genuinely had this like kind of awareness of what I transmitted during any interaction, any given interaction to any kind of like whoever was there. And I think it's getting a little not perfect, where nowadays people might leave an interaction with me feeling a bit like, that's a little weird or something. Whereas in the past, it would like only be good because I would make sure that it was like perfect for them.
mhm.
But like now, maybe they're like, she said some weird things, like, or she went too long on that thing. But I'm kind of like allowing myself that nowadays, where I'm like, I'm trying to like take it easier. Where before I'd be like, oh, they don't need me to like explain this idea because it's not worth it. I'd rather be misunderstood, or like some kind of weird like self-erasing stuff in the past. And now I'm more like, look, if I can explain how I really feel about something, that means I also want to hear somebody else's really weird long explanation because I love those. Like, I love hearing how other people feel in all the little details. And then I'm like, if I'm willing enough to share mine, then I can hear yours. But like in the past, and a friend helped me see this. I'm a bit off topic right now, sorry, but a friend helped me see that like in the past, I used to always like be so interested in other people and ask them like, "What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And like, "How do you feel about this thing?" But I'd never give what I felt like or thought. Now I try to like balance it out more. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, okay, so I think that the person needs to be pleasant to be with, to talk to. They need to not like sap the energy out of the room. They need to be proactive and like motivated, self-motivated, um, problem solving. They need to genuinely be interested in problem solving. Like if they think problem solving is a chore or like art is a chore, on some level, art can be a chore, but like find the part that you're interested in doing and just do that. Um, anyways, it's a lot of things, but I think it's all comes down to like work hard, do something really well, and be pleasant to be around. Like it's pretty simple, I feel like. And a lot of people are getting it wrong in a lot of little ways. Like they're easily frustratable, or they get really discouraged all the time, or they have no motivation. And then they kind of complain that like nothing's working. And you're like, I know exactly why it's not working for you. I could tell you right now. Like, you can just really tell with some people that they don't even care. They would rather complain. So I would say don't be that kind of person who would rather complain about why it's not working than do the work to make it work. There are actually a lot of people who are stuck in that cycle. They would rather complain and they don't want to like admit to themselves that they're that kind of person, but they are. I don't know if you
Yeah.
encounter people like that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a big
It's
step.
kind of like taking accountability for yourself.
Yes.
Like everything is your fault. Like you need to like if you hate this thing, like look at yourself first and be like, how could I see this differently? How could I
Yeah.
talk to someone to get better information? Or yeah.
That's really
I
important as an artist.
yeah. I have an interesting question. What do you think is better? Really good work with little to no networking, or
Oh,
average work with really great networking?
I've thought about this before, and I think it's if it's up to me, it's the second one because it's my situation exactly. Like my my job kind of took off when I wasn't the best, but I was trying to be the best. But then I realized, hey, I don't really need to be the best because like what is the best? Um, and then I think I wanted to be the first one. Like in my mind, I was like, oh, when I'm 30 or 40, I have to be like phenomenal. People have to look at my work and be impressed and like moved. And they have to see how competent I am and how smart and good I am and all the skill I have. And then I was like, who cares? Like, I feel like that's very like ego. Like my ego wants all this accomplishment. Um, but does it really serve people or projects? Like if I do that, maybe there's a certain amount that is right and a certain amount that goes overboard into like if I were to foster so much skill, maybe I would be less likable and relatable and have less of a life that I'm interested in having. So I think there has to be a point at which like I guess these are all like baskets in front of you and you put the eggs like in the right ones, right? Or something. I don't know. I'm like full of weird metaphors, but like if you think of it this way, like the skill basket and the peep and the networking basket, which networking is such a word that's like icky, but just honestly just having friends and like being social. Sociability, I would say is a better word than networking. But like the sociable basket and the skill basket, I think for me, I'm choosing a balance and I'm seeing that younger me who needed me to be so impressive. Like my parents told me, like, if you're not the best, we don't love you, basically, is what they said. Like they didn't say that, but they said
Brutal.
it. They like said it with their words
Yeah.
and actions, but like not literally. But so the younger me was like, I need everything in the skill basket. And then the me who like isn't the inner child was like, but I just like people, really. And I don't need to be the best. And I grew up and I was like, I like that better. So I'm gonna say, yeah, again, long answer, but the second one, yeah. I don't know if you agree with that, because I think you're a bit more of a purist, and I love that though, because people who really take skills seriously. I like people who take skills seriously slightly more than I like people who take social more seriously. You know what I mean? You need
Mhm.
both, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say I'm somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
Um, because either one of the extremes I don't think is good because you could be
exactly.
amazing and no one ever sees your work.
Yes.
And once in a while you run into someone like at a studio who you've never heard of before, but they're like one of the best artists you've ever seen in your life. And
Yeah.
just somehow they snuck in there. But then there's people who their work is very mediocre, but they're so fun to be around. They're like the life
Yeah.
of every meeting. Um, and like those people are great. Like they're a great friend, but it's like, man, I feel like you're like overcompensating. Like maybe you should like be a
Mm.
little bit more quiet and like try to do a little bit more work this week or something. Like,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I have felt that.
yeah,
I think that maybe what that's doing to you when you see that behavior, and it because I guess this does the same thing to me, is like it makes you think, um, take this a little more seriously. Like, show me that you care more about the craft. Like,
yeah.
because I feel like you know, in the way that they say people are like comedians, you're like an artist. Uh,
Oh yeah.
artists like a apostrophe like an artist for artists or a
Hmm.
comedian for comedians, like you know when they say like a comedian is like they have like a super broad appeal and they're kind of vanilla in a way because like just the average person will laugh at their jokes or whatever, but there's a comedian is a comedian who like makes other comedians laugh. And like to me, that is like such a beautiful reference for me because I love comedy. And like if it's the same parallel. Like if an artist is like deeply appreciated by other artists and not just like anybody, it's on another level, you know? It's because they have something special and like they take it seriously. It's a craft. They they're connected on like a different level. They have this knowledge or this like sense of like beauty and design and appeal. It almost like seeps from their pores, and you're just like, yeah. And I guess if you notice, I guess I'm trying to guess like how you are experiencing that, what you described, but like, is it that if the person lacks that and they're more just like talking it up and just surface level, you're like, okay, but take the craft a bit more seriously.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
And another thing is it's kind of like you could get really famous online. There's
Yeah.
kind of a formula for that. Like we all know what it is, like fan art, anime girls, like portraits. Like there's stuff you can do. You just make
Sure.
this and then you will be super famous online. That's making art for like everyone, a very broad audience. But an
Yeah.
artist, they're making art for artists. Like they'll pay attention to they're not just gonna like follow trends and things like that online. They'll make things that's like personal to them. So when like an art director at a studio sees it, they'll be like, "Oh, that's really different and unique. I haven't thought about that. Like we should try to work with that person."
Yeah. Yeah. I think I also appreciate that so much. I've had this kind of like love-hate relationship, or not even, I wouldn't say, maybe tolerate hate relationship. I'm not sure with trends. Like I've never said I love the trend. But I I watch other artists like engage in trends, and I tend to think like depending on how much they're doing it, I'm like, oh, that's fun. Like, that's cool, but I don't really, like, nothing draws me to that. And other times, I'm like, it really cheapens it and makes me completely uninterested in like anything they'll ever do again. Because if they're way too trendy, for the sake of being trendy, like if somebody's genuinely interested in those things, is different. Um, but if you find that they're always hopping on to whatever people like, and just doing nothing. To me, it's the same thing with people. Like if you know that somebody's word means nothing and they're just saying whatever you're like, it's gonna get them through that moment or whatever. You're like, who are you? It's creepy. Like
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think I have like a few pillars, I guess, for me in life, and you might have similar ones. It's like if somebody is not like genuine and has dignity and like sincere passion about stuff, like I don't I'm creeped out by them. Like their presence is just like questionable because I'm like, what, you just like whatever? Like what's going on? And like how long? So I think what makes me the most suspicious about that when I really think about it is like how long is this person willing to keep this mask on for? Because what happens when it's off? Like who are they? It's very disingenuous. Um, I don't like that. It like creeps
Yeah.
me out.
Yeah. Like when someone is not authentic with their artwork, with their personality, like I can sense it right away.
Yeah.
And I know you're like this too, because like, and that comes from like, we're very good at reading people because we've had to
Yeah.
be really good at reading people like
Yeah.
as a survival mechanism, like growing
Yeah,
up.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you can read it and you wonder. So I feel like there's two reasons someone might, two big bucket reasons, I guess. Like either that person who's behaving very disingenuously thinks they have to be because they hate who they really are, and it's like they're also just trying to survive. So it's like comes out of like deep insecurity, and you kind of want nothing to do with it because you don't really want to be with people who are like denying themselves so much. You'd rather be with people who are like embracing themselves, or like there's something sadistic and weird and manipulative about it. Like either it's out of like, or they might even be the same thing at the end. Like, because like manipulative people are usually manipulating out of weakness. So I would say like there's something that about that whole thing that makes you go, your motivations and like the way you're going through life is not, I don't want anything to do with it. Like the way you think like you're gonna gain value and stuff. No, like it's not my formula of choice. So I feel like it's very like repugnant in a way. Because you're like you just don't see the value, I guess. Whereas that person feels very convinced that that's going to make their life better, you know? Because what do you get the same thing when you imagine yourself in their position? And we can change topic in a second, but do you ever imagine yourself in that position where you think of yourself doing such a strong pattern of like things you don't genuinely connect with? Don't you think you would go a little crazy in a way, or like start to just feel pain every day or something, or like uh how could you be denying yourself for so long and why? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's for me, it's like it's almost like to the extreme where like if I see everyone doing something or I see someone kind of like putting on a facade or um I will go in the complete opposite direction or I'll like really, really question that thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Because I'm just so uh I don't know what the word is or what I'm even trying to say, but it's like um I think when like I will not follow the crowd like no matter what. And part
that's
of it's
interesting.
like the rebellious part of me, part
Yeah,
of it's like um like it makes me really skeptical when I see that.
yeah, yeah. I get very skeptical of it as well.
Mhm.
Actually, Justin said almost exactly what you just said, like one day ago when we were talking about
Wow.
something. It's so funny. Like, I think you guys have a very similar temperament. Like, you kind of like take it easy and you take things in and you have like a nice chill sense of humor and like abstract ways of like speaking and stuff every once in a while, but you're not like overstated individuals or anything. You're very like laid back. And yeah, he also quite questions authority and like trends and stuff. And he literally said the other day, like, if I see a lot of people do something, I might do the opposite, like even if it's not a good idea. And I'm like, that's you should think about that. Like it's quite interesting to like just literally just because a lot of people are doing something, do the opposite. Like I think I have another layer to that. Like I've watched other people do things and then I'll think like, what's the reasoning? I'm trying to calculate like where they're going based on what they're doing. I'm trying to like path it. But he'll just be like, I see that. No, I'm not gonna do it. It's
Yeah.
less like complicated. It's funny.
Hmm.
how, I think the different like dynamics are entertaining to think about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah. Anyways.
Uh, where does your love for nature comes from? Because it shines through in your work like so much, and it's really nice.
I appreciate that. And likewise, I actually had a question too that I'll ask you after because I think it's related. And it was like noticing in your work, similarly to mine, feels a lot. It feels like you do a lot of work that goes around observing and adventuring in the coolness and the beauty of the world or nature. And your characters are like absorbing that or sharing those moments. So I think that kind of relates. So yeah, we tend to do things in nature or like people that are adventuring and just in the world kind of. And I think that that's because, well, on just a stupid, funny level, like we're monkeys, number one. Like I really think that we are just creatures, and our brain is kind of a lot of times I'm not even memeing. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but like we do, I feel like try to convince ourselves that we're much more advanced than we really are. Like we have fancy houses and vehicles and stuff and machines and technology. But like on some level, we really just are this basic, like vulnerable creature that's just like, oh, my feelings are hurt, or like, ow, my toe, or like, stupid shit. Like, or like, you think you're a different person than you were 20 years ago, but you're kind of not. Like, you're just like the same monkey.
Mhm.
That actually makes me laugh so much because, like, you ever
Mhm.
like think you've grown like a lot, and then you're like, I did the same thing yesterday that I did 20 years ago.
Gosh, I
I
feel
don't know.
like called out right now because I was thinking before this, I was like, man, I've grown so much the past few years, and now you're
You
just
probably
like,
have. No, you probably have. Like I think so too. Like I think I've grown, but
"Hmm,
sometimes I catch myself and like, hmm, how
yeah,
much? Like it's humbling. I think you gotta like be able to laugh at yourself in that way. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so that's one thing, like just we're very basic and I like to connect with that and I like to be honest about that. Like, um, I think that even psychologically, there's like data for this too, like that people need to be in nature. It like soothes them, it calms them. When we see like dappled light, it calms us down. When we look out upon the water, it calms us down. Um, I think there's this undeniable tie between the human being and the world, like nature. And as much as we try to like distance ourselves from that and like think we're better and think we can like master it and everything, we kind of can't. And like, if you, I know a lot of people want to like go to Mars and all that stuff, but like, I really think that it sounds cool, but like if you were to really, really divorce like human beings from just the jungle and like earth and grass and stuff, we would literally descend into like madness almost in like one generation. Where if you don't have like grass to go touch or whatever, just literally the way the light works. Like the other day, again, super long answer, but I think it's interesting. I saw this guy talk about moths and why they like circle around lights and just forever. And he was saying that it's this thing where like their body, the back of their body or just their organism in general is detecting where the sun is and like using that to fly to orient themselves. And so because if the moth gets like close to a light, their body is literally estimating that as being the sun over and over and over and over and over every moment. So they're just like flying around it and they're getting messed up by like that estimation that they've made is wrong because it's not the sun. So like I feel like that would happen to us. Like we need these things to ground us. And like if you live somewhere and there's not trees or there's not something, I honestly think that you're like on the downhill way to like your own demise. And I think it's kind of inevitable, like socially, if you look into like anthropology and social economics and whatever, I'm pretty sure we can all draw ties to like the denaturalization of man and all that. And like we become unhinged and things like that. Anyways, all that to say that I really think it's important for all of us to like deeply feel connected to nature. And I think I've always felt that even when I was a kid, just like I'd rather like kids would go hang out at the mall or something at my school or high school. And I would just like, I'm not really interested in going to hang out at the mall. I'd rather like catch a bug or like look at a caterpillar or like go to the pool and swim in the water or something. Like I feel like just being in some sort of nature just soothes you. And if you're a person who is emotionally aware, whether you developed it because you like being emotionally aware or it's a defense mechanism, like we were talking about, um, so you're aware of like your well-being and your kind of emotional state. If you're aware of your emotional state, you'll just notice subconsciously or consciously that you feel better in nature. Like, and you don't want to always be like in a manufactured space. So I think that a lot of people who spend a lot of time uh in like non-natural spaces, they probably, I'm guessing, and I'm not like an actual scientist or anything, but I'm guessing that they might have a lot of like emotional load that they're ignoring, that they might do much better if they were to pick up on their tension and go spend time in nature. Maybe they're like denying themselves that. So I think that the reason yeah, I just think that in-depth understanding of these things is more interesting. That's why I'm like giving you the full answer because like I do think it's more interesting than like I just like green, which is true, but like I like green, I like nature. I think that it's very interesting to learn about biology, nature, evolution, cells, like life. And I think it's a miracle. Like I just think I'm so moved by how all this stuff works and how it all interacts and how it's all evolved into the system that it is, nature and just everything natural. Um, it's like beautiful, but also vicious in all kinds of ways. And the more you learn about that, the more you like wanna just express that, I guess. So yeah, that's my answer. I just think it's the best. It's just incredible. So I try to illustrate some of that. Yeah. What about you? Because you also do that.
Yeah, I definitely felt myself going a little crazy in LA for a ton of reasons. Like I was feeling like claustrophobic, like I've got this really expensive little box that I'm paying for that I live
Yeah.
in, and then I look across and I see another like cement building. Um, I mean, like I could go up on the roof and like see like a nice view or whatever. So you could, or you can go like hiking in the mountains, like but in like Glendale or Burbank or whatever. So I would, when I was living there, I made sure I did a lot of that stuff. Um, but being in LA for almost 10 years, it led me to just crave the complete opposite. Um, so like all I wanted was like a mountain view with trees. And you said like nature is like dangerous or something. And there's there's a family of bears that live behind my house. I haven't seen them yet, but my neighbors have told me they're like, oh, be careful, you know.
Whoa.
Um,
That's next level. That's a bit too
yeah.
much for
But yeah, I think um you definitely need a balance, and some people need more nature than others. I think I need
yeah.
most of my time should be in nature, and then I get like the crowded city life, every once a month or every couple months or something like that. I think that's a good thing for me.
Yeah, because it also introduces some level of like interesting chaos and social pushing things up against each other. Because like the proximity of a city is like inherently interesting, like how many people are bunched up in that place and
Mhm.
how they deal with it and all the ways in which like I don't know, this cart and that building and that sign and that it's just interesting to have everything so squished.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very different.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, completely different topic. What makes
That's
a great character design?
okay. 1 second. My mouth is dry because I'm talking so much.
Actually, I'll pause really quick because I brought a creature.
Yes, a fellow creature. What's their name?
This is Oreo.
Nice. Lord. What do you think makes a good character designer, Oreo?
Yeah.
Meow. Yeah, okay. So, what makes a good character designer or character?
Um, what makes a good character design?
Okay. Oh, design. Okay. Hmm. I would say that there has to be a balance between like an archetype that they're embodying, but also some aspects that is not formulaic, you know? So, and that's metaphysically, but also visually, there should be appeal and design principles and all that, and like cool values and colors and whatever. But like on a metaphysical level, I think they should be relatively relatable or perceivable to the extent that the person can like guess something about them. Maybe they can be a bit wrong, but like if you cannot relate to the character in any sense or way, it's not really going to hit home with anybody. So a lot of times people who are new and they're doing character designs, they create something completely random and like a mix of a million different things. And then they kind of wonder why it didn't like, connect with anybody. I think it's because they're not understanding like the power of symbols or archetypes or like classics and stuff like that, or like theatrical personalities, like the masks in theater and all that. I think that when people understand how much relatability versus not relatability or unpredictability, how that equation best goes, that's a good character design. Like it has to relate to you and remind you of something vague, emotional, but then you also have to, um, yeah, you know what I mean? Like the balance of what are they guessing right and what might be wrong or unexpected or new or fresh. And then I think visually, yeah, just like design principles, contrast, good values, not muddy, which is funny because my whole nickname is muddy. But yeah, like, you know, it has to be iconic in a way, whether that's by the shapes or the color or something else. I think that good artists find a lot of ways to fill this formula. My friend Gabriel, who I mentioned earlier, talking about the whole like possessions thing, like having two little possessions and stuff. Um, he has been teaching this really great way to explain this concept to his students. He said that it's like algebra in a way, and you have to kind of solve for X or Y or whatever he said. Um, you kind of put in like specific formula parts and then like equals the character, you know? And like if you're a really good artist, I think you can answer that formula in a lot of interesting ways. But they're all just as strong, like strongly formulated, I would say. So it's a lot of different things, but I think it's pretty dependable too. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. And another thing, um, that's super important is strong silhouette shape. And
Yes.
when you
Yeah.
have like a group of characters, each one needs to read from a distance.
Instantly. Yeah.
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 Because I'm not like a character designer, but I put characters into my paintings, and once in a while I'm asked to like design some characters on a movie or
Yeah.
something. So yeah, for me, like the most important thing is like on top of like personality and everything, but like making it really readable. Like when you
Yeah,
squint
I think
down.
what's funny, you said you're not a character designer, but I think you're a designer of character, if that makes sense, or like even a silhouette designer, like a you are a designer of like the way something reads in general. Like you're just good at that. And so I think that that's why you could excel at character design, even if you're not a character designer, even in a potentially better way than somebody who's like paints cloth perfectly or something, you know? Because sometimes people underestimate or overestimate a certain aspect of like design, you know? Like they go like, oh, if I understand like fashion design 100% perfectly and I like know all the trends and all that, I'll be designing the best costumes. But maybe not. Maybe actually the thing is like you said, like the instant read of that thing because the read the graphic visual read is doing so much. It's pulling so much weight. Like it creates so many connections in the viewer's mind
Hmm.
that like if you're good at doing that, it's because you're good at so many things that that embodies, you know? That's
Yeah.
just what I
Yeah, that's really interesting.
yeah, I think you're really good at making things read the way you want them to read, which is like that's actually a lot of different skills in one. Like you're selling it as like one skill, but it's actually like a whole package of skills.
Huh.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I didn't think about that.
Because it's not just that you make nice shapes. It's that your shapes are nice and readable and they tell many stories like instantly. So I think
hmm.
that's like actually huge. Huge.
Huh. Something kind of based on that, like my brother's a fine artist. He like paints in like oil. He does like giant oil paintings. So, like, those are
Yeah.
his paintings behind me. And he
Yeah.
has like a couple of friends that um are like gallery artists as well. And like sometimes they'll ask me like my opinion on something. And my
Mhm.
feedback is always like, or
Make
it's
it
usually
read
like more readable, like graphic light and shadow.
for
Um,
sure.
and they're like, well, you made my painting look like a Zac painting, but that's not like what I'm like trying to do. So
Yeah, I think that's actually very interesting because I'm kind of like that too. Like we have these like pieces of the puzzle that we really like. We're like, oh, this piece is sick. Like, I love this one. Like, it's easy. And it's like just something about that like value relationship to you is like just everything. Like, whereas to somebody else, it's like, I guess, okay.
yeah.
It's really interesting. I do wonder if some of those are absolute or if they're all relative. Do you know what I mean? Because like I've seen a lot of images or imagery that doesn't have a strong value read, but still does well, or you might enjoy it too. I might enjoy it as well. However, lighting and dark and light have a huge amount of weight for us
Mhm.
subjectively. So I don't
Or it
know.
might be contrast in color,
Yeah,
instead of contrast in value.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, I think just like for my taste, I like really graphic light and
yeah,
shadow.
yeah. Me
Um,
too.
but I would like to explore some of those other ways to make an image appealing. Like maybe it's
Yeah,
more about pattern and simplification.
true. It's so
Um,
many things. I think that's the fun part, right? And then like you can different like times of your life you can be interested in different parts of the formula, I guess,
mhm.
which is just so cool. Like that's just so cool to me. I think it's like
Yeah,
musicians too. Like sometimes they're obsessed with this one beat or like riff or something. And then they're like, okay, next next pattern. But patterns in general, like even value is a pattern, you know what I mean? Like to the human mind, like I was talking about like before, like I love understanding that our like pattern seeking recognition abilities and all that has so much to do with art. Like anything can be a pattern and you're like recognizing that pattern and you're repeating it and you just love it. It's so funny to me that we just like, ah, oh, I love that.
yeah,
I'm gonna do that 40 times.
yeah.
It's these things are really funny to me, like to simplify.
And then you have to find ways to get out of that and try new things
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
fail a bunch and go through that struggle again. So you're not just repeating the same thing forever.
Yeah. Have you actually ever like so you're saying about like you have to like you formulated that as like you have to get out of that, right? But I used to think that you like you have to. You can't ever stagnate and stuff.
Hmm.
I've seen so many artists that I love that are totally stagnating, but like I love what they do. And so it's not like inherently bad, but like do you think it's inherently bad to stagnate or like is it subjective?
For me personally, like if I don't find little things to challenge myself with and to improve and try new things, then that is a failure for me. Um,
I see.
if I do a painting the same, like I know I'm really good at this kind of composition and this kind of color,
Yeah.
like I can just keep doing that. And,
You feel like it's a bit of a cheat and you don't like it?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it does bother me a little bit when other people do it. I just like admire people who try new things and I can see them like exploring something new. I admire that so much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just love that when I see it.
But do you love it? So do you like it more when you can still recognize that person doing that thing because they still put their personal twist on it, or intentionally or not? Or do you also like it when you can't even recognize the artist anymore? Like
Um,
it's
Either
so
way,
different.
yeah, either way, it's part of the
Okay.
process, I think.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, like for me right now, something I'm doing that I'm not posting online is doing like purely abstract paintings with just texture, color, areas of rest,
I like
and
that.
trying to create pleasing compositions that aren't representative of anything.
Mm,
And what I'm learning through that is ways that I can create textures when I'm painting,
mm.
different ways of painting, painting techniques and stuff. Um, Also just different crazy compositions, and also different movements with my hand. Because like as an
Yeah.
artist, we're used to drawing the
Yeah.
same kind of shapes.
Muscle memory.
If we force ourselves out of it, then it's like, oh, that's a new shape I can use now. Now it's another like
Yeah.
tool I have.
Yeah. Yeah. Y- I I understand you for not sharing that. But on another level, have you ever seen when Nathan Fowles shares some of those explorations he does that aren't
Hmm.
necessarily explorative? Like, I think there's probably a bunch too that we haven't seen because like I respect that like a lot of artists are just, not sharing everything. But when he shares his representative work and his non-representational work, I'm so like thankful that he has also shared that because it gives you another window into like the kind of person he is and what he's thinking about and how he doesn't necessarily need it to be a person or a place or a tree or a thing, but he's also just playing, like Bob Ross or something. Like like his happy little tree, happy little strokes or something. Like
Yeah,
I literally picture Nathan going like putting just a stroke and going, that feels good. Or like, let me
he
put
would
another
say
one.
that too.
I just it's like so delightful almost to see somebody do something that doesn't really need to be anything
Mhm.
because especially when it's people who are serious about their craft. Like actually that's a fascinating thing. I'm so like self whatever, like I said something so fascinating just now. But like I like the what I'm saying is I like where that took me like mentally.
Mhm.
Um Imagining somebody who's like really good at what they do kind of detaching themselves from like it being so good and they're just kind of playing. I love that. I think that that shows a level of like somebody is so cool, I guess, that they're willing to like show you them doing something that doesn't make sense too. It I feel like it exudes a certain quality that I'm really like excited about being able to see. Because if if you, I'm trying to convince you to share your stuff, basically. it, through genuine interest. Like I'm not just trying to guilt you into it, but I'm saying like the reason I like Nathan sharing that is the same reason I would like you sharing it. Because like um you guys take what you do so seriously and like you do such a beautiful job at what you do that like watching people also play and just enter a different area I think is interesting for all the people who feel like they connect with you, whether they actually know you or it's parasocial. Like, I
Mhm.
think it could be interesting, um, to share. You don't have to share all of it. You don't have to share any of it, but there's probably an interest in people like, just accessing that place with you, I guess, if you're interested at all.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, I'll share some.
Yay.
Are you kind of studying or learning anything right now or pushing yourself in any kind of way? And it's fine if you're not. I know you're doing a lot. And
You
then,
know what's funny is that like when you said it's fine if I'm not, I was literally about to make I've said literally so much. I was gonna make the joke that like if I say no, will you look down on me?
no, I
Okay,
definitely will not look down on you because I'm only doing this because I had like a little bit of free time.
that's so funny.
Because
Like
normally I'm just trying to like do
I
do
know.
the best I can with the work that I'm doing. So
No,
I
that's
won't
respectable.
look down on.
I mean, like on some level, I'm poking fun at that, but like there's a lot of times where I tell somebody like, "Hey, like it's fine, but it's kind of like maybe 1% not fine," which is like a thing.
I am not judging at all, I promise.
Okay, I'm just kidding. I just think it's funny. But like, like if you're the kind of person I am, you're like in the back of your head, you're thinking about it. That's all. I think it's funny. But yeah, like basically to actually answer you, um, I am learning everything that art directing is challenging me for. Visually in terms of art, like I'm not as I'm not as in like dire need to evolve artistically as I used to be. But I really, really used to feel that drive. Like I really, really did, genuinely. And I think I highly recommend that drive for all people. Like the thing of feeling like you need to get better. Uh I actually really recommend that. And all the times I've ever heard people like do you ever get annoyed when people start to say, "No, just you're totally good enough. Like stop trying."
Yeah, that annoys me.
It makes me go like, do you know anything actually? Because if you really follow through on that advice, like good luck with your life. I don't know where you're gonna end up. But
Yeah.
like if you're just totally fine with who you are at any given moment, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I
Best
mean,
case scenario, you stay exactly where you are. Best case
yeah.
scenario. Worst
And you better not
case,
complain either. Because,
yeah.
a lot of times the people who say that stuff are also complaining, and it's like, dude, are you doing
Mhm.
anything? Anyways, so I'm learning basically all the challenges that art direction has in store, which are wonderful and difficult. But actually, I really like it because anytime I've noticed I've gotten better at understanding how to do a better job, which is like a big deal. I feel like you kind of watch how you dealt with something and then you see all the ways in which you could do better next time. Like that's I think what my brain is kind of even whenever I take walks now, like outside, I'm taking a walk, I'm like, okay, is the way that I briefed that task good? Could I do better next time? Could the way I communicated with that artist be better? Did I have some personal failure in the way I interpreted something or expressed something or anything like that? I think that's kind of like what the gears in my brain are doing now. Artistically, though, I'm trying to get better at direct application. If you're interested in like color and values and all that kind of talk, I know you like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So in that way, purely visually, I'm trying to get okay, I love like post and when I say post, I mean like all types of layer blending, editing, etc. Like I love that whole period of like you have values and colors down, and then you're kind of experimenting with playing with the digital tricks and stuff. I really like that part a lot. But I'm trying to get better at like not needing that. So any type of direct application, like alla prima mentality, of okay, these are the colors, these are the values, and that's just kind of it. I think that if somebody combines the two, like the post and the great like initial choices, that makes you almost unstoppable because like you know what you want and you know how to tweak it. That feels great. I think if somebody leans on one or the other as a crutch, like you can only improve your art, but you can't make the good initial decisions, or you can make good initial decisions, but you can't further polish. If it's too much one or the other, I think that's not quite right. So I'm trying to get better at the really good initial choices, which I think a lot of plein air artists are like incredible at, like Angela Song, for example, and you and your brother, and like of so many people, but like are like very inspiring with alla prima in general and that whole style. You know, that's the right word, right? Like just uh first. Alla prima means like first, right? Like first application.
I actually forgot what that meant. Um,
Yeah, I think it's Italian. As far as I'm concerned, I might be incorrect, but alla prima is like at the first or of the first or something like that. I
yeah,
think.
yeah. Let's see. Um,
By the way, I have a lot of questions for you, so I want you to also talk longer. Um, yeah. I think people are gonna be like, wow, she talks a lot.
a method of painting which pigments are laid in a single application instead of being
Yeah.
built up. Oh yeah, so exactly. So being very direct and just putting that color down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
Um,
ask you some stuff?
yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'm gonna read my little paper here, and I wrote it in purple, and my lighting is purple, so let me
Wow.
just split for a second. Uh, I mean, it's hard to see because it's the same color, but okay, what are some character traits that you feel artists should have? And it could be some of yours that help you. And also, are some character traits that hinder you or artists in general? So you can make it as personal or general as you want.
Your traits good for being an artist. Being self-critical,
Yeah.
um, always wanting to improve and learn something new. Because if you don't, then the world kind of passes you by.
Yeah.
Um, Observing, always looking outside, exploring, finding beauty in the little things. Definitely work ethic, like what we talked about.
Yeah.
Um, and then I think attention span,
Oh my gosh, that's so crucial. Yeah.
being able to like focus on one thing. Um,
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that.
because I see some people with so much potential, but they just can't get focused. And
Yeah.
it's like there are things you can do to like increase your attention span. And like I've
Hopefully
struggled
not
with it.
drugs. I would say hopefully not drugs.
Yeah, no, no,
Or
like
less,
I don't
less
do
restrictive.
any drugs. I'm all about like doing things
Things.
naturally.
I think
But
that's
like
good. I agree with that.
setting like timers for yourself, being like, this is my
Oh yeah.
intense like focus period, and then like giving yourself a reward for like 5 minutes where you can like goof off, do whatever you want, and then coming back and doing like another hour of intense focus.
Would you say focus is a muscle as well that you can train?
Yeah. If you don't use it, then you lose it. Um,
True. That's what they say.
yeah. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's like social media is ruining people's attention span, definitely.
Yeah, no, I actually think that just on a whole society level, like there's so many times where and you'd think we'd like notice this and kill it before it happens, but like in the history books, you can always tell they were doing this thing for like 100 years that really sucked actually, and they only found out when they really thought about it like 200 years too late. We're doing that all the time. Like things happen to us and we all adopt them and we're all like, yeah, okay, cool, sounds good. And then we watch ourselves like deteriorate, but we're like coping, like we're just like in complete denial. Like this thing is no, it's okay. It's totally fine. Like don't worry about it. Dude, we got this under control. Like No, we don't. What the heck? Like, oh my God. When is this stuff gonna, I don't know. I don't even
Yeah.
know what to do, but like, what do? You can't just like let this stuff roam free. I don't know. It's
You like
crazy.
justify it because it's addicting or it gives you like a little bit of
Exactly.
pleasure.
Yeah, yeah, no, like you justify it, and then honestly, what really kind of is really heartbreaking about that is that on a consistent basis, all the most vulnerable people suffer the most of everything like that. Because all the most educated people can educate themselves enough to like avoid restraint, whatever, have other things in their life, right? But like all the people who kind of don't know any better, or like nobody ever told them, or it's not in the education or whatever, like they're just suffering. And then their life like just never gets better. And then you could really just tie it to like three technological advancements or whatever, or like
Yeah.
trends. And that if if the information had been like brought down better or something, I don't know, like it's complex, like how do you really solve these things? But there's so much, I feel like, predictable ways to destroy your life that like people's just vulnerable people engage in, like people who just kind of like get addicted to things and stuff. Like we could do so much better as a whole, like all people, to truly really help each other, I guess. But these are difficult conversations, like
Yeah. Yeah. And I
I don't
think a
even
lot of
have.
that is like um what you're taught as
Yeah,
a kid. Like it's like do you just follow and go along with this thing or are you shown to kind of like question the world more?
yeah,
So it's always good to question like, oh, is
definitely.
everyone walking around like this with their head down? Like, do I look
Maybe
like
I should
that? Oh shoot, I'm doing that. I better stop doing that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna like not touch my phone for I'll limit it.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What was the
Uh,
second part of that question?
Yeah, so those were really good character traits that artists should have or that
Hmm.
benefit you as well. Like so I think you're giving recommendation based on like your own experience too.
Yeah.
Um and then any character traits that like hinder you or hinder artists. And I think usually it's like the opposite of the good stuff. But is anything, in particular?
Um, yeah, definitely the opposite of all those things that I mentioned.
Really?
I'm trying to think if there's anything like very specific, like a negative thing that I've seen. Um,
I can think of one, but I'll say it after.
yeah, I'm not sure. You go.
Okay, and then you can develop upon it.
Yeah.
So I think that being too suggestible or like too easily influenceable is bad. Not only because of like someone can like hijack your tastes or whatever and like just take you down a road you're not even genuinely interested in, but like someone could truly take advantage of you like mentally and like emotionally. I think that a lot of times like I'm like a very naive person and I wish the best for the world and everybody, and it's usually uh I'm getting better at it now, but it kind of takes me long before I realize um or I don't want to admit to myself like just how bad some situations are or just how bad some people really genuinely are. Like there's been situations where people are kind of weird and I think maybe there's something off, but like they're actually evil maybe, and it takes me a while because I don't go to that right away, and people shouldn't either assume the worst right away of anybody. But if you're easily like led and manipulated and stuff as an artist or as a person as well, art is going to be really tough because like there's a lot of in the entertainment industry, in any kind of industry, especially as a freelancer and all that, there's a lot of like strong personalities and strong voices and strong this and strong that. And sometimes that's good. Like when people are strong in what they do and they're a good influence, that's really cool. but some people are really strong at what they do, but they're a terrible person and they're like super insecure and evil and they like manipulate everybody around them and stuff. And I think those are very dangerous people for the ones that are more vulnerable. Um, I remember a couple of situations where I encountered some people like that at work, or I heard of somebody knowing somebody like that at their job, or having to deal with somebody like that. And it's like you can only really survive and like be sane and not like destroyed after that if you're a strong-willed individual with an identity and like a mind of your own and critical thinking and stuff, who doesn't get like easily taken advantage of and compromised. And I would say that but the two of us are like not vulnerable of this because we're more easily ready to like have a reasoning behind what we think and like stand behind it and stuff. But some people are very ready to be like, is this person gonna like me more if I just agree with them? Okay, and then that takes you down a road that like you don't even know how bad it can get. If you just do things because it seems convenient or whatever. And some people can really lose themselves in darker personality traits of other people. Yeah. And I don't want that to be the case, but I would really think that like people need to get a good radar and like know how to deal with people like that
Yeah.
and not suffer from it.
Something I've seen, which is pretty common in animation, is a lot of people um, chase a position um, for the power, and
Okay.
they love being the center of attention, and but I've seen them, um, they act very, very insecure. So it's like they're overcompensating with like words and being in this like high, powerful position. But they're deep down, I think they're insecure about maybe their artwork or something. So they'll never take the fall for their artists. They'll never be like, in a director review, they'll never be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I misled the artist a little bit. That's why they did that." Or um,
Okay.
or they'll like pick favorites. They'll like treat others like really poorly.
To kind of show like some level of power or something like that, or
Yeah. I haven't like fully thought that one through, but I see it a lot. Like it'll be so obvious to me. I'll be like, okay, there's their favorite artist, there's their second favorite. You can
okay.
just tell by the way that they're acting. Um,
It's some kind of game.
yeah, it's like this weird politic game. It's like, okay, that person's going to lunch with them every day to like,
Oh, just you even saying that is like giving me like
yeah,
like some level of like uh even their favorite person might be suffering out of having to like fake all this stuff that they feel like they have to do. I don't know. So yucky.
yeah.
Hmm. That
Um,
makes me worry.
yeah, so yeah, I see people like that, and it's
Hmm.
yeah, it's pretty gross. And I just, it's like someone like, okay, I'm not going to work with that person again. I might just like appease the situation, not
Sure.
ruffle many feathers um until there's like a way out or the next project. Or
Sure, sure.
yeah.
When you encounter that, two questions about that. Has it been people you knew beforehand or people you didn't really know and you didn't especially have an opinion formed and then you saw that and that was like the first you knew? And also when that has happened, um, what was I gonna say? Um, do you think life is gonna kind of just find its own way to show them that's not the way? Or do you feel a bit like I might have to do something or I don't
Usually it's me kind of meeting someone for the first time.
know.
Um, because if I'm already friends with someone, then I already know them. It's not like, I'm friends with them for a reason. Or
Yeah, hopefully you haven't seen that come of somebody you knew, because that would mess me up. I feel like if I like knew somebody and then I like saw that, I'd be like, oh my God,
Yeah.
what? Weird.
Yeah.
More, more, more than weird. Anyway.
Yeah. And I like to think that like karma will come and or um they will their actions will like have consequences. I like to think that the universe will kind of like figure that stuff out. At least that's what I tell myself, so I feel better about it. Um, if it's someone who I am like closer with, I don't know if I've had to do, I don't think I've really had to do this, but if it's someone, if it were a friend and I could see them kind of like going down this wrong path, I would definitely like talk to them about it and try to like lead them in a different way or something.
Yeah. You may reason with them like, hey, maybe that came from the wrong place. Maybe you should like rethink that. I would, listen to this side or that side or something.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. What you said, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. So whatever. Sorry. I thought of something and it was about it's lost. It's
Well, if it
okay.
comes back,
It's okay. There's like so much other stuff that it almost doesn't matter. But okay. But yeah, that's really good answers. Thank you.
yeah.
Um, yeah, those are really interesting situations. I feel like all the potential malevolence, whether it's intentional or not, of people we encounter. You have to be a strong person, I feel like, in general, but in this industry for sure, because it's kind of a marketplace of ideas and personalities and egos and stuff. So, you know.
Hmm.
Um, okay, I wanted to ask, actually, some of these questions are going to be super related to things we already talked about, which is good. So, you know how you're talking about like that creative kind of juice in certain paintings and people and that voice that certain people have when you bring them onto something and like that's that thing about them and stuff like that. When you look at your own work and that sort of dynamic about yourself or what you aspire to in your own work, like what is what's what's like your highest aspiration, or when you think of you creating something and it would feel just like full and great and like it hits some level you're very interested in hitting. Uh, what does that look like? And what's that essence? What are you embodying there if you go there? Is it something you've done a little bit of, as well?
Yeah, I think, let me know if I'm answering this like correctly, but
It's like,
I feel like when I can create a moment, capture a mood with like some characters showing something unique in a different way, maybe a new idea. That's what I aspire to do every time. Um, because like right now I'm on a project with Ian McHugh and Neil Ross, and
wow,
every time they show work, like I'm just like, oh my gosh, like
you're amazing.
they're like my favorite artists, and like I see their stuff, I'm like, damn, I suck at designing. Like, why am I on? Um, but
I
I
think you guys
remind
are on a similar
myself.
level.
I remind myself like, okay, they hired me on this project because I'm good at like these quick story moments with like characters and emotion and capturing a mood like and I
Sure.
generate a lot of ideas. Like I just need to keep doing that. And I'm not Ian, I'm not Neil. Like I'm me and I need to um
Like one.
I'm me. This is what I do. This is what I try to do, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I think owning that is good. They would probably rather you own that than feel insecure that you're not them, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
I think. Um,
For
and they
you, what
probably, hmm?
I was gonna ask you the same question. What is it for you?
I think it's interesting because I think we both moved away from I think when we met, I think like 8 years ago or something at like a CTN. Don't remember exactly when that was, but maybe around that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that CTN or not.
I
It's like
wanted to
one of the
ask you, like, when did we first meet? It was a long time ago, though.
yeah, I think it was like a CTN. And you had some paintings with like there was like a monster painting, a little round monster and two kids and like an autumn.
My gosh, that was 10 years ago, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And yeah, I think that's when we met. And I remember that your paintings had a similar feeling to mine where they were like kind of noisy in a way. Not saying that in a bad way. Like they were beautiful as well. Like your paintings were always beautiful, but they also had this level of like overworking to them, where I think you've gradually like gotten to such a nice level of like just the right amount of like you define this area and then this one's like beautifully loose and like it's just super artistically balanced, Whereas, and the reason I'm kind of playfully calling them noisy is because I feel like I used to do the same thing, where like we kind of add too much information for no reason in like random places, Like 10 years ago, if you look at something you did, you're like, I don't know what I was doing, like adding so many shapes here. It's not even appealing. Like I should have put them over here or over there or whatever. And I don't know, that's something I notice when I look at like both of our past work and I'm thinking like how when you move to like understanding what the essence is that you're actually after and you're not just putting strokes on a canvas for no reason, like things end up being so much more readable and memorable and like they hit somebody in the heart, like they hit you in the heart, they hit the viewer in the heart because they're not just like you putting strokes down. I'm saying when I say you, I mean me too. Like I think I used to just like make shapes and be like, that's my painting, take it or leave it. But now I guess when I make a painting, I'm like, there's like an emotion driving it, And if it's not if it's not simplified in a sophisticated way, I'm not interested in creating it, I guess. Like it has to be simple in a way that looks really effortless and easy and um communicate something, emotional, I guess. Same as you, but like I think that I really value just like beautiful simplicity. Well, I would rather like a beautiful, simple shape, like uncomplicated, rather than something noisy or like stressful to look at. Um, I think that feels like the natural progression of artists like across the ages too, though. So it's interesting because you wonder if it's like you who likes that, or if it's something you've been taught to like, or I don't know like how it works too, but it's interesting.
Well,
Uh
art that has areas of interest and then areas of rest, it's challenging for um the viewer in a good way because um they can it's a bit of an exercise. Like we're not giving them everything. So they
yeah,
have to use their imagination a little bit. They have to like
like a book.
use their brain. Yeah. Um, so that's why like you don't want to just like photo bash a tree. It's better to paint a tree and design interesting areas of detail versus simplification. So then the viewer, when they look at the tree, they're like, okay, I know it's a tree. The details in the leaves tell me that. And then these areas where it's just some bigger shapes, that allows me to look at those areas and imagine what is in there.
Yeah, actually, you know what? The way you just said that makes me think, okay, that's I love that answer. The reason I love it is that it makes me think of something that I've been realizing in the last few years about what we do and like our duty as artists. And it kind of is like an additional reason that I think this so it like solidifies that idea, is that like, okay, when you think of musicians, for example, they basically they summarize a lot of human emotion in their words, but also in just the music, that people who are just living day-to-day lives where they're not like creating and expressing and digesting and blah blah, like creating creative stuff, they need that outlet. Like listening to art or viewing art is something that emotionally releases them in a way that they need. And also the artist needs to, but like it's more of a service as well to other people. So because you were able to provide them with an experience that's like emotionally interesting and they can also relate to it in their own way where they inject their own reality just enough. Like you gave them a framework for them to like live inside and imagine. So that's visually what you're explaining too. So like when they listen to music, that happens. When they look at a piece of art that's satisfying and challenging, they're doing that. But if they look at something that's giving them too much information, it might be less satisfying or less creative for them. They might be like less interested in it because the work is already all done for them and they're like less, there's like less for them to do, or it's less about them and the piece, it's more just about the piece. There's all these kind of relationships there that I feel like are super interesting. Like what are what we make, what value it has for other people experiencing it. Um, so I really like the way you said that, where even the level of like resolution or not resolution in the image creates like a rhythm, I guess, for them, like to imagine and not imagine. That's really cool. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
nice.
that's interesting.
Yeah, cool. No, thanks for putting it that way. I think that that's super relevant. Really
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, so I think we like, I guess we aspire to do that really well. I
Yeah, yeah,
think that's
definitely.
cool. Yeah,
Hmm.
for sure. Um, what do you what do you think? This is the one that Justin suggested, and I like it a lot. What do you feel about the link between your art and the place you live?
Um, we talked a little bit about like nature and the importance of that. Um, I think being comfortable in an area is important. So setting up your space in a way that you don't have to worry about, someone coming in through the door, you know, I don't know, something happening right outside your window or like, I don't know, anything that's going to irritate you. So setting up a space so it's like nice, it's a nice area that you can just get into the zone and focus.
Yeah.
That's really important. In a past place I lived, the AC broke in the summer and they would not fix it. And I was stuck in this tiny in quarantine in this tiny apartment. It was a good apartment and everything, but yeah, they were always like, "Oh yeah, we'll send someone down to fix it tomorrow." I'm like, "Okay, cool, they'll fix it." And then a few days would go by, I'd check on it, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, next week. Sorry, we ordered the part. They're gonna fix it." Um, like we did this all summer. It was 115 degrees in my apartment in LA at certain
Did you get a
times.
fan at any point?
Yeah, I had fans. I did all the tricks. I got like I put my feet in like an ice bucket. I was
Oh
sitting
no.
like butt naked at some points, just painting. Um, yeah, I mean, my environment was so uncomfortable. I accomplished so little that summer. Um,
Oh gosh.
I was like, okay, from now on, like whatever it takes, I'm not gonna like go through that kind of experience again. Like if I have to like pay extra or like do whatever, you
Yeah.
know, um, yeah. And then the other side of that is like, me personally, I like having like fresh air, some nice trees.
Oh my
Like
gosh, for sure. It's so important.
yeah, there's a river behind my brother's house. That's where I am currently, and I hear the river going by. Um,
Yeah, water, like looking at water or hearing water is just bliss.
yeah.
Like I have water, the Mediterraneans out there,
Mhm.
and like I can just go walk over and look at it, and it's so good because there's just nothing. There's just water. And like I said, my place is so tiny, and it's so like like if someone looks at like my place, they're like, "Are you like in poverty or something?" Like it's such a humble little apartment. But I'm always just like looking outside. Like I don't, like if my view outside is beautiful, the inside doesn't need to be that crazy.
Yeah.
I feel you can live somewhere beautiful because it's surrounded by beauty,
Mhm.
and it's so much more enriching, you know. Yeah,
Yeah. That's
yeah, I
that's
agree with what you
awesome.
said. It's so important. Yeah. Um, I also I think it's interesting how, some people they kind of surround themselves with all these plants and stuff. I have a few plants. Do you think plants are important or not so much?
Yeah, I like plants. I have like a tree next to me. I think they have like a really nice feeling, kind of bringing the outside in a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, I have to like protect my plants or like keep them up high or something so my cats don't eat them. Because even if it's a fake plant, they will just
Oh
eat it.
no. They're like,
Um,
this is for me, this is food.
yeah,
Oh, that's funny. And cats can climb up pretty high, so I imagine you have to like be creative.
yeah. I gotta make sure they can't like jump from something and like land on it or
Oh no.
yeah.
Dang. Little guys.
I know.
That's funny. And what do you think, even like the state you live in or the region, do you feel like mountains have a different vibe than like open plains or like what's your favorite personally?
Yeah, I don't like flat. That is just uninteresting to me. I like
Dang,
when the sun goes down and it like creates interesting like light and
shape.
shadow shapes
That's
and
true. That is actually underestimated, like very underrated. Yeah.
um so yeah, where I live now, I just see this giant mountain across from me and when the sun
That's so
sets on
cool.
it, it's just like different kind of lighting and color and the shapes
Yeah.
it creates. It's just inspiring. You feel like a little person on
Yeah.
this big planet and
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I agree. Oh, I just wanted to interject to say, like, have you ever climbed to the top of a mountain and like on a hiking trail and then just felt how you ever like try okay, this is very specific, but like have you ever been up there and then put yourself in the shoes of like if you were hundreds of years ago up there? Because you get this feeling that's so just like there's nothing else like that. Being so high up that you see all around you, you're like, this would be like a religious experience,
Mhm.
where you can see so much that the average person doesn't see because of that much perspective. It would really just, I feel like, just boggle your mind that you'd like never be the same. Because
Yeah.
nowadays we have so many like we can see pictures of that, we can see videos of that, we can see crazier things in CGI and whatever. But like back in the day, that might have been one of the most like insane things to ever see. Just like getting high up somewhere and just looking. It's like
Yeah.
so cool. You're like, oh, I'm a god up here. It's so cool. I just love that.
Yeah. You know, or have you heard of Sedona, Arizona?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's a place that you were showing. And I
Yeah.
that's actually one of the places I like really want to go and see because all those places that are dry and have like interesting terrain and geography and stuff, I've always been like fascinated by that. Just like anything that's kind of deserty plus cliffs and mountains and stuff to me is like incredible. It must be something about the color too, because I think green mountains and stuff like in Canada and everything are very interesting as well. Like they're fascinating in their own way. But there's something about that like red, orange, and green and like the purple shadows and like I don't know, just things about that vibrancy that even the temperature creates, that are like
Yeah.
special. like in those Edgar Payne paintings and stuff, you just feel like, whoa, it's different. Yeah, I want to go there. Like, I really want to go there. So, yeah. Does that inspire you a lot?
Yeah, well, I used to live there for a while, and yeah, exploring around that area was really cool because there's ruins like up in these red rock formations where people like Indians from hundreds of years ago built these like little structures in the side of these mountains, and they just had these incredible
Uh,
views. And I was thinking, like, imagine being like the first people to go to this place and then just be like, oh, I'm gonna live here.
I'm just gonna, yeah. It must have been so difficult, like resource-wise and everything, but it's so amazing
Mhm.
how I'm sure we're romanticizing it a lot, but like it really is so cool.
Yeah, yeah, I know it was
That's
a tough life back then, like hunting and gathering and like, yeah,
but something very special about it. Like probably feeling very connected and like appreciative of the view and the things you get to see. I could imagine.
yeah,
I've always loved like any kind of cities that are carved into mountains or anything like that, like Petra, or like even in Spain, there was a city that Justin and I visited where it's like kind of underneath a mountain face or something, is like a cliff, and then there's these little houses, and all that stuff is so fascinating because it's kind of like civilized caveman something, sort of like a city, but it's
yeah,
caverns. And there's also like, you know, when you see those cavern houses, and something just on like abstract painting level about just the way the doors are placed in the cave. Like you see the cave, the structure of the mountain, and then you see all these little dots of like doors and windows. And you're like, oh, the way that those are laid out is just beautiful. Like it looks like a little strokes, like
yeah,
someone made an abstract painting or something. I love that stuff. It's so cool.
yeah.
Yeah, those are so cool. Yeah, so you like mountains and stuff.
Hmm.
Nice. I was gonna say, oh yeah, you asked me about the nature thing and everything,
Hmm.
and I wanted to, I guess like we talked about why we both like nature and painting nature, but also the aspect of like characters observing or adventuring. I think that a lot of both of our like what we draw is a person who's kind of in awe of wherever they are. You know, like they're just there and they're just kind of taking it in.
Yeah.
What drives you to do that?
Well, definitely like putting myself into these like moments I'm trying to create. And it's all based on like experiences I've had. So like growing up, exploring like abandoned factories and like trespassing, like abandoned
Doesn't always talk about
hospitals.
this.
And like
Oh my
there's
God.
one time we went to this abandoned hospital in like upstate New York, and we were like we've climbed like high up in this like in these like ruins of this hospital, and we see police cars come, and then we see like searchlights, and we're like okay, searchlights are on that side, so then we try to get down on the other side, and
Oh my God.
uh, we
It's
like
like
get
a
out of
it's like a
there.
TV show.
It's like what?
Like a TV show. Like
Yeah.
oh
um
my God.
but yeah, I used to do that kind of stuff a lot, and that was like so much fun. And so that inspires like my work and that like sense of adventure and everything.
Hmm. I actually have a question for you on that topic because Justin and I have talked about that before. And like on the topic of having a family and stuff, because you know, there's things you did when you were a kid that you're like, you wonder, I guess, or I wonder if like certain things are okay to like let your kids do or not, and like how much do you explain or warn or not, or or how much do you like even not allow them to do certain things. And Justin brought up very similar stuff to what you said, where like he said that exploring like construction sites and stuff where he could have been in great danger like really inspired him and influenced him in a way where you're in an area and it's all rough and scruffy and like you something might fall and crush you or whatever. And you're like so excited by the thrill of that. And he would explain that to me. And I've done that a couple times when I was a kid, but like more about like, okay, I'm putting some bugs in a jar in like a relatively safe area. Like I'm not really as much of a like a glutton for danger or whatever. But he said that that really influenced him a lot, and I feel like I can see it in his work and in your work, like this spirit of adventure and like a kind of an extra layer of like thrill seeking and creativity that my work is more about being at peace where you are, you know. But you guys have more of this stroke of like the character is like looking for mischief in the zone, or like they see something and it's like a pile of rubble and they're like, I'm gonna go there or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas I would put a tree there instead or something, you know. But like I think that's interesting. Like, would you let your kids do that? Would you tell them like, actually, there's some things you're not allowed to do, son, but like I did that. I don't know. Are you curious about, do you ever think about that? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Like me, I definitely had to like sneak out to do anything like that. I think I would try to teach my kids to, um, to be safe and to like not do anything too bad. Like don't steal, don't harm anyone, like core, like just being a good
Sure.
person.
Yeah.
And if they have like this urge to like maybe kind of like sneak into somewhere they shouldn't be or something, like I would not be mad at them for that.
Mm. Yeah, and you know what? When you say it that way, I feel like Justin has also kind of softened my opinion on that. Because at first it was so like, what if they die? Like you lose your kid. Like what? How could you accept that, you know? But on some level, it's like, yeah, I guess you have to face risks when you're young. That way you appreciate your life. You see what the different things are in reality, I guess. But if your parents do equip you with a good sense of like how to deal with potential situations, then probably better that they experience some level of real risk, maybe. I don't know. I'm so hesitant to say that. But
Yeah. I think,
as a woman.
yeah, I think you have to let them, like, this is probably more in boys. We have like this, we have to like go out and like drive a fast car or like, do like crazy mountain biking stuff or like do like tricks on a skateboard. Like we like
Almost
danger.
break your neck, like
Yeah.
yeah.
You
Yeah, no, I see it. I see it.
you have to allow like a little bit of that because also if you're a parent and you're like too control
Yeah,
everything, then there's the danger that they will like completely um go off the deep end like when they have like a little bit of freedom, like get
yeah.
into
No,
drugs or
that's
like
so.
really bad
Oh, you know,
things.
that's very true. I feel like that's really insightful. Yeah, like they just don't know what to do with it. They're just like, oh, I'm gonna get messed up, like or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, yeah. I guess they have to like learn how to cope with unexpected and stuff.
Yeah.
No, that's a good answer. I think that's fair. Okay, you and Justin, like, I guess you guys win. You make a good point. You make a
Yeah.
darn good point.
If I had a daughter though, like man, that would be like I do not that would be so tough. I would be like, no, just stay here. Just the world is evil. Just like,
Just stay at home and knit something, dear.
yeah.
No, I'm sure like you would probably love to see a certain amount of independence in your daughter, but
Mhm.
like you want her to stay safe and stuff too, like out of care. So I
Yeah,
think,
definitely.
yeah, in reality you'd be more balanced about it.
Hmm.
But yeah, this talking about childhood and children and stuff ties well into this. Like, um, what about your childhood self or behavior have you noticed still shows up in your life or work? And how do you feel about that?
Um, when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time alone. Like both my parents worked minimum wage jobs, so I would come home from school and I'd have my own key. I'd let myself in, like super
Latchkey food.
little. Yeah. Um, and there's just a lot of time like alone with my own thoughts and kind of being lonely. But those times I found comfort in like drawing in my sketchbook, playing guitar, like creative things, like building Legos. Like I was always doing like creative things. So
Yeah.
those alone times became like a comfort for me. And I see that today. Like when I'm dealing with something, I will kind of lock myself away. Like I won't even respond to emails. I don't text anyone back. I'll just I'll just be alone and I'll like be creative and I'll deal with the issues that I'm trying to deal with. I'll like work really hard at whatever I'm doing and um complete the task that I'm trying to complete. Um, or deal
Yeah.
with whatever I'm trying to deal with in my head alone. And then once I've like come up with a solution or I've like overcome something, then I'm like, okay, now I can like go back into the world.
Return to reality. Like,
Yeah.
you go, "Ooh, okay, I can return.
Yeah.
I am I'm part of society again." That's funny. I
Yeah.
think, man, I can really relate to that, but like, are we supposed to fix that? Like, are we okay? I think like a lot of us are like that.
Yeah. I think that's okay for artists because everyone deals with things differently. And I used to think that was a problem because everyone around me, they'd be like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? Like this isn't healthy and whatever." It's like, but when I'm in one of those situations where I lock myself away for a couple weeks, um, I find a solution to this problem. I become a better person through that.
Mm,
I accomplish something with my artwork. Like I just like level up in my life. So
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'll it's working for
Yeah,
me, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like remember when I said sometimes I'll notice like patterns that work for me and I'm like, okay, which part of it, like something obvious or not obvious worked? Like, and then I wonder if there's like something to fix to make it even better. Like, I guess if I'm very isolated sometimes, I do wonder if it's even better if I add a small amount of like seeking support, but not too much to where you're still like dealing with it mostly alone. But then you kind of like also let another one or two people in onto like your vulnerable issue or something you're having. Because I've found like when I used to only deal with it alone, I would only have my own ideas and reactions, which is really useful because like you get better and better at, you know, being there for yourself, hopefully. Some people get worse and worse at it, but you hope that you get better and better at it. But and that's not really a laughing matter because it can get serious, but it's a bit funny too, in a way, just laughing at reality. But um when you do kind of start to experiment with like, hey, maybe I'll ask a friend, what they would do or how they would deal with this. I find like it's interesting to hear perspectives that are not your own, especially when you kind of show people that you're going through something that they've never even seen you go through because you never told them about it or anything. It has to be the right people, obviously, but I think it can be interesting. But I do think that people who can do that, like who have the capacity to do what you said, to be alone and like go through something and come out stronger and all that, that's super important, especially as artists. Because like at the end of the day, you're the artist, not like some other person who you're waiting for to come into your life. Like you have to do and drive so much of your life, right? Like all of it basically. So if
Yeah.
you're not able to like just sit there and just deal with your life, then it doesn't get dealt with. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's very important. Mm.
you don't want to like burden someone else. Sometimes like you have to figure it out for yourself. I do think I could be better at like probably talking with someone, but when I'm in that moment, the last thing I want to do is talk to someone.
It makes sense. Yeah. Like I would give the advice of like talk to somebody, but then I could totally relate to like not wanting to either. Have you ever been in a situation where you're there, you're in that space, and it's not going as expected, like as it usually does? You're like, oh, this one's too hard, or this one's terrifying me, and like my life is falling apart kind of way, or can I even handle this one? Or I don't know.
Yeah. Um, there has been times like that. Um, one was kind of recent and I got very close to like just calling someone. Um,
Okay.
but for some reason I didn't. I think it was like super late at night. I just went to bed. And then um but yeah, I think if it's really, really bad and I don't see a solution or a way out, then it's kind of like if I'm desperate, then I'll like reach out to someone.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, yeah,
So
and
you're not you don't like disallow yourself from reaching out if it's really serious. You've done it. It's okay. Like,
yeah, I remember one time where I was in like a really, really dark place in life and I didn't know, like I felt like very trapped in the situation I was in.
yeah.
And I called I called someone and he really helped me. Like I was like I felt like I was going through life in a fog, kind of like observing myself um
Yeah.
from a distance. And I did that for like a month, I think, and then I was like, okay, I need to call someone, and they kind of like helped me, like, okay, you can do this here. Maybe you could do this thing, and just knowing that someone was there for me
Yeah.
was really helpful.
Somebody cares about you and your well-being.
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you mind elaborating on like what created that circumstance? Was it an art thing or like because I know
yeah.
you take art really to heart, you know, and I feel like when artists are such that like art means a lot to us, it is so much part of who we are that if anything like, you know, troubles our whole rhythm, we're like boggled like
Yeah.
uh was it that or 'cause sometimes like things that would really mess up other people to us are like, "Eh, whatever." But like if it messes with the art, you're like, oh my God. It's funny. I don't know. I don't mean to make light of it, but like, was it art or was it like something else or
Um, it was a non-art thing, and yeah, I can talk about it. I've never talked about it like publicly, but like some people know. Um, yeah, screw it. Let's talk about it.
you don't need
Uh,
to if it's uncomfortable. I don't want to make
no. Because actually there's some kind of like rumors about this anyway, so it'd be fine if I like put it out there. So,
whatever you're
um,
comfortable with. I'm not trying to like get any juicy thing. Was just like, you know, if anybody can get anything out of like learning from your example, or if you want to
yeah,
talk about it.
no, like after college, like I was dating a girl and we end up getting married and she gets pregnant and we have a boy and I'm a dad. I'm like just starting out in my like art career. I have like a bunch of like little jobs and everything like um and a year goes by and my son is 1 years old and right around that time my wife at the time was like he might not be your kid uh and like I remember just like I didn't Like
What do you
I
do?
I fell on the ground. Like I couldn't even move. I was like, what?
Yeah,
Like this is insane. Like I didn't
yeah,
think
your whole
like,
reality, yeah,
yeah.
your whole reality is kind of bent too. Mm.
Um, so like I dealt with that. That's when I was in like that kind of like cloud. I felt like I was just like floating through life for a while. And that's when I like talked to someone. Um, and
Mm.
I got like a DNA test done. He ended up not being my kid. Um,
Wow.
and so so I was like, wow, that's this little human I've been taking care of for the past year. I've just been like loving, like isn't mine. And then
Wow. Oh my God. I mean, I think that'll, that's, sorry, I shouldn't say anything at all. I just, what would most people do with that? Like, that's, wow.
and then
Oh,
like leading up to that, the relationship I had with the this girl was it was like it just kept getting worse and worse and like so I was almost like relieved when I found out he wasn't mine because then I was like, okay, now I have like a way out. Like I can kind of get out of this situation. Um, so
understandable.
I move out. I have a couple of my friends like help me move out, and then I send the divorce papers over, and the divorce is like a whole nother like takes years of time, tons of money.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm
it's
divorced as well.
yeah. Um, but yeah, that um,
Wow.
yeah. So yeah, I think I was fully done with it all like when I was like 24 years old, and that's when I moved to LA. So it was kind of like a fresh start, and that was great. Um,
Wow.
but yeah, some people who know that story, um, they will. I don't know. They kind of like spread parts of that story like around to people. They'll be like, "Oh, did you know Zach has a kid?" I'm like, "No." Like I'll hear this from
No,
someone
no,
randomly.
yeah, no,
I'm like,
that's not exactly true.
"Yeah." I was like, that's not true." Like, do you want to see the test? Like, Jesus.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, and the fact that like certain people like in our industry will still like try to like bring that up or something or use that against me or use it to like make me look bad or something. And
Wait, so what happens when someone's trying to make you look bad? Is this like something that's happening when you're not there and people are just talking about things and making you look bad, like they're insecure? Like what, why would anybody do that? Like I think I'm trying to understand because I don't think that way. I don't really like just randomly try to just fuck with somebody's life. Like, so I don't understand like where it even comes from. I think the only reason I would ever like say something negative about someone is because I genuinely had like a negative experience with them. And I'm not trying to like just say it for entertainment's sake, but like just, hey, like let's figure this out. Or have you, is this person cool or are they messed up? Or like what like are things okay, I guess? Maybe like gauging if somebody's stable or healthy or like manipulative or but people who kind of just spread stuff like how does that work like with your situation?
yeah, I learned that people will do it just to make themselves they'll use it as a way to like, oh, I've got some like juicy information, and then they're like the highlight of like
Mm.
something. Because like one of my like close friends who I thought was like very close to me, I would kind of like open up to him about like some of these things, and then I would hear through from like someone else.
Like a distortion of it or
Yeah,
something.
and I was like, how is this person even like knowing? I was like, I've only told this person, um, and I realized like I don't see myself as like famous or anything. but I know some other people do. So they'll be like, "Oh, Zac Retz, he worked on blah blah blah." Like, did you know he like this happened?
Yeah,
Or
sure. Did you know whatever bullshit, like
yeah,
whatever. Like it doesn't even matter what it is, I guess at that point. They're just saying something, I guess.
yeah.
Mm.
So I was like, wow, I really like you gotta be really careful who you trust.
Yeah, I don't that makes me so uncomfortable. I feel like you were probably telling somebody in confidence, something that happened into you that they should take seriously and they should respect that thing and that it's troubling you in some fashion and like you're being vulnerable. And then they're kind of going and like insulting you and the very fact that you opened up by taking advantage of you and like, you know, that's I think, when I talked earlier about like the ways people can be, I guess, like bad people out there. That's so it's just scary thing, like when people masquerade as somebody that you can trust and who like respects you and then they like betray you in a way. It's just to me it's so pointless because for me I'm so driven by like the just genuinely being surrounded by people I respect and like admire and stuff and like how sheerly positive that is that I can't imagine somebody taking that and then like messing with it. Like, why would you mess with that? Why would you like have a friend that you respect and like think is cool? And then you're like, what can I do with their stories? Like, it's so evil and like impish, like Gollum or something. Like, it's
Yeah.
nasty. I hate it. I hate how like it insults you, it insults them. It even insults the people they're talking to because they're like, "Hey, stoop down to my level." Like, I don't know, I hate it, like all around. It sucks.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna throw
Uh,
away like a 5 year friendship. Like
like, was it
that's
worth it? Are you proud of yourself? You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
so I don't understand like the pathing that they're doing like mentally just sucks. Like how earlier I was saying like that I think about like that whole like connections and like how something leads to something else and whatever like but dude if you're gonna like make friends and then lose them in shitty ways do you have a plan? Because that's not a good one. I
yeah,
think it just sucks. Like, I just want to laugh at how much that sucks for a second. Because I know it's painful and it hurts that people are like that, and it's very serious, But the fact that that person is just so bad at life is just pathetic to me in a way, too, in a funny way. Like, so I don't know if that like for me, I guess if so, I have had a situation where I was naive and I didn't realize how manipulative somebody was until I realized how much like stress was in my body when I spoke to them. I
mm,
was like, oh my God, this is a narcissist. Like I've never experienced this in my life before. I was like Googling it and stuff.
yeah,
And I was like, oh shit, like this is the real thing. What people are like this? I thought this was like tales of the whatever. And then you kind of like realize, whoa, some people built different.
yeah.
And you kind of, I don't know, you start to behave differently, I guess, right? I hope it
Mhm.
doesn't scare you too much in a way. I hope you're still just who you are, and yeah, I don't know, does it make you close up or are you still just like, oh, I'll do my thing and
I thought a lot about that, and I was like, I can't be anyone else besides me. Like,
yeah,
I'm
that's true.
just gonna keep being me. Like, that's all I can do. And the people who know me know that I'm a good person. I'm trustworthy. Like, I'll treat you with respect, and you tell me something like it's I will hold on to that. Um, so yeah, I will always just be myself, and like yeah, I'm definitely like more cautious now. Um,
Sure. Mm.
I think part of me, like I was alone. I spent a lot of time alone, like in childhood, very like few friends, like so then when I became like a well-known artist and then all of a sudden everyone wants to hang out with me all the time, like
You didn't know what to do with
mess.
it
Yeah.
necessarily.
I was
Mm.
like, oh, there's people really want to get lunch with me or like Are they trying to get something? Like definitely some people are trying to get something from me. Or like use that time to like spread a little bit of drama or like make a story. Yeah, like people in the entertainment industry, they like there's tons of like incredible people, like my favorite people in the world work in
Yeah.
animation, but then there's also the opposite end of that, like the
The variance.
conniving, yeah,
Yeah.
the narcissists. Um, and you learn to kind of see who those
Yeah.
people are and keep your
Yeah.
distance.
Yeah. It's funny because you said the word entertainment, like about the industry, but it made me think just like these people are seeking entertainment in the wrong places. Like stick to like movies and books and stuff. Like
Yeah.
don't just make your life just this dramatic shit show. It doesn't need to be that way. You know, they're trying to like, oh, I've seen this in a movie where like somebody's a terrible person. Let me try this. Like, no, it's not gonna go well. I don't know. I know it's like serious and it's also like very actually upsetting, but I feel like my my way to cope with people like that is just to be like unbelievably so like just laugh at it because like what else can you do, I guess, when you realize that there's people like that, you know?
Yeah.
Um, it's so just kind of like I feel like I've heard people talk about studies where they study like chimps and stuff or various monkeys and they're like the ones that are advanced and like get stuff done or whatever or like look healthy is like where there's like mutual beneficial behavior. Like monkeys will like do good things for each other and stuff. And then all the ones where like some narcissist psychopath monkeys leading the pack just like die out. And I'm like, it do be like that. Like, you know, people are gonna like the proof is in the pudding, I guess, you know, like
Yeah.
sometimes somebody leads the way in like a dark kind of way and I don't know, that's not gonna really lead to anything good. I feel like evolution as far as I know. Um, there's probably a lot of like weird dark stuff too, but mutual beneficial behaviors are like really good for creatures, you know, like where
Mhm.
you into the future you help each other. And like that's what I really like about the feeling of community with like genuine people is when you know that like I'm on their side. They're on my side. Let's go. Like we're just gonna get better and better and better, and everything's gonna get better and better. I'm like that feeling is so cool. And I think if somebody literally just chooses to fake that they're on that path with you, and then at some point exclude themselves from it by like proving to you that they're shitty, go for it. Like, why are you doing that? I don't know why you're doing that, but like, it's not gonna work or anything, you know? So yeah, when I say go for it, I don't mean that. I mean, obviously don't. But like it's so I don't know. How could you want to like disqualify yourself from like the awesome, you know, journey? It's just
I
so
think,
cool. Like, you know, when you think of like Ian McKeg and like all these like amazing I like people who are just they love what they do and they're like at that level of like respect and everything. What if he just like betrayed 20 people for some reason someday? Like, stupid. That would be so stupid.
yeah,
It's just so much cooler to be like a lawful good, you know, alignment.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's short term versus long
Yeah,
term. Like, what do
definitely.
you want someone to say about you at the end of your life? Or like,
Yeah,
what is your gravestone gonna say? Um, is it gonna be like, oh, you canceled these people, you like ruined some people's lives, you
falsely, especially falsely. Like
yeah.
it's
I mean, some people definitely need to be like canceled, I think.
it depends, yeah, on the severity of the
Yeah.
truth. But yeah,
Yeah. Or do you want your gravestone to be like, oh, a nice person, helped people, always was
built
kind,
around.
um, you know, loved his family, you know, stuff like that.
Exactly, exactly. Um, Yeah, I don't know what's going on with people like that. I mean, I'm laughing and everything, but there's something else there. I feel like it's not rational, to be like that. So it must be beyond like understanding, I guess.
Yeah.
Or you're so hurt and like distorted in the way you view life that it feels like the only way or something. I don't know. Because it can't possibly make sense to them, you know? Anyways.
Yeah.
That was really well, thanks for opening up about that, and I hope that it resolves itself or necessarily maybe doesn't even need to because you live your life and you deal with it, I guess, right? It's not like destroying you or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the way I see it now is like, um, people can say whatever they want. Like if people talk badly about you, it's always people like that are jealous of something, they're unhappy with
Yeah.
themselves, and yeah, I just kind of have sympathy for that, I think.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. There's always some darker place. It's like if they're saying that about you, it shows more about them than it does about you.
Yeah.
And also like yeah, you can like feel bad for that for a moment and wish that they were on a better path. And like you know who you are at the end of the day. So yeah, I think that's
Mhm.
good. It's a good outlook. Um actually, this is somewhat related, but I think in a different way. So what's something that people don't know about you that you feel is part of who you know you are? So probably like a good thing or a neutral thing or whatever you want, but um or something something that people like have that's a misconception maybe. Like they think you love something and you don't actually like it at all. Or, something like that where they don't know something and you're like, but I'm this way. Yeah, anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know. Do you have something like that?
I think it was what I opened up with, like at the beginning, where I said like how I'm really perceived as like a purely positive person, but
Hmm.
like I only got this like way, and I only kind of exude this positive energy through so much like hardship, I guess. I'm not okay, like people have had harder lives than me, so I don't want to say so much hardship, but
Hmm.
like, when you're growing up and it's a little hard and you don't feel particularly loved, like maybe you are loved because you have a shelter at home and you have food and stuff, but like your parents are kind of hard on you, and then you kind of cope in other ways, and then you're really hard on yourself in the future. um I think that can create a personality that is like maybe feels a lot simpler and like one note than it really is, I guess, because you're like hiding really.
Hmm.
So that's for me, that would be that. Is like people thought I was like only positive, I guess, but I'm not. Like I also have like other emotions and shit. Um and I also sometimes harbor quite like negative judgments or emotions about certain things, myself, other people. But I try to take the best of that and move on with that, like not carry like just crap around. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's anything about that where like people perceive you a certain way maybe, um, or anything. It could be something small too.
Yeah. I think I might kind of steal yours. Like
You can have it, that's okay.
like I'm like calm on the outside usually,
Very
but
calm. You give off a level of calm that is like very calm.
really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even when you're like giving a class or something, I feel like your tone of voice is quite chill.
Mhm.
You don't like,
Kind of monotone. This is how it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's interesting. Sorry, go on. I keep cutting you off. I'm just interested.
Yeah, I am calm because I do other things like to the max, um, like at the end of every day, I go to the gym. I have like the most rambunctious death metal in my ear, and I'm just destroying myself at the gym. Uh, I'll like do like crazy hikes where I'm like just push myself to the max. So like I find little things in life where
Yeah,
um like I get out all the I don't know,
yeah,
anything I'm like struggling with in my head or whatever.
pent up energy.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's really wise. I would say that maybe some people, like when you said you never scream, I was like, well, I hope you scream in a different way, like, because it's like a therapeutic, like to let that out,
Mm.
Like sometimes Justin also has like I mean, I'm saying so much stuff about Justin. I hope he's okay with it. It's like mild, normal stuff, but like, I
It's
hope
okay.
he's like,
I'll interview him next.
oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, he's great. I love him so much. He's the most creative person I've ever met, honestly.
Well,
Like, he is so cool. His mind is just awesome. I love it. But he basically, what was I talking about? Yeah, like he's also very kind of restrained, I guess, like emotionally and stuff. Oh, you can't. He's like you probably won't find out that he's like going through anything like ever.
hmm.
Most people just, he seems just like he's just at one level. And he might be having like a really hard time with something or like a difficulty, and he's just going through it. But he won't really like show vulnerability or share or whatever. Um, and I always find that interesting because sometimes I'll tell him, he'll be like, "Oh, this thing frustrated me," and I'm like, "Scream into a pillow or something," and he's like, "I don't want to." I'm like, "Okay." I was just saying something. I don't know,
Yeah.
because I think like sometimes I don't know, like there's a yoga routine I do where one of the things you do in the yoga routine is you kind of just flail your arms like side to side, like not the way I'm doing right now in a chair, but like you stand and you kind of move your body like that. And things like that are like therapeutic. And I guess like as long as somebody has some form of like release, they're way better off than if they don't. Like so, because otherwise you can just feel in your body all the time, your tension. And like so that's cool to hear that you have that with like working out and physical exertion and stuff. That's good. Yeah. People should definitely take after that if they because artists, do you ever find that annoying? Like I find that annoying that it makes me upset that it's not so common in the art world to have that.
A release or something physical or
Yeah, a bit of both. Something
yeah.
physical, I think, like a physical exercise of some sort.
Yeah. Like we're sitting or we're
Yeah,
standing still so often. Like I think people just like when they get like pained, they'll just be like, okay, I'm in pain now for
exactly.
forever.
This is the way it is now. Like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like, no, like build up those muscles again, like
Yeah,
get a routine where you're like, staying strong and in shape and like you don't have to be a bodybuilder or anything, but just like doing something to like maintain the muscles in your neck and your back and otherwise you atrophy sitting for
yeah,
10 hours a day.
yeah. I mean, we're doing a bad thing here, like sitting for a long time, but there's a reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I
Well,
completely agree with that.
you went for a bike ride before this. I went for a
I
walk,
did.
so yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we're like at least, doing some of what we preach. But um I think that something that yeah, that really annoys me, I guess, about art. I started to really resent it a couple years ago. That I don't know, it gave me this like negative emotion about art in general. I started to kind of feel very like, like art is so like it's counter to life in some ways. It
Mm,
can be. Like when you, for example, part of the reason I live here is the fact that like people here are more social and they do things with their time that are like not just working, and I think that's incredible. You need to go to a music show every now and then. You need to, I mean, you don't need to, but like you're gonna have a way better life if you enjoy things that are, um interesting and social and like uh um kind of add experience to your life. And then I started to think about how the practice of art and the act of like being an artist is so isolation like based kind of, and very stationary and very, if you do it a certain way, it doesn't have to be, but it's so easy for it to be that way that it started to just like piss me off. I would just like think about that and I would just like be angry. And I started to like detach from wanting to be an artist because of that. Not, it didn't make me like give up or anything like that, because there's parts of it I love too much, but it just made me so like, I guess when you love something so much and then you start to see all the dark sides of it, as you do it more and look at it more and see it around you more. I was like, so many artists in our community just like live on their phone. They're looking at the likes. That's why on my Instagram it says like put the phone down, take a walk. And I don't know if I'll ever change that, because like somebody might need the reminder some at
Mhm.
some point, like, because people are so their life is very abstract nowadays. It's like on a screen and it needs to be this certain way, and they don't know that like most of life is like out there, like outside.
Yeah.
And if you don't ever do any of that, your art is gonna suck anyways. So like doesn't matter how much you're obsessed with the phone and like getting likes and stuff. I don't know. I guess I think that inherently people should be more educated to seek out the outdoors and life and people, but they're kind of not. And I don't know how to fix that. It just hurts my feelings again.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, talking about it is a good step.
yeah. Um, uh, Judging by your answer about like the art direction stuff, I think I can kind of guess what the answer to this would be. But I had this written down. How do you communicate with people who are very different than you at work?
Yeah, kind of just talking to them and learning like how do I need to work with this person. Um,
Yeah.
some people you need to talk with a bit more. I've had situations where artists will just like after a meeting they'll call me on the phone just to talk privately. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's talk about it more and let's figure it out.
Mm.
Um, so I think just like being adaptable and understanding people learn in different ways and um, yeah.
Okay. Has that made you kind of learn new ways to talk to people? Have you been open to that, or have you noticed some like resistance in yourself?
Yeah, definitely helped me to be better at communicating. A lot of times, if I can't meet with someone, I'll just record a video of me like talking and drawing and making it very like visual. So I
Yeah.
found that is great. I'm like, I send the video, I'm like, let me know if you have any questions, and usually they're like, no, it's perfect, thank you. Um,
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that's good.
so I like to do that.
Yeah, because when you just send text, it's so difficult to formulate and then for the person to understand what you really mean.
Yeah.
Do you find that like with just
Also,
writing something
it's like so dry too. It's like do this, then this, then this, and you're like, I could just imagine getting that, and you're like, oh,
down? Yeah, you just get to the list and you're like, oh,
yeah.
oh, I
It's
really
like
want to do that. Like, that's
not
fun.
a single emoji or anything. Like at least send me a smiley face. Like
Dude, please, like, spare an emoji.
yeah,
I put, you know what's funny is like I use a lot of emojis, and when I was, it's funny because actually when I was younger I hated them and now I like them, which
yeah,
is kind of like usually the other way around or something. I don't know. But like, or maybe not. But before I thought they were so just like annoying, I guess, and gimmicky and like just unnecessary. And now I'm like, oh, they're so fun. Like tell a little story with the emoji and stuff. It also
yeah,
helps sometimes clarify a paragraph. Like I use the pointing one a lot. Like Like I'll write something. I'm like, oh, this phrase is important. I'll like put the pointing hand at the at that phrase. I'm like, anyways, yeah, like it's fun to use those. And it
That's
does give
funny.
more life, I feel like. Somebody at one point, I think it was somebody I work with, they said it's like we're kind of returning to hieroglyphs. I'm like, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I'll reference Egypt, yeah. I'm just inspired by Egypt, so that's why I use emojis.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, what's the best critique or advice you've gotten from others, or even like yourself critiquing yourself?
It's critique. Um, I think
It can also just be good.
if I'm struggling with a painting, um, and it's not turning out the way I want, or um, I just don't know what's wrong with it. Um, First, I will go through like my list. I'll be like, is it a value thing? Is it a composition thing? Um, are my lights and shadows separated enough? Maybe it's a color thing, color temperature thing. Um, so I can go through that list and try to fix it. Um, and if I still can't figure it out, then even if I've spent like days on this painting, I
Mm,
will I will just X the Photoshop file and I will just start fresh with new ideas. Like this happened recently. I spent like 4 days on a painting and for work and I hated it. And then I was like, I like had such high expectations for this piece. I was like, oh, it's gonna be so good. Everyone's gonna love it. Um, but it just wasn't working. So the fifth day, I started new paintings, and in that day, I did like 5 or 6 new paintings that were so much, each one of them was so much better than that previous one. Like,
yeah,
like they were super loose and just a bunch of different ideas, but like I feel like I have to do that once in a while. I have to like just, I don't know, remind myself that if something's not working, you don't put everything into one piece. You work on like 10 pieces and then maybe a couple of them are like not the greatest idea, but then you might have like a few that are like really cool, unique, different ideas. So
I like that. And did you find that the other ones that you did all embodied like the right amount of what was not working in the previous one? Like they took something about it and like did it well, I guess. Now that you like let go of that old one, you were like, okay, what's working here can work in a different way, I guess.
yeah, I was more like free with my compositions. Like the first one was everything was like kind of centered. I mean, centered compositions, I love them, but like the new ones I did, they were like really experimental, like camera angles and um like I was just being like creative with like how the characters were coming in and interacting. And I was able to lasso out pieces of the previous painting that I hated. I could just take pieces of that and then like warp it into the new ones and then paint into it. So it really I wasn't starting from scratch. It was like most of the painting was already done. I just had to like loosen up, just throw a bunch
Yeah.
of stuff in and not be afraid to mess it up.
Yeah, I think that's often the key is like when you let go of that fear, I guess, and you go somewhere more interesting, like than your fear was letting you go.
Yeah.
Um, I wrote, are you more of a laid back observer? And I think, yeah, you are. So that one's done.
Yeah.
But yeah, like also but we're not as laid back as we look.
Yeah.
We're also a bit
It's
kind of not.
it's more fun to listen to someone like in like a group of people. I love listening rather
Yeah.
than being like the center of attention or something.
Yeah, no, that's why I keep saying, oh, I'm answering too long or like because it's so weird. I don't it's only been a couple years that I'm like letting myself talk for longer than I used to.
Mhm.
I know it sounds so weird, like, but in the past, I would like write a paragraph of stuff and then like delete it and be like, not worth it. No, I'm taking up too much space. Like,
And
and now I'm kind of like,
even when I say I'm going to interview you, you come with questions and you interview me.
yeah, I mean, because no, we both agree on that. Like,
Yeah.
there's more merit in like hearing someone else's take on something you're interested in than hearing your own take. I also do so I like a balanced approach of that. So back in the day, I think I would silence myself too much to where I never even developed my own take on things. Like I was very just like whatever, cool, whatever works. Like you can think this or that or whatever. And my opinions were kind of underdeveloped because I never really took time to even say them or think about them. And I think now I kind of really like the way I think about stuff and the way I perceive things. And I'm kind of okay with admitting that, you know? And that's why I think because I have spent more time considering what I think about things and why and how I feel and how it makes sense and like how my worldview is influenced by all that. And I'm noticing that like if my life goes really well in general, like hopefully it keeps going really well. I'm doing my best. But like if people, you know, it's I don't know. Have you ever noticed that like a lot of people who are doing really well, they write books and stuff, like it's so easy, like it's cool. I'll just talk about myself for like a whole 500 pages and like no guilt. And I'm here like, okay, can I like what if I say something for like 5 minutes? Like, is it okay? Like, I guess I started to wonder a couple years ago, like, is it so freaking bad if I just maybe say something for a bit? Like, and then I started to loosen up. Like, sometimes I do kind of overdo it a bit, and I'm like, I did talk too much or something. But in the past, I remember having that thought, and it was like crippling, like paralyzing. It would keep me up at night. Like the fact that I spoke for 1 minute too long the other day or something, I'd be like, oh, you like stupid Iris, like embarrassing. Like, you know what I mean? You ever like think that about yourself? Like, how could you have done that or something or said that? And
Yeah.
then the more you kind of talk more and like just be yourself, you're like, okay, I made a mistake, like big deal. People who love me are gonna think it's not a big deal. And like if somebody doesn't like me and they really want me to like shut the heck up, like maybe I shouldn't even spend time with that person. Cause like if because you know, like when you explain how you feel about something, I could listen to you for like 15 minutes or more, like about one thing. Like you could just talk and I could just be like, yeah, hell yeah, keep going. Like so I feel like that's when someone cares about you, like they'll just be entertained by like whatever your brain is doing and telling you to say. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even know why I started saying that, but
Well,
I think people should, you know, yeah.
you're a very interesting person to talk to, and you have like such such interesting thoughts and views on things. So yeah,
Thank you.
you should talk more.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the same of you. Like whenever we've talked about anything, it's funny because with you in particular and a few other people who are kind of not as like vocal about them or their opinions and stuff, I feel that there's a bit of an approachability issue. Like when somebody gets to know you, I'm not sure if this is the issue for more people than like me or a few people, but maybe there's a sense of like, can I ask? Is this okay? Like, does he want to talk about this or maybe he doesn't want to? Um, because I think with people who are not like actively telling you everything they think on their own, you never really know like, would it annoy them if I asked them this or something, you know? And so there's kind of a barrier. But then I guess a few years ago, like when I was starting to kind of open up, let myself like ask people things or even just say my own opinion more, I would be like, oh, maybe I can like ask people more directly that I know just what they think about stuff or like what they're going through. And so I think that's how I even discovered that like we get along really well because I was like, oh, Zach's here. I'm gonna ask him a real question. Like instead of just like, how's art doing? You know?
Yeah, that's
Because
cool.
you know, like there's we all have a lot of surface level connections with people, but maybe there's a lot of missed opportunities, you know? Because once people can talk more deeply about their life, I think they kind of, and they're not manipulative, crazy people. Once they do, and they're like genuine people, I feel like you almost feel like a camaraderie, and you can never really lose that, you know? Once you've kind of connected with somebody, you're like, it's my bro, or like we got each other's backs, like, and I think
Yeah.
that's important, you know, like somebody knows something about you, you know something about them, you'll be there for each other. I really think that's important because if you never show people who you are, they never get a chance to know you. You never feel supported. It's much easier to go down like a depressing rabbit hole
Mhm.
of like, life doesn't matter, I don't matter, nobody cares about me. But like, did you even let them care? You know, that's sometimes I think about that.
Yeah, it's scary and it's risky to open up to people, but
Yeah,
the reward, like when you find people that you can connect with and open up to, that connection can last a lifetime, and you know that you've got someone that you can talk with and
I
help each
agree.
other out.
Yeah, and I think it far outweighs what your brain is telling you is not worth it or something, you know? Because when you're about to do that and like kind of show some side of yourself or something that you're like not sure about or whatever, you're like, oh no, this could go terribly wrong. Like I could embarrass myself or whatever. But it's like, so like, is it really that bad? I don't know. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
You know, what's so bad about embarrassing yourself? I feel like that's what goes kind of back to resiliency. I mentioned that at the beginning. Like, so many things that I feel like life keeps showing me are all almost like the same lesson. Like, you just have to be able to go through things and survive them and talk about them and laugh about them. That's just it. Like, if you can't just go through things that are hard, you're not gonna make it, you know, and you should make it. Like, you deserve to make it and feel good. So I feel like it's so necessary.
Yeah. And
Um,
you should seek out hard things too.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So that you can overcome them, right? Like
Hmm.
for sure, for sure. I like that. That's awesome. I think that also ties to like the physical thing, like working out, you know, you're challenging yourself.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, okay, I'm getting to the last couple ones, so that's pretty cool. How do you um wait a second. So I asked you about That's yeah, okay. Well, okay, so how do you feel about your own success? Justin Justin jokingly said, and I asked him if it's okay if I say this. He was like, ask him about being a boss. And I was like, true, you know what? I know you're joking, but I will. Because you said like you don't think you're famous, but like you know, some people consider you famous and stuff like that. But see, people say that to me too, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a person, but like, so some people know our name. Like, well, okay, cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
very nice. I feel that's a very blessed thing to be known for something you actually enjoy about yourself, your art. Like, it's much better than being known for some bad thing.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, how do you feel about that? Ooh, I like hijacked it, but how do you feel about
Um,
your
about success, yeah, I don't see myself as like successful as like I've like accomplished this thing, now I'm successful. It's more of like, okay, I've accomplished this thing, now I'm working towards the next thing, and that's like a little bit of success, and it's something kind of gradual that you're always kind of chasing.
yeah.
Um, yeah, and I guess some things that I'm like very fortunate that comes with like the success that I've had or whatever is like I get to travel the world and teach, see new places. I
Yeah.
get asked to work on really fun projects with incredible people and my art heroes. Um,
So blessed.
which
Like just think of, do you ever think about yourself as a kid, even just conceptualizing you doing that in the future? Like how cool is that? I think it's amazing. I think about
yeah,
that sometimes. Like think of like you as a kid, just like imagining you in your position right now. I feel like you wouldn't even believe it or something, you know? You'd be like,
Yeah,
that's a
no.
it's too cool. Like it's very lucky. I find that the fact that you can appreciate that deeply really shows you're a good person because like if somebody had that situation and they're like, yeah, whatever. They're like, what do you mean? It's so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
So you were talking about it. I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah. No, I think that's it. Like, do you how do you see success?
Wait. Before I say how I see it, how do you also envision like other people seeing you as a successful person and stuff like that? Even like people's vision of you and stuff.
Mm, like
Does that make you uncomfortable?
oh, not uncomfortable. I think I think it's an opportunity for me to um give something in
Hmm.
return. Like I've accomplished this thing, like what, and maybe like I think that's why I like to teach and share so much
Yeah.
because like
Provide value.
yeah, um like you give back into the world and maybe the world will return the favor. Like I don't give anything in hopes for anything, but like, it's just nice to put good energy out there.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Do you okay, before I talk about my vision of that stuff too, do you find that do you ever worry about how your awareness of the fact that it usually gives back is like corrupting the mix or something? Like, because you're like, you know that like good leads to good and you usually get what you give and all that. And people talk about that, but then you're like, but I really do genuinely just want to give back and like be a source of goodness for people. But then you're like, does the fact that I know deep down somewhere it's gonna come back, is that bad? Like, should I be such a beautiful, like humble person that I don't even doesn't even occur? Like I guess I feel like, when you analyze life and you like almost know too much, you're like you're corrupted or something by the knowledge. I don't know. I'm obviously like overthinking it potentially, but I just wonder that sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it goes to your actions. Like you might have that thought, but like we all have like kind of bad thoughts now and then. Like if we don't act on it or then it just stays, it just,
Yeah.
it's back there.
Just some
Um,
just something you noticed, I guess. Yeah.
yeah. I mean you can tell when people are trying to like monetize like every little thing. They're like, okay, that's not, you're just trying to get some money or um
Yeah. Okay, like your buddy, you're pushing it like insincere at this point. Like, yeah. Maybe
yeah.
don't sell your like pencil you used or something.
Yeah. Or like you do like a workshop and then you um like I've done workshops in the past where they're like, no, you can't talk to anyone afterwards. They don't do anything like that. Don't shake anyone's hand. I'm like, come on, they paid for this thing, like yeah. I don't know. I don't know, just if you can give someone like a little bit of your free
Yeah,
time or
yeah,
that could mean the world to someone and set them on a great path.
yeah. Do you think that's because of some sort of exclusivity they were trying to create around you? Like, Zach's only here to do this, but he doesn't have time for you. That makes him cooler
Um,
or something. I don't know. Like, what were they thinking when they said that?
maybe I don't know. It could have been they didn't want like 200 people to line up and have
Okay,
this
good point.
huge thing
Just
which
logistics,
yeah,
simple logistics. Yeah, that's true. Potentially. Yeah, yeah, no, that's at some point you do have to worry about those things too.
yeah.
Okay, so I guess the way I feel about success, huh? I think so. I mean, overall, like just in regards to like the rest of this, I have a few more questions, and then I think we can like quickly go through yours, and there's probably some remaining, and yeah, but
Yeah.
I think because we talked about so much stuff, they'll probably all like reference each other in a nice way, so that's
Hmm.
cool. So about success, okay, so you've noticed my thinking pattern is kind of like I'll think about a thing and then I'll notice how there's another thing that might mess it up or might benefit it or might whatever. Like there's all these little like networks of thoughts. So the way I think about my success or success in general is like it's good insofar as it benefits the world and like you and other people. And I think success, just sheer success, just for you to like have everything you want, that's cool. But and on some level, I can't say that I don't want everything I want because I do want everything I want from the definition of wanting. But I also think that if I don't get to where I want with other people that I also helped and all that, then what's it for? What am I going to be like alone on like my mountaintop, like just I don't know. Being in Spain and being like so I'm gonna get to what this the moral of this, but when I moved here, I like was on this cusp, I guess, socially and artistically of like people knew me that and like but on the internet, but not and I moved here where like to a place where I didn't really know anybody. And I really got this kind of disconnect with reality where I was in a place where nobody knew me, but people knew me too. I don't know if you felt that as well in your life, like where
Yeah.
you're like, physically, if I walk around, like it doesn't even matter that like people think I'm cool on the internet or whatever. Like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So it really humbles you to like disconnect from that idea and not need it to be true. Like, because your ego like loves that, like inherently your ego is like, that's kind of awesome that people like me. Like, cool. More, yeah, more of that. Like, but on some level it can make you like weak and like addicted to that and all that. So I don't like that. But then I realized like, man, something could happen to me and like nobody would know for like a long time. And it started to really kind of scare me in this weird abstract way, like success, like what is it? And until you share your life with like friends who really means a lot to you and you really deeply connect with and you don't have like if you don't have that and if you don't have like a partner who you really connect with or a family, then what is it all for? Like, so I really kind of that whole disconnect from social to online to life roots and stuff really kind of reframed everything for me. So success may have been in the past overcompensating and proving that I'm really capable of a lot of stuff. Like just when I was maybe early 20s, success was giving everybody the impression that I'm really good at what I do. Like that's just what everybody needs to know about me. Like I'm just really good at what I do. That's what I wanted that to be. And then I realized that that only matters insofar as like you've actually done something that means something with your life. Like you need to seek more fulfillment than that. Impressing people is not a big enough deal when you really think about it. I don't know if you've had that. Like, does impressing people ever influence you? Because it was a defense mechanism, I guess, for me. Like, I needed to impress my parents, so it just led on to everything else. And I still overwork. Do you think that's part of why you overwork, or it's a different thing?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. As kind of sucks to admit, but if I'm like really honest with myself, it might be a little bit of like, oh, I want to seem um, successful online and to my family and um yeah, I was it's a small part of it, but it's
Yeah, yeah.
definitely a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and actually, I think that it's stronger of us to be able to admit that than to deny it.
Hmm.
because I do think that if one denies that, they're almost like running away from the truth in the end, and that's like not good either. So I feel
Hmm.
like if there is like a sort of a weakness that's motivating you, not necessarily a weakness, but like a kind of a prideful ego place or like a, I need people to see my worth. I need to like prove them I'm worth it and all that. I mean, there's worse things, I guess, to be driven by, but it is a very interesting weakness. However, when I think about it, I don't know if people can be great achievers and help other people if they don't have some kind of a negative drive like that, you know, like a
Hmm.
sort of a complex. Do you think so? Because have you ever like read Zen kind of readings and thought like to yourself, am I supposed to be monk-like or like am I okay? I used to talk about this with Tom Scholes. It was really good conversation. Do you ever think
I no, but I think one of my friends was talking about like some like Buddhism like podcast or something. Like she recommended me to listen to it. So I definitely want to get into that and see if it could benefit me somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Buddhism also has a lot of other aspects like that are not just the Western version of it and everything. Like, and some people closer to that culture have like told me more about aspects of it that are actually kind of brutal and very interesting in other ways.
Hmm.
Like, but that whole like selflessness and everything is a very interesting one, right? Because I have this kind of theory about art that if you're not a little bit selfish and like egotistical and like wanting to see your own ideas come to life and a little bit dysfunctional in certain ways, like you can't really be like a great artist, you know? Because say you're so humble that you're like, it doesn't really matter if anybody sees my ideas.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not that humble then because if there's a project and I know I'm not allowed to share the work, I won't work on it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like that. Oh, interesting. Huh. Is it because, okay, what's the motivation there? Do you want people to see you having done a good job? Or is it more just exciting to share for some other reason?
I think it's exciting to share. Part of it is because when artists that I like share what
Yeah.
they've worked on, like it's like better than seeing the movie or the game or
It
whatever.
is. Oh my God, it really is. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so true.
S- So like I want to share too. And then
Yeah,
the other part of it is
that's
like if I'm not allowed to share my stuff, like I need to
the
do
tree
that
falls
to
in the wood.
yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
I need to do that so I can get the next job or whatever. I need to make sure I'm like continually like posting online so I stay like relevant.
Do you still think about that even now, like in terms of like every time, or was it more of like an older concern, or still like actively?
Mm, I still think about it now, but maybe I don't need to. Like I
Mhm.
did consider just turning off all social media. Um, but there's like a financial thing with that. Like I sell
Yeah,
my classes on like Gumroad and stuff. If I didn't have social media, like I wouldn't sell anything. And that's part of my
yeah.
income. So
Yeah, what would motivate you to remove yourself from it? Would be more like the negative aspects, or I don't know, you're over it, or what?
yeah, the negative parts, comparing yourself with others, I don't struggle with that as much anymore. Kind of know what I do and I'm fine with that. Um,
Just
uh,
fine,
yeah.
just fine with it as well.
Um, there's a time when my stuff kept getting hacked, and
Oh
I was
shit.
like, this is so annoying. Like, is it even worth having
Um,
social media?
How do you resolve that, honestly? What a pain. What do you do?
Um, well, basically, what I learned through that whole process was if someone wants to hack you.
They can.
they can. There's nothing you can do to stop it. There are
No.
companies bigger than Google and Apple in other countries that every person there is working on hacking. And you can pay them
No.
like $400 and they'll hack into any
Is this
phone.
real?
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh God.
So you can have
Take it back.
double authentication on anything, and it doesn't matter. They can hack into it. Um,
Wow, I didn't know that. Oh my gosh.
so I change my phone number every once in a while. Like, if there's like a crazy X or something, phone numbers change. You can't track me. And hopefully, yeah. So yeah, that's one reason I was like, I just turn this off and then kind of go to a flip phone or something, and then
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't. Justin's friend Adam has a flip phone, like a little Nokia. So
yeah,
it's funny. Oh yeah, damn. But yeah, so success is interesting. Getting hacked is not good.
yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh, I'm
thought
sorry.
about like if I could do it over again, I would be more anonymous online, like have it not linked to my real name,
Mm.
and not linked to my real picture. Um,
Wouldn't you feel kind of weird, like in a way, like people don't know my real face, like they think I'm this dude. That's
yeah,
kind of fun.
yeah, yeah. Then it's oh, who's that artist? I forgot his name, but he worked on like Guild of Wars. He did these like really beautiful environments.
Yo, Prince?
Yeah, yeah. Like he, I think like he doesn't really have much. Like we don't know what he
No,
looks
not
like
much.
really. I remember meeting him
Yeah,
for the first time, and he's like, "Hi, I'm
yeah,
Theo." He's this like
yeah,
really sweet little guy. I'm like, "Oh, hey, man."
yeah, 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 yeah.
And
Same.
then
Yeah. I was like, damn, it's
yeah,
you.
yeah,
You're like a
and
mythical creature.
yeah. I think I kept walking, and then someone was like, "Do you know who that is?" I was like, no. And they were like, that's this guy. And I like ran back. I was like, oh shoot, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
Like,
like
yeah, I thought it was just like a random person like saying hi, but
did it make you cross your did it cross your mind like I should have done that? Something like
a little bit. I was like, that's pretty cool. Just this epic
based.
yeah.
Based Chad, like hidden Chad.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, I think there's something interesting about that. But yeah, I don't know. Does part of you feel like that's too humble in a way for you? I don't know. I like being like I like being connected to people.
Yeah, I think I'm the same way. I want to be connected. I want to be able to like yeah, like
Like being knowable.
mhm.
It's nice.
Yeah, like having conversations like this and getting to yeah, I think it's just human connection. That's the main thing.
Yeah, when you said actually, and I think, yeah, leading to the end of my questions, but you said that you're getting better at comparing, not comparing yourself with people and stuff. I'm convinced that that's necessary though to a certain level. What do you think about that?
Um, yeah, you should definitely be aware of what's going on in the industry and the art and everything. So you can see what other people are doing. You can be like, okay, that's something really cool that maybe I should adapt a little bit. But being self-aware, because you don't want to
Yeah.
let that distract you, take you away from your goal. So like I talk a lot about goals because like I've got
Yes.
my short-term goals, my goal for the year, my lifelong goal. So if I get distracted by something and it pulls me away from my life goal, then I'm not going to do that. I might do this other thing that will benefit um, my life goal. Um,
Okay. I agree. I see. So you don't want to lose focus.
mhm, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's a really good point. And you do I think that falls kind of into how I was saying like very suggestible people should look into kind of improving, maybe creating more solidity in like their own, uh what's it called when you kind of have more uh there's a word for it, but when you drive more like where you're going, y- like instead of taking on whatever you see and stuff.
Yeah,
um
I think like thinking about it, picturing your future self, what are you doing? And
yeah,
that can help you decide what your long-term goal is, and then
yeah,
making sure you're making choices that help you get there.
yeah. I heard this really good advice that I really loved recently, and it's it was saying that like, just in like a really flippant, bold kind of way, like goals suck, systems are what's the best, is like,
Hmm.
instead of, because a lot of people, like, you're the kind of person who I think is using a goal the right way, where you're actually doing something about it. But a lot of people, the word goal gets like thrown around as like just something that you're never actually gonna do. So
Hmm.
like, it's kind of become like, an empty word, I guess, because of the way people use it. But then people who are actually following through on their goals, it has a different meaning. So, but like the systems idea is like, instead of, I think it's like inherently you can kind of like get what that means really is like, for people who have trouble with goals, instead of having goals, they should create systems where they're actually going to get to the thing they're trying to get to, where they it helps them understand, I think, that like a goal isn't enough. You need the steps along the way to get there. I think
Yeah.
that like that's definitely something that's lacking. And I think it was part of what you were saying about like qualities that people should have.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. Another thing, okay. Okay, two last things. I feel that, oh yeah, this one's kind of interesting. I don't know, maybe a lot of people ask you about this. I hope it's not something you're like annoyed about, but I feel that both of us have a certain influence from our brothers. I'll explain mine after. But how do you feel about that? Like, you guys have really cool brushwork, both of you, and I feel that your impressionism is, you know, at least in the same vein, in a way that I think is really cool. Like, when I started to see your brother's work, I was like, this is so cool that they're both on this like awesome, um, just wonderful brushwork kind of style. Like, you guys both wield the brush in a nice way, in an expressive way. Do you guys talk about that stuff? Do you um Did you challenge each other, or did you avoid each other's art, or anything about that? I guess maybe you've talked about this a lot. Hopefully,
No,
for
I've
me, it's not.
actually never talked about this. Yeah, like my brother and I are like I'm really inspired by what he does,
Yeah,
and um, he definitely influences me in my work. He like shares artists with me that he's inspired by, and then I'll share artists with him. Or if he's
I love
struggling
that.
with something, I'll be like, "Hey, why don't you try this?" And it might break him out of a funk that he's in. Or he actually recommended me to going really abstract for a bit. Um, so we help each other out in those ways, and we are
That's so
like
cool. I think that's freaking awesome. It's so cool.
we are we're nerds when it comes to like brushwork, edge quality,
Yeah,
temperature, stuff like that. Because um, I'm living with him right now, so I'll go to his studio and the other side of the house, and we'll look at his painting together, and we'll be like, "Oh, what if you changed that edge? What if you made that
yeah,
darker?" And then
I love that.
he'll come over here and do the same for me.
That's really cool, man. I feel like that is such a like a um that must bring so much ideas and creativity and like just new takes on things, and but like in a way that synergizes nicely because you guys both appreciate maybe like similar things about painting,
Mhm.
and that's so fun, like when you just trip on how cool that all is with somebody who gets it, it's some of the really I feel like we're very blessed with being able to access that level of appreciation with people. Because it's like first of all, we also appreciate just reality as it's as what it just is when we open our eyes, you know. But also we can talk about like interpreting reality and that fine detail of like, oh, softness here, hardness here, contrast here. That's like just so cool. I that's like it's very special that you guys can do that.
Hmm.
And I feel like when people like I'm getting this, like when I hear you talk about that, I'm like, damn, awesome. Like that's so cool. Like I'm sure people out there are like, I wish my sibling was like that, you know. So hopefully, you know, you're like really lucky, you know, that's so cool. I think I can hear it in the way you're saying it.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate, and we do like plane air trips together and stuff, and so yeah,
Awesome.
I definitely know I'm lucky to have a brother like that. So,
Yeah, that's so cool.
uh,
Has your sister
you
joined you guys on any of your
no, no.
Oh, she should. That'd be fun.
I'm trying to get her to to join us in some of our activities. Like we go like rock climbing together. So I'm like, Alexa, come on and try rock climbing with us, or yeah.
I like indoor. Outdoor scares me. You were gonna ask something, I think, like,
Yeah. Talk about your siblings, and you said you
oh
have a
yeah.
brother?
Yeah, so for me it's not such a like direct influence, but when I think of like growing up and having because a lot of my life is much more intertwined with video games and stuff than I think it ever would have been. And I'm not the biggest gamer anymore, like or never really was a gamer in the way that a lot of other people are. I'm so special. But like I'm just saying that maybe it's a bit different. So my brother, like I think if it wasn't for him and like his friend, they when we were growing up, we would go over to this friend's house. Um and they had like a Dreamcast with a bunch of games that they just like ripped onto CDs and stuff, like just
Mhm.
not, kosher, I guess. And
Yeah.
like I would always like my brother and him would be hanging out and I'd be like, please let me on the Dreamcast. Like, please. I don't want to listen to like mom and dad and your mom and dad and they're talking about boring things and well, please let me on the Dreamcast. And like, do you know the game Shenmue, for example?
No.
It's this game with this character and like I don't know, it's this like old Dreamcast game. It had like a nice cinematic quality to it, and it's a bit of like an action game and stuff. And every time I would go over, that game would like I would only have enough time to start it. Because first of all, they were like not letting me play for the first couple hours of like every visit. Because they were like, just shut up. We don't want to deal with you. No, you know? And then by the time they let me play, because I was like going to their mom and being like, he's not letting me play. I'm like 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they let me onto the Dreamcast, and I would literally just only finish the cinematic intro, and then we'd have to leave.
Oh
And
no.
I never like I would maybe get a few minutes further. But anyways, there was always this kind of influence of like my brother and his friend and me, just them kind of their video games and me wanting to play their games. And then they gave me this like, do you ever like, do you know about emulation or ROMs?
No.
It's this thing where like you can play like a Nintendo game, for example, like a SNES game, on this thing called ZSNES, like ZSNES, and it's basically virtually running the cartridge like on your computer, so you can play it, but it's just a file. So they're called ROMs, like that's the game, and then the emulator is what runs the ROM.
Oh, okay.
And so they gave me this thing that had like 700 of them, and I just played the shit out of like all of those games for like my
Wow.
whole childhood. And some of them were these like Japanese games that were like fans translated them to English.
Hmm.
Like if you ever heard of Chrono Trigger and like this thing called Secret of Mana and stuff. These are games like they're kind of now they're considered retro, but at the time they were like relevant and they really, really influenced me so much. And sometimes I think about like that whole thing, like being on the computer playing those games that they had and they gave me. just so I could leave them alone. And like how much that influenced me. And like my path would have been completely different without that influence. And those games and kind of just being on the computer and like making a game run and then like learning about like basic coding or whatever just made me interested in like computers and VR and other things too these days too. And like
Hmm.
understanding a little bit of 3D and 2D and like pixels and whatever. And it just, sometimes you think back to like a thing in your life that like was small, but it's like a huge puddle, ripple, 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 and you're like, whoa, that's like who I am. That's creepy.
Yeah.
It's so cool. And like for me, when I think about this whole video games that they had and I accessed through them, I think like I genuinely liked that stuff a lot. So it wasn't like I was doing it like because of them or anything, but like if they hadn't been enabling that, I don't know who I would be. So it's really interesting because at some point when I started to do art and like take it seriously, I was like, you know, people made that stuff that I love. Like, I could be one of those people. But until that occurred to me, I don't know. I didn't know what I was gonna do, you know?
Yeah.
So it really, really, really affected me a lot. Like when I realized I could be one of those people. And sometimes I think about that, like, yeah, I don't know. Have you had one of those thoughts back in the day that like you could trace everything back to or something?
I don't know. Like, I guess similar to you, like I love playing games. I remember someone gave us a GameCube and I just fell in love with the Mario games. And I know that
Yeah.
that has influenced me. And I
They're
still,
very well made. Like
yeah,
when you're a kid and you're playing it, you're taking for granted just how well designed and like crafted they are. They're so great.
yeah. And they're so like creative and artistically just beautiful. So I
Yes.
yeah, I love I play some just to enjoy it, the
Yeah.
environment or whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely like a departure. You have to be a creative person to create something like that. It's not like a normal thing, you know?
Hmm.
Because like they are combining a lot of little ideas that are just like if you heard somebody back in the day when Mario didn't exist talk about Mario in a meeting, you'd be like, what are you talking about? Like,
Yeah.
we can't make that. Like, shut up. And then now you see it, you're like, yeah, that's Mario.
Yeah.
But like somebody had a meeting about like Mario. I think that stuff is so funny, like imagining someone talking about that.
Yeah.
Um, um, but yeah, brothers are cool and they influence us in cool ways. So that's fun. I like that. Last question, for me. Do you see parallels between your personal development stages and your artistic development?
Um, I don't know yet. I think um I kind of mentioned this before, like I'm past few years I've been focusing more on relationships, how to communicate with people. Because before that, as a kid, I had no clue. And then when I was a young adult, I was just so focused on like art and becoming good at that. And and then recently, past like 5, 6 years, I'm starting to notice these things like, oh, I need to communicate with people better. I need to
Did you
like,
think that the art was gonna do all of it for you? You were
I
like, I
don't
don't need to
know.
speak. My art can speak.
I,
I've had that conversation with Justin. Like, I used to feel that way too.
yeah. I think I was just so tunnel vision that I didn't even think about anything else.
Mm,
I was just like, I'm gonna make this happen in my
yeah.
career and everything. And the last thing I was thinking about was like, oh, how do I like talk and think about different personalities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then when I was like forced into like a situation where I had to like art direct a movie and then all of a sudden I had to deal with different personalities and people being disrespectful, and I was like, why are they disrespectful? Like,
Yeah, you're like,
um,
why? I would never. Or I
yeah.
don't know.
And I
Yeah.
realized, oh, I have to demand respect in a way. They don't respect me. That's not their fault. It's my fault. So,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's the other person's fault. They can just be like a complete shitty person, but you should always put the blame on yourself and see like how could I handle the situation better?
I think, you know what's unfortunate these days about what you just said is like that's going to be misinterpreted by somebody for sure into
Hmm.
like the blame is on me and I should just feel bad and I'm awful and like that's so sad. But no, like you should see an opportunity there to learn and get better and like improve. And it's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think
Y-
that's big to say.
Yeah, I didn't want that to sound like
No, no, no. What I mean is like it's not your fault that it sounds that way, but I feel like these days things get like, the idea that something is your fault means like a terrible thing is happening. Like I don't know, like you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
responsibility is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing because you're taking ownership and
Yeah.
you are taking the situation into your own hands and you're not, just relying on other people or
Or blaming other people or a victim or anything. Yeah, it's like because if that's happened to me too, where I've like asked, I waited quite a bit before I even asked like a superior, like, hey, what do you think about like this thing that's happening? Because it feels a bit like it's not exactly what I'm doing. Maybe it might be what the other person's doing. And then I realized that in even asking that, like, it's good on one side to communicate that, like, that you're having an issue and that you want to deal with it in a good way. And you're asking for advice, like, something nice about that. But there's also something in terms of, like, hey, I'm highlighting that I'm having an issue with somebody and it's their fault. Like, you know, maybe spend a good amount of time thinking of what you could do first. Yeah. So I think that's a good way I like the way you said it.
hmm. Yeah. And
But yeah,
then
so you're talking about that new
how that
responsibility.
how that relates to my growth as an artist, I'm not
Yeah.
sure how that's going to affect my art yet, but probably I'm going to tell better stories.
Yeah.
Like I'm working on a little personal project right now in my free time, and it's about a group of these kids hanging out. So, um, maybe me learning and growing in that way, I can put some of that into the story that I'm telling.
Yeah. I think that's cool. I I think even um do you think even just in the past few years, like of that learning to communicate and stuff, there has been some like growth? I think I see you more leaning into teaching and sharing and stuff. That's really cool.
Um,
Is that some aspect of personal growth that like led that way too? Or that's just, I don't know, not related?
yeah, I think being a little bit more confident in teaching and stuff. Like I didn't want to teach or anything, but people started asking me to, so I was like, oh, maybe I should try it. Um, and then it felt very like rewarding for me. And then because I was someone I would never do a podcast or like talk in front of people or anything like that, but I was kind of like forced into these situations. I was asked to like talk in front
It's
of a
not me, it's them.
college.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asked to like talk in front of like a college or something, and I was like, okay, it's not that bad. It's kind of cool actually. And then I see myself getting better at talking and um expressing things, and yeah, so that's part of my growth, and um definitely.
I think that I think that for me, the first time that I was asked to talk, I took it as like a challenge, like, oh, I have to rise to this challenge. And being able to do a good job of talking is going to be a skill that I should have. Like, I think that's how I saw it the first time. But I don't think I recognized just how important that is. Like, yeah, I genuinely think like more and more that if a person is an artist and they're like uncomfortable at all when they talk like about art or themselves or anything, that's a liability. Like because somebody it's either going to get in your way at some point or somebody's going to exploit that or whatever. Like however it happens, it's not good. So
Mhm.
like everybody who's trying to do something, I guess, in life should learn how to talk to other people because like if you imagine you being like insecure and on the stage and like you're trying to bring value to other people's lives, you know, how are you going to do that if you're like terrified?
Yeah.
It's not useful, like to you or to them.
Yeah.
And then maybe somebody can heckle you like, dude, shut up or something, and you're like, maybe I should. And what's that gonna do? Like, who wants that? Like, people want you to like, you know, be able to help them. So yeah, you need these skills. Like, it's just a fact. I feel like.
Mhm.
Um, I think I didn't know that before. I thought it was so good to be humble and quiet. Like, I thought it was pure and good and like necessary
Mhm.
to be like to just shut up and work. You know? Do you like agree with that or maybe not anymore? Like, I don't agree with that anymore. But I think
Um, yeah, I
that
guess I didn't think about that, but yeah, keep going.
just that like there is a period where that's necessary, I feel like, just to only absorb, but
Mhm.
like and not be like, hey everybody, I'm so good. Like I just started. Let me tell you about like how to draw. And you like don't know how to draw. But
Oh
like
yeah, definitely in the
um
beginning. You need to like shut up for like eight,
shut
like 5, 8 years.
up for a few years. Such a funny advice, like just zip it.
Yeah.
But like I mean, I actually think it's really cool when like you know Psychra and like Cynics and stuff, like their
Mhm.
YouTube things and Ahmed, like they have really good learning stuff from even when they weren't even that good. Like now they're really good, but like before they weren't really good when they started, I guess. And they got really good teaching. So okay, like that can happen, but I don't think it happens to most people, I guess, who are just like giving everybody critique when they're just starting.
Yeah.
But but yeah, communication is so important, like you're saying. Yeah, it really is.
Mhm.
There, you had a photography question. Maybe we like maybe there's a
Oh
few
yeah.
things we can end off with.
And
Um,
yeah, I know we've been doing this for a long time. Do you want me to, can
is
I
it
go
too long,
through?
by the way? Like,
No. No,
okay, cool, cool.
I don't
I
care. I
think it's
just don't
fun.
want you to
I
stay
haven't.
up all night.
No, I kind of stay up this long anyway. My life's a bit weird right now,
Okay.
or always. Like I feel okay every year I notice I'm saying that in general. Oh, I'm staying up and it's not normal. It's been that this many years that like it's kind of just this way. I guess.
Mhm.
But when me and Justin like are in the same place, I adopt his sleeping rhythm, which is way more fun. Like actually waking up with the sun and all that.
Uh,
I don't do that here. Um because of our time zones there, well, because of our time zone and also just I stay up late. But I really like waking up when he does, like early. And I think I heard you say you wake up early too. I think it's a good habit, I would
mhm.
say. I'm excited to have that habit when like we have our kind of family life sorted.
Yeah, you just need like that person there for the motivation to do it.
Well, the motivation to do it, but also to be very so like sensitive. I would miss him too much. Like if I went to sleep at a good time right now, I like talking to him too much. Like we enjoy each other's presence, so like there would be too many hours where I'd be like, he's not awake yet.
Oh.
And then we have work, so like we can't like if we're working and it takes up a certain chunk of our day, there would be
Mhm.
too few times where we could talk.
Yeah.
But I'm also just making up a big excuse too. So to stay up late.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Um, okay. I have some questions. You can answer them like really quickly or if you
If
want to
I
go
need
into a
it.
little bit more on certain ones, like,
Yeah, yeah. I'll try
just
to be quick.
yeah. What did you do at the beginning, versus what are you doing now to grow? I guess we kind of
Yeah.
talked about like what you're doing now, but maybe
Yeah, yeah.
talk
No, it's
about what
good.
did you
Yeah.
do in the beginning.
Yeah, I actually it kind of relates a lot to me asking you what you thought about comparing yourself. Because at the beginning, I think when I wasn't comparing myself to anybody and I was just drawing shit in high school and like drawing things in young adulthood, it all sucked like really bad because I wasn't comparing myself to anybody. And I think I really needed to be very honest, like to be quite honest, I think that a lot of people need to understand how to compare themselves to other people to where it's not threatening their identity, but it is benefiting them. Because there's this, again, like false equivalency. Comparing myself to other people not equals being insecure. Like they don't need to be both true. Um, so I worked really hard when I realized that I really needed to start comparing myself to people. And that happened on, you've probably heard some people talk about this, but the whole conceptart.org golden age, like I caught the end of it when, like, you know, Miles Johnson and some people like in his kind of bracket.
I don't
If
know
you've seen
him,
Miles
but
Johnson, his recent work is like beautiful pencil renderings of like people looking into like themselves and stuff like that. I don't know if you've seen that, but
hmm.
his he used to also do fantasy paintings and like card art and stuff like that, illustration. Him and like a lot of people kind of in that vein that were on that site inspired me so much, and I literally just aped their process, I guess. Like what you would see on that site was like sketchbooks. Like, do you know about it?
Yeah. I
Or were
got
you?
like the end of it too,
Okay, cool, cool.
when I was getting in.
Did it inspire you a lot as well?
Yeah. Yeah. It was
It
very
just
overwhelming because I was like just got a tablet and I was just trying to figure out Photoshop.
Yeah, same. I mean, I kind of love it in a way when I think about it, because the amount of like work ethic you were exposed to was unlike anything else. Because like if you don't watch how much work it takes to be actually good, how are you gonna know? Like just from thin air, you're just gonna guess like how much you need to draw. So like I had no reference point until I saw how much these people were drawing, you know? Like they were drawing every single day, all the time. And they were sharing pages and pages and pages and pages of studies and sketches and thumbnails and like pieces. And I was like, duh, of course I have to do that. But it felt like the first time I understood. Because like before that, I was just drawing like when I felt like it and stuff. Like, which is so not worth anything if you're trying to get anywhere with art. Like the whole, you know, people say that now, like inspiration is bullshit or whatever. Like you have to understand how inspiration works, like and create it and um have a rhythm. So that's what I did. I did a lot of just what other people were doing. It made me way, way better. So I really think people should compare themselves without attacking themselves, you know. Um, and that's really, really, really useful. Like for a long time, you should do that. Take in so many things like photo studies, life studies, figure studies, all kinds, like everything. Even I'm a big proponent of doing things that seem even like disconnected to what you like. Like when I went to 3D animation school, and I remember in my letter of like submission of interest, I wrote like, hey, I really want to come and try to maybe be a texture artist. And that I feel like you guys have a class about that, and I might learn about that job here at this school. And that's not what I'm doing at all. What the hell? Like, I'm not a texture artist, but I still think textures are really cool. So I am kind of like learning some of that. But like I did animation and it helped me understand like movement and weight and balance and like arcs in movement and all kinds of stuff that like everything you do feeds into how you think and how much skill and perception you have. So like if somebody doesn't exercise their ability to perceive aspects of like visual things, physical things, whatever, they can't create it really. They have to at least consciously or subconsciously perceive it before they can put it into what they do. So any kind of perception increasing is what I was doing. Like whether it was just the class at school or I chose to do it, as much of that as possible. That's what I was doing. And now I'm doing a little bit less of that, but not that much less because I consistently look at tutorials and videos and interviews and ask people how they do what they do. So I don't think that there's that much of a difference in terms of how much information I expose myself to, but maybe there's less like pressure. Like I don't feel insecure about my art enough to like practice every single day. Like I'm okay.
Yeah.
But so it's kind of I'm the same person doing the same things with less insecurity, which is really useful because it feels good. But insecurity can drive you to make yourself a better person if you're not in a good state. It can be useful. Things can be good tools. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that's awesome. I totally agree. Tons of studying, expanding your brain, your visual library.
yeah.
You need to know how the world works if you want to then represent it and paint it.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel that we're basically trying to understand everything. Like
Mhm.
it's a lot. So yeah, the sooner you start, the better.
So, video games, conceptart.org, what other things have inspired you,
Hmm.
or
Uh,
artists, or just anything?
yeah. I would say Princess Mononoke was a huge one. Uh, gonna be cheesy and like point out a tattoo. I mean, I know it's kind of cheesy if people do that, but like the Kodamas, I don't know if you can see.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah.
Just get up. The
Oh, so
Kodama,
cute.
like
That's
you know the
beautiful.
when they're piggybacking on each other.
Oh,
Anyways, yeah. Um, yeah, let me show you my tattoo. But um the Mononoke movie came on one time at night when I like wasn't supposed to be watching TV and I couldn't sleep and I was a kid and I just was blown away. It was the most unique thing I had ever seen in my life at that moment. And I actually didn't even catch the beginning. I like caught it midway and I was like, what is this? Like, how do I find this? Like the Google wasn't around, you know, when you're just a
yeah.
kid and you're like, I'm never gonna see this ever again. What is this? Like when you see something anywhere, you're
Yeah.
like, this is a fleeting moment. Like it's passing me by. And I was like obsessed with it, but I was like, when this movie ends, that's it. Like that was my feeling, I guess, about it. And then it's not it, obviously, because I found it later, but that really affected me a lot, I think. And those movies in general. There's so many things. There's like video games, there's it's funny because I think video games are also kind of shit in a way too. I don't think they're amazing. But at the same time, I think they are amazing. The idea of like interacting with something somebody created and you can learn and perceive so much creativity and story through it, but then also they can stop you from living your real life too. So there's so much problems there. Anyway, games, movies, nature. Nature is like a huge one. Also, just being a kid who like is into uh like the imagination, I guess. Like I remember I had this friend who we would just kind of swim in the pool and talk about what we would look like if we were mermaids. And we wouldn't even like the idea of that game was that after we decided what we looked like, we'd like go swim around like mermaids. But we
Mhm.
spent so long talking about like the color of our tail scales or whatever that we didn't really get anything done at the end of the swimming session. And I was like, that's really funny to think about that. Like you're a kid and you're just like all these possibilities or something. I think that's really fun. And I think honestly, in a way, all artists are like trying to just re-access that every day, you know, that childlike where you're actually imagining what you're talking about and it's real, you know? It's really interesting. Um, I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff too. I like I like computers too, like I only know a basic level of like coding and computer kind of logic, but I think it has a lot to do with why I'm comfortable with like 3D or VR, even though I'm not like the best at it or it's not my job. I think technology is fascinating and interesting. It inspires me a lot.
Yeah.
Um,
What do you like about VR for as like
VR,
creating and
dang, VR is incredible. I have my headset right here at all times. Um, I think that VR. like the first time I put it on and there was like the demo where there's like this shark that kind of swims through and there's some plants and stuff, or a whale, I'm not sure. It it actually made me cry. I was just so moved by the idea that we've come this far to where you can actually feel like you're in a place that doesn't exist. Because prior to that, I had only ever experienced like on a monitor, a game or anything or a movie. And it's flat in front of you, so you can obviously differentiate yourself from the thing. Like you're not in it. It's there in front of you on that plane. Like, but then this thing really feels like you're actually there, like physically. And so it really moved me. I was like, is anybody else understanding that like this is the level we're at? Like, how is this not just, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like uh disproportionately moved emotionally by life. Like other people are like chill, it's just this thing. And I'm like, what do you mean? But yeah, when I put it on, I think it like distorted my imagination in a way that will never be the same in a beautiful way. Like first time I tried 3D, that happened a little bit, where like my brain became a little bit more 3D. But then with VR, my brain is a little bit more like VR. And when I'm in there, I feel like I can do things that I can't do on a 2D plane. And then on some level, like, yeah, I should train harder to be able to do those things on a 2D plane. But on some level, I don't care. And that doesn't really matter to me. It's like, it doesn't really make me feel like less of an artist or a purist that this is what feels right to me. Like, I think I would care if I was more insecure, but I love this too much, like to care about how it says that I'm not a good enough artist. Um, because when I'm in there, just like I feel free and I feel like ideas combine and like space and shapes and things just flow. I love that. I don't know if you've experienced that or do you like that about VR or
Yeah, I definitely think like using different mediums to create images is really important. Like drawing an idea in your sketchbook versus in Photoshop versus in Blender or
yeah,
VR, you'll come up with a different solution each time.
exactly,
So
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah. And don't you think that they even affect the way gets your idea begins, like the origin of your idea is affected by like say you've done a lot of sketchbook things or you've done a lot of 3D things. You might not even be physically doing the art in that program, but when ideas come to light in your brain on their own, they're almost like affected by the formats that you have taken on,
yeah,
right?
definitely. My stuff got way
Like
more dynamic when I started messing around in 3D.
yeah,
Yeah, because
it
then you're,
started to like occupy space more, I guess.
yeah, it's like, oh, I can see an object and I can
Yeah.
move that volume around and then like, oh, I know what happens in 3D when I like zoom in X
Yeah.
dimension, like I can just,
Mhm.
yeah.
You're conceptualizing that in your mind now and stuff. That's
Hmm.
why, honestly, you know how you were talking about like how you can't really talk to like the average person because they don't really connect with these things.
Hmm.
Like, even for me, there's like a sub like feeling in there that if I talk to even an artist who can talk about art and like they love art, but they don't have an excitement for like other things or like new learnings or new methods or new whatever, if they're not interested at all in that and they only like drawing in like this one style, I'm like on some level we can't connect because like if you are not genuinely excited about like creative outlets and like possibilities and techniques, like I don't know how much I can talk to you about like anime noses or whatever. Like I don't care about like one thing, I care about just like possibilities and stuff. Like yeah, so whenever I find like the type of artist who this is going to be so judgmental, but like the type of artist who just like gets discouraged when you even bring up like another program that they don't know. They go, I could never learn that one. It's so hard, dude. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, don't you want to try it maybe? Or put some time when you can, or why are you thinking it's so inaccessible? Like maybe it's difficult, but it doesn't mean that it's not like absolutely thrilling to even imagine like yourself using it or something. I don't know. I feel in general, I get so kind of instantly turned off by people who like see a challenge and go, "Mm, nah." You know, I'm like, I would so rather somebody be like, oh, that looks difficult. Maybe I'll try it someday. Or like, that seems fascinating. Let me listen to somebody talk about using that or doing that. You know,
Mhm.
that's such a better reaction. And I know I'm super biased because like that's my reaction, but like I like that about myself. And I think everybody would be better if they were excited about things. And telling yourself you can't do something or it's too hard, like that's so freaking lame. I just can't handle it. Nothing is that hard. Like we're not astrophysicists, you know, like that's
Yeah.
hard. I don't know.
Yeah, those kind of people are pretty frustrating because they're like so short-minded. It's like they they do this one thing and they don't want to ever expand or explore or yeah. Well, that's fine. They can stay in their own little world and do their
Yeah,
tiny yeah.
yeah. Like on one level, I'm being very just like judgmental in having such a reaction about it, and I would prefer to just like, all right, okay, that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I can't do anything about it. But what I don't like and what would make me feel better, and I've seen this, is like I know some artists who just like what they like, but they're not talking negatively about all the stuff, the other stuff. But some artists like maybe they'll be like, "Oh, that'd be really cool if I did learn 3D, but I'm good for now." Like, but at least they don't like talk negatively and like discouragingly about that stuff, you know? The more negative they are about the thing, the more annoyed I get, but the more like neutral they are, but like still see the merit, I'm like, all right, fine. We just, that's okay. I guess.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is so cool.
Um, how do you deal with art block?
Hmm. Um, I think that on some level, art block is not exactly what people say it is or something. Like art block comes from different places. I think a lot of art block comes from like you're not even really listening to yourself and your tendencies, and you're not really trying to feed yourself in the right way, Because I think that a lot of people who complain about art block, and not this is not everybody, but a lot of people who are kind of uh, have a pattern of complaining about it are the same kind of people who aren't really doing much about it. They kind of don't take in a lot of inspiration, or they take it in a way where it's not really conducive to breeding new ideas. They're just looking at that art and they're purely looking at how it's so much better than what they do. And they're like triggered by that and they're bothered and they're insecure, but they're not looking at like, that piece is so cool. Why do I think it's so cool? What can I get from it? What shapes do I like? So, like, if an analytical mind that is actually intent on getting better looks at something that's better than they are, it seeks to find a path to being better and to unblocking themselves. But if somebody who has decided that they'd rather be unhappy and complain and have art blog looks at a piece that's better than them, they would rather find all the ways in which that piece means that they can never be that good. Like some people literally just want to have art blog. So I guess that's like the category that I don't even think about. I like disregard it. It doesn't even exist for me because I'm not that person who like hits a wall and just like gives up and gets discouraged. It's just not smart. I feel like that's very immature. Like it's not a way to live life. You do that until you're done with doing that, and then you start actually living and being a person. I feel like like grow up kind of thing. Um,
Wow, that's great.
I know that's a bit unpopular and whatever, but I'm gonna just embrace like my actual feelings on it more and more. Because I
Yeah.
think like I've had this kind of like, how I said like people oh, you're a ray of sunshine and stuff. Like, yeah. I mean, I was being really soft for like a lot of years where like, you know, okay, like it's some people have a really hard time and like it's okay. But I think that some people have a hard time and it's okay, but other people just are not helping themselves in any kind of a way, and they just want attention. So like, let's be honest, you know. I just would rather be honest about it. Anyway, so if I have art block, it's more because um maybe I haven't been doing yoga or exercise, and like physically I'm too just caught up in like pain or something, which I try not to do because I have good habits and stuff to resolve that, or I eat better or something like that, because it might be some other issue that's hurting my ability to create well. Or I haven't been taking in new ideas or new images or new sources of inspiration. Because if you don't input anything, you can't output anything either. If you think you're like typical like 12-year-old, like I can't look at inspiration, that's copying, or I'm gonna like soil my ideas with the ideas of another human being and I won't be unique anymore. Like that's some bullshit too. So I think that everybody who's like, you know, I'm sorry if I'm being too crass or anything. I just think
No,
it's kind
that's
of
good.
new. But like if a person is too caught up in like how other artwork or artists invalidate their vision, that's not really real either. So like the sooner somebody gets over that, the better too, I feel like. Um, anyways, so I think that what I do if ever I'm facing, I would say like real art block is yeah, just like treat myself better. And I don't mean like laze around on the couch all day. I mean like input better things into your body and behaviors so that you can actually create more. Um, and you know, just like understand the system that is creativity. Like it's a system, it's a muscle, it's reliable. You if you don't do the things that take you there, like momentum and like believing in your ideas and like practicing actual art and like all that, if you don't do that stuff, you're not going to get what you want. So like I think it's not a mystery, you know. Um, unless it's like some exterior thing, like you just got traumatized by something in a crazy way, like that can block you, and that's more valid, I guess, than like this light kind of, I can't really figure anything out. Like, and the reason I'm saying that in kind of a harsh way is that I used to be one of those people, like when I was younger, like a teenager, and I'd be like, I don't have ideas. I don't know. I'm just not a person who has ideas. Other people have ideas. But then guess what I did? Like I started looking at inspirations every single day and like taking in what was so good about them, what's working, and analyzing. Well, that's how you become somebody who has ideas. Like, but if people are obsessed with categorizing themselves, like other people have ideas. Other people are good at painting. Not me, not me, not me. Then yeah, you're gonna have art block every day of your life. You're literally creating art block like where there wasn't any. Yeah, yeah. It's my long answer. What
Yeah, that's great.
do you think about that?
I haven't I hadn't thought about it in that way. So that's really cool. Like I think I agree. Um, but also I think art block is real sometimes.
It is. No, sometimes, yeah, that's true.
'Cause like I will kind of like hit a wall where I've been working for a long time and like I'm not being creative anymore. I'm kind of like not doing the greatest work. So when I see that, I know that okay, I've been working really hard for a couple of months. I need to go get on a plane and take a trip or like just
Yeah.
go for a long hike or do something to kind of help me reset.
Yeah. Actually, I want to be clear that I don't think that that's I think that what I said might sound like a some like endorsement of like workaholism and like only thinking that every day has to be full of art. But I think that that's actually part of what I'm talking about too. So I think that um this modern structure to our lives where like we have to produce something for a company every single day or almost every day, that's not really natural. Like what you said is much more normal, I would say, like that a person would have seasons and like on and off times of creative like output and then input and then output and input. That to me is like a natural cycle. So that's okay. I feel like that's not art block though, in a
Hmm.
way. That because I think we're calling it art block, but it's more just like normal. But like I guess what I'm what I'm calling art block is not that. It's more like when somebody just like considers that they're kind of uh they're feeling discouraged, but it's not really like making sense. Like they shouldn't feel discouraged. They're just doing something wrong, I guess. But I
Yeah.
think what you said seems like more of just part of a natural cycle. Like the fact that after working a lot, you would kind of dry up a little bit creatively. That just sounds normal. And we're calling it art block, but it's like, what, you want your brain to be a machine every day of your life? Like, I think we're imposing, like, um, I feel like today in society, there's a lot of things where we're calling it like a, like a disorder, but it's actually normal. Like the idea that you wouldn't be able to produce beautiful artwork every single day of your life. It's actually kind of like just normal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So you like photography and like going on adventures and capturing moments. Like for me, it's a really important like art form, and
Yeah.
um it's a nice break from like drawing, painting. Um yeah, talk about like photos and stuff.
Photos and stuff. Yeah, I think you have that Instagram Zach's Adventures, right?
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. Is that like private?
It's not private. It's
Okay, good. I like your photos. I think it's really cool that you share those and that people who follow you and like, do people who, I mean, before I answer, do people who do your course and stuff know about that? Like, where you put your photos and stuff?
I don't think I promote it that much. Maybe I should
Yeah.
tell them.
I think so because not in like a way where it'll get some followers or anything, but it's more like if again like similar to seeing like Nathan Fox like abstract exercises. I feel like when you see where somebody is getting part of their creative output and all that, like that whole cycle, I guess, that they're in, you start to understand like, oh, so their life, they've kind of their art comes in and out through like so many different areas of their life, you know? And photography is one of those for sure. Um, do you know Loic Zimmerman?
I might.
Yeah, I think you might. He like has directed a couple short things and a Jeremy Mann documentary and like has really cool photography and 3D work and paintings and stuff. So he's one of these like kind of multidisciplinary people who I remember asking a long time ago, like when I was starting out, I was like, hey, you do a lot of things that I'm interested in. Like you do 3D and painting and you take pictures and you direct video. And like I just was seeking some advice kind of on like how to be this multidisciplinary, multifaceted artist because I think that that's it just resonated so much with me that somebody would do all those things and be their vision would carry across many tasks, like many different art forms. And he said that his advice would be to become really good at one thing, and then all the other things can be like secondary and come along with it after. I think that's really good advice, but also that if you're learning to draw, you should also be learning to take pictures and analyze pictures and all kinds of stuff because I can't even see a way in which you would ever lose anything out of doing that. You would only gain, you know. Um, Photos and drawings are share so much of the same language and like learnings, you know. I feel like I don't know if you've always taken pictures, but did you notice like a jump, I guess, in understanding and creativity?
I think I was always kind of taking pictures. Remember in high school, I took a photography class, and I think just in general, like I was taking photos, I was sketching, and I was just growing as an artist with all of those things. So as my
Yeah,
drawings got better, my photos got better.
exactly. I think that's so cool because isn't it kind of fascinating? Like this is funny, but like you'll never be that bad again at either one.
Mhm.
Like, because they both just got so much better together.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think about that. Because I'll think about like how I used to be pretty bad at taking pictures and I'm like pretty bad at drawing and stuff. And I guess we're just like incapable of like doing something so poorly ever again. But there's something kind of charming about like how, being a budding artist and like taking a bad picture, but like in 3 years your pictures will be better. I think it's awesome. It's funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, similar to VR and everything, it just affects how you see the world. And like photography in particular, um, so when you draw or when you make 3D in whatever way, you're like creating the thing. But when you take pictures, you're learning so much just through framing things that are there. Like the world is just there, and then you're framing it, and it's creating a work of art. But you're like, how's that possible? Like all I'm doing is framing. And then you understand just how powerful framing is. Like framing anything. Like, you know, anything you want. Like even just with your fingers, you can like create like a little window or a composition or a story. And you're like, damn, that's so powerful. Because like all the types of shots, up shots, down shots, or like uh establishing shots, whatever. And then you feed that back into your art. So it's so sick. And also learning how cameras work with light and like bouncing light and sensors and everything. Amazing. Like and then like depth of field, enhancing focus. It's like when you learn about depth of field, it's like you're learning about soft edges and hard edges in painting, because
Yeah.
it's like focus where you draw the eye, and it's so cool. It's just amazing. And
Mhm.
then you find like photographers you like too, and they inspire you. It's just another, it's like a whole other art world of its own.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know Simon Wiener's photographies?
No.
Photo- I think you'd like them. He's also very like urban, super interesting compositions. Like I think you do a lot of that. It's Wiener, Weaner.
Well, I'll look him up.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
Okay, a couple more questions. Biggest highlight of last year.
Last year, Lightbox, I think. Um, but also just hanging out with Justin. Or like hanging out with him. We always have a good time. I feel like we talk about art and life and really enjoy things together, like about life and other people. So just any time with him, I really is a big highlight. And we got to spend Lightbox together, and it was last Lightbox, I think, was the moment for me that felt the most perfect of like my whole life. It was like everything I've ever worked so hard for, like coming together. And it felt so different from all the other art events because I didn't know myself the first few times I even went to any of those. Do you have that impression as well? Like you're like, I was almost a, when you think back about yourself, like, did you know yourself or were you the same person or
Yeah, I was so different. Like like years ago, you're so like unsure about yourself, and then
Yeah,
you kind of like grow and you find who you are, and you be a little bit more confident. And then,
isn't it a bit surreal to even like go back to that memory of
oh,
just
it's embarrassing. I don't even want to like think about it.
it's almost like a stranger, but they're your body, like it's very weird.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel when I think about the other art events, because I would notice like some things I wouldn't do today, or some things I did that I'm like, man, good thing like the people around me were like patient with my weirdness or whatever. I might look back on today 5 years from now and think the same thing, honestly. But I feel like the more comfortable you are, even with your own cringeness, I guess, like
Yeah.
as long as it's acceptable cringe, not like making everybody uncomfortable, that's really bad. But um, anyways, last year was a big highlight because of that, because everything felt like, okay, this is amazing. Like I'm so thankful. Um, very thankful for everything. Meeting creatives every single year, like nonstop, that just you align with. It's like I I keep saying the word blessed, but like how much more blessed can it be than like, you know, you're just kind of you're comfortable with yourself and you're kind of just standing there and you're like, wow. I'm so lucky, you know?
Mhm.
Like look at like um the quality of person like deep down that I can like talk to and connect with. Um, I'm not even just saying like somebody cool that I look up to and other people look up to. Like on some level, that's just very cool, like to your ego, you know, like, oh, I get to talk to this person who I'm like really impressed by, and like they're known. Like that's exciting for sure. Like everybody feels that. But even just when you're like talking to you, talking to some other people, like I'm not gonna name names because that's like weird, but you know, when you're just talking to people that you just like you just like their soul, and like my partner's next to me and Justin, like I really care about him, and we're both like talking to somebody we both think is really cool, and then they're saying things to us that we agree with, and we're like, wow. Oh, not necessarily just the fact that you agree with it, but you're like fascinated by the way this person sees the world, and you're like, wow, this is so sick. That's, I mean, you know, when you really think about it, that's not a common experience that most people have throughout their life. Like a lot of people are going through life being like, I hate everybody around me. No one's like me, or I'm frustrated. And, you know, that's a common experience, I would say. And
Yeah.
so the fact that we get to like be interested in our colleagues and connect with them and talk about like cool stuff, whether it's like the way you live life and the way you see art, the way you lay down colors and shapes, it's like that is so amazing. Um, I can say more about it, but that's yeah, Lightbox last year.
Yeah. Cool.
It's like a mountain. Was yours like that too?
Um, Lightbox.
Yeah, or maybe another moment last year.
Mm, yeah, Lightbox was awesome. Definitely going to Philippines.
Oh, from Manila, right?
Yeah, I did Icon Manila. So I did like a couple workshops there. We raised money for people in need, um, which is really cool. And Armin, who runs it, like
I'm
he,
Saran.
yeah, yeah. Um, him and his wife and the team of people, they actually like go and they like help build stuff and repair people's houses and yeah, they're just incredible, beautiful people.
I love that. Oh my gosh. I I've never been to that, but I've seen people post about it, and I saw when you posted about it, and I was like, wow, there's really cool events out there. That one looks awesome. It looks very wholesome, and I like that about it.
Yeah.
Nice.
What
Yeah,
are
thanks for
you,
sharing.
yeah, what are you looking forward to in the near future?
Oh, the thing I'm working on coming out
Ooh, when does it come out?
relatively soon, like much more soon, I think, than most people like when they work on something. And I didn't even know I would be this lucky, like for that to happen.
Mhm.
So, this year, I think, and like that's really exciting for me because to be very honest, like when I conceptualized what my first art directing thing would be, where I would like have the whole team experience and everything, um, I was like, I'll take whatever I can get. To be honest, I was kind of like, whatever it is, it'll be a good experience. I'll learn. I might not be fully aligned with like the look or the whatever. I was prepared to kind of like just take the learning experience, you know? But the thing I'm doing is actually so freaking cool and like fun. And the people are like so genius. Some of them are just amazing problem solvers, and I'm like inspired by them every day. And I'm not even talking about like, because I think back in the day when when I would hear somebody say that, my mind would go to like, oh, is it some artist I really love? Like not only that, but like even like a programmer. I'm just like, oh my God, this person's problem solving in the coolest way. Like I think that people who are kind of only focused on like how cool artists are should also learn to appreciate like people who do other creative endeavors like coding and like tech art and stuff are fascinating, like people who make shaders and rigs and all that. um Anyway, so I'm really excited for this to come out. The team is so fun to work with. They're good people. I love when we have an idea and like an ambition, and then somebody's like, "Oh, I have a solution. Let's try this." I'm like, oh, "Yes, cool." I love problem solvers and like people who come with like ideas. Yeah, so it's gonna come out, so I'm excited for that. So that's something I'm looking forward to. I'm also looking forward to Annecy because Justin and I are going for the first time. Have you been?
No.
We're really excited. You haven't gone.
Mm-mm.
You should come.
Okay.
It's in June.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try. I'll see.
Try, yeah. I mean, like it's it's one of those things that like fills up real quick and stuff. But
Oh,
if you
okay.
haven't been and we haven't been, like try, I don't know. It'd be cool to see you there.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
But like I haven't been, so I and last year I think for the last couple years, have you seen people like go and share stuff
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah.
It looks like a beautiful place. The event looks fun. Um yeah, I'm excited. I like art events. Yeah, I think they're just cool. So that's fun. Um yeah.
Man, that's awesome. Okay. Wow. I think we covered pretty much everything.
I think so too. Um yeah. Was there any questions that like somebody asked that we didn't get to or I think we probably did.
There's we pretty much cover everything. There was one on Ori.
Oh yeah, you said okay. I wanted to be clear that like I only worked on the sequel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I it's kind of like a broad question, like how was it working on the project?
Okay. There's good and bad. 'Cause like
Yeah.
so what's really cool about working on that project was the team is like super capable. They're very skilled. And also right now they have like a game coming out that I saw like the beginnings of when we were on Ori. And it's called No Rest for the Wicked. Have you seen anything about it?
No, not yet.
It's incredible. Like they're very, very skilled and inspiring. So they pushed me a lot. I learned everything I set out to learn when I joined the team. Um, it's funny because remember how we mentioned that I applied to things and didn't get them?
Hmm.
Like I applied a year before and totally ignored. And then like I joined afterwards. And then I even like met the person who's my friend now, like not friend like every day. We don't talk every day, but like we know each other well. Um, the person who rejected me. So like he made the decision to reject me. And actually when I learned that, I was like, you know what, you were right. Because at the time I wasn't ready. So like I made peace with it. It made sense. And anyways, so um, being on that team was really great. I learned so many things. What I set out to learn when I joined, and I think this is a good thing for people to do if anybody's still listening. But like when they get when people get a job, I think they should set out to learn specific things from the team or from the job. I've always taken jobs as like a learning experiences. Like, okay, because I'm getting paid, I have to do a good job and learn this, this, and this and like get better. I feel like you align with that already. I
Yeah.
can't even like predict, but like um I feel like you probably have done that where you're like, I'm gonna learn composition here or from these people. And then that's what I did. I was like, I'm gonna learn composition, lighting, and like visual clarity and stuff like that. It was literally exactly what I learned when I was there. And it helped me so much because the first game inspired me a lot and it had such a visual clarity and like an iconicness to it. Like everybody knows Ori, and when or even if they haven't played it, they're like, "Oh yeah, I love it. I love how it looks, or what it's about and stuff." It has like a very specific color style that Maximilian and just the people at Airborne um designed basically, and they're really great. There were super strong artists who worked on the first one. So when we we're working on the second one, we basically like tried to do everything right that they were doing and even better. And um the at the stage that I joined, I actually didn't really paint any assets except like a couple minor ones. But what I did was I did set dressing, which is like where you take everything that exists and you kind of just like put it over the level design and then you light it and you like give it a like a color script and a tone and everything, and um you bring the scene to life with like all the stuff you have. And the reason that was such a cool experience was like we set out to make every level um first like gameplay readability, where like all the surfaces have to be like you can tell that this is where Ori walks, and but you also have to tell a story and like a specific area story. Like this area is like the moss area, this area is the like creepy area, this area is the winter area, and like you kind of learn about like visual identity of locations and colors and shapes through all of that, and like iconicness, I guess. Like you understand how you make something memorable for a player, because yeah, so anyways, there's so many things where you learn that are specific to like storytelling and gameplay and like experience of the player that you can feed into everything else you learn. So that's what I really appreciated about that, because it made you think about things like, oh, the player has to remember this so that they can come back and do something later, like functionally in the game. So they have to visually remember it too. How do we do that? And like those kind of tasks, I feel like are such interesting tasks. Um, that came from like working on that game and people being so determined to like make something so custom and special. Um, However, the negative parts, there's actually an article about like how it was to work there, like because it was so
Uh,
weird. Um, I hope that the people who run the company have improved, like if they ever encounter me ever again. Um, they have personality traits that are put people at risk, I would say, of
mm,
like put vulnerable people at risk. I don't think I was at risk because I kind of like stood up to them in a certain way or said like, "Hey, I don't think you want to talk to people like that," and stuff. And one time I got told like, "Iris, mind your own business." So I'm like, "Really? Okay. You're gonna be like that? I think it's gonna come back to you." And it did. But it was weird to see other people be convinced to feel bad that they weren't working the weekend or something like that.
uh,
Like weird guilt games, you know?
mhm,
Like, if you really care about this team, you'll give it your all. How could you like not, you know? That kind of
wow.
stuff. Like whether somebody says it or implies it heavily. And so yeah, a lot of us were I even actually did like a undercover kind of checking up on a lot of people. Like I don't think I was allowed or whatever, but I was like, "Hey, can you answer a few questions about how you felt in the last few months? Like, is your mental health suffering from the way that our project is going?" Because I was like, this has got to be affecting people. So I kind of started to like ask people if they were okay. Um, yeah, it was kind of messed up. But at the end of the day, we created something pretty incredible, I think. The Everybody was really proud of it, but it had this layer of like didn't sit right with me, because when we watched the game launch and you could tell like just because everybody on the team was watching streamers and stuff play the game and be so like emotionally touched by it, because Ori is like an emotional storytelling game. It's a big part, like it's actually a very well designed game experience as well, which is nice. But also, because some story games don't have that, but it has both. It has like the nice story, the visuals, and the gameplay. And people who were playing the game were so like, you know, charmed by like the way it was crafted, that they're probably assuming really good things about everybody on the team, including like the leaders, like, oh, only the purest of people would create this masterpiece. You know what I mean? Like I mean, of course, that's like a logical assumption, right? Like, I'm sure we've all felt that way about things we've seen and then not known about like some psychopath running it. So, it felt a bit like how, you obviously notice like I like the truth. I like when people know things and their dignity is respected. And I did feel as though the behavior of the leaders of the studio, which I hope is better now, like I said, um, I think it might be better now, not that they learned and stuff. Um, it made me feel like they were betraying the fans by being so bad, like to other people. So they were treating the team so like narcissistically, I would say, that it felt like an insult to everybody who loved the game. Because if you're really a good person, you'll carry like that perception onto your shoulders of like what you owe to people, who you're creating something for. And I think part of that is like you being a good person. Like if you're a terrible person and you're delivering some result and then you're packaging it as like, hey, I did all this stuff and like look at me and my team, you should have also treated the team well. And like the whole thing should just be like um, right. Like there should be the least amount of like wrong and backstabbing and like abuse in that whole thing as possible, I'd say. And I think that that's unfortunate. Some people were so kind of hurt by that that I think, were like super disillusioned about the industry after that. And yeah, that's unfortunate because not everybody's like that. They're one of the few people like that I've encountered. And I hope that whoever's still there is like feeling good and doing better, I guess. So yeah. But it made me wonder, and I'm gonna wrap up with this the story, but do you think sometimes that like places where the balance of the work life at work is a bit imbalanced is more likely to create good results? Because that's something that those guys would say. Like they would say that sometimes, like how, we're working this hard and everything, but like look at what we can do. And I was like, true. Honestly, like it's a bit of a tricky question.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary to have like a
I want it not to
crazy,
be.
yeah, it doesn't have to be a crazy work environment um to make something incredible. Like I've been on movies where we were making the most beautiful, heartfelt
Yeah.
story, and it was also like the best work environment I've ever had.
Oh, I love that. That's so good to hear.
Um, I
What
think
made it that way?
it's well, it was this movie I was working on at we were working on the Warner Brothers lot. So like around all like the sound stages and the live action movies that were being made. So that was cool. Um, and we had a small little team. I was like the only biz dev artist for a while, and then we had a production designer and an art director. And we were just like a little family in this little like kind of like shitty like off to the side like really old like studio space. um but yeah, like Rob Rupel was on the project. He was my production designer, and is
He's so cool.
yeah, he's
He
kind of
seems
like a dad sometimes to me, like in a good way, like in a great way. So it's like
You were
yeah,
telling me about this. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. um
Remember.
and it was also the story we were doing was like exactly like my kind of thing. It was like
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
darker kids movie, action adventure, comedy. It's like exactly what I like to do.
Awesome.
Um, so yeah, it was just overall a really cool, fun experience. I guess they're still working on it. Like it got put on pause for a while, but I hope it gets made.
I hope so too. Dang. I mean, that'd be so cool to see, what it amounts to and everything. Like
Yeah.
how it ends up. So cool. Especially like you want things that went positively to actually come out and become real, right? Like you want to think like, oh, hey, it's not only bad stories out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope so. I hope I want to see it someday. Cool.
Yeah.
What's something that the art director was Rob the art director or was he production designer?
Rob was production designer. Jason Schreier was art director.
Oh, awesome. He's great
Yeah.
too. Um, what kind of leadership or things that they did would you uh try to emulate or like you think went well and stuff like that?
Mm, I think they I felt respected there. Like they knew like what I was good at and they let me do that.
Wow.
Um so yeah, I've had a couple like what I was talking about earlier, like I've had a couple of those kind of experiences. And I think that comes with like making a name for yourself and like getting further along in your career. Maybe you can have more of those kind of experiences. So
Mm.
you get hired for this thing and they let you do that. Um, and yeah, I think it is also um, they made sure there was time for enough freedom to just explore like my own ideas.
That's
There was a point in the movie where they didn't have enough storyboard artists, so they asked me to beat board like the ending of the movie.
that's so
So
cool.
yeah, I got to like board out this whole ending in just
Hey,
like
that's so fun.
beats. Um, and yeah, that was so cool. I got to like work on some of the characters and um, a lot of it was just pitching ideas. Like the directors might have like a bit of a story that they're working on, and then I would just do a bunch of paintings and like, oh, what if we did this or this?
That sounds so fun. It sounds perfect.
Yeah, I think I did some of my best work on that movie. So
Dang.
um,
You
I'm
want to
like, at
share
least like, yeah, let's just finish it up so I can like post. I want to like show some people. Like,
just for my sake, please.
yeah.
Just that's really cool. When you okay, wait. Like when you were working on that and you were asked to do things that you weren't used to doing, did you find that you had any kind of fear in you? Like, oh dang, like, I'm not used to that thing. Is it gonna go badly? Or were you like, yeah, okay, let's try this? Or a bit of both?
A bit of both. I remember like almost having like adrenaline or something. And like when I was given something like that, I just like attacked it and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna do a lot and do it really good. Um that was also like right after Spider-Verse. And so I was kind of like a little bit high
Oh,
from that. It was like, oh, I worked on this movie that turned out really good. Um, Now I'm working on this next thing that's like really awesome. So I was just kind of like pumped at that
yeah,
place.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
Did did that continue for a while, or do you feel like something like kind of shot your star down a bit, like discouraged you?
After that, I went to Disney and Disney was a very different experience. Some like incredible experiences there, but also I didn't have the same kind of um, um, work environment that I did previously. It was I don't know, like incredible people at Disney, so nice, like the environment was amazing, but I think maybe the project maybe I wasn't too pumped about or um maybe like kind of how it was run. And part of that is just me not knowing like there's super old studio with like a process that they do and everything. So part of that is me not understanding the process fully and kind of like how I fit into it. So if I
Mm.
went back, I would have done a better job. I would have um yeah, it would have been better. But yeah, that kind of overall great experience, but it wasn't like the previous things. And then from there I went to DreamWorks and that was kind of like an incredible experience again. for the first part, like art directing Puss in Boots for a bit, and then when they switched over leadership and they changed things, then um, I kind of left. But
Became more difficult. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're glossing over a lot there, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, hopefully everything's okay. Um, when you say like that there was really good experiences at Disney, and then also I wanted to ask what some of that stuff was, like maybe just being surrounded by people you like or something or can learn from,
Mhm.
or anything else, from that. And also when you said that you didn't understand exactly where you fit and then now you would do it differently. Does that wisdom come more from being in a more leadership position and then you kind of have more context of like where each person fits? And then because I've had that moment as well recently where since art directing, I'm like, oh, seeing it from up here, not that it's like up here, but like seeing it from over here, it looks different. What I was doing looks different now that I understand the fuller context of like where an artist is in the context of like making something, because it makes me think a bit more about where what I was expected to do would fit into, and then how it helps somebody else do their job and all that. And I think that a lot of times as an artist, um, even though you think you're like aware of how you can do your best to serve the team and stuff, there's still a level of like disconnect where you're like, I'm me and I want to do this. Like, but then it's also really useful for you to get into the head of like who's going to use the thing you're creating, and like what they need to be like or something. And all that context is super interesting. And I feel that maybe is there any kind of like my friend Nick Ladd asked me the other day, like if there's any good books or anything or sources about art directing? Because I feel like if a lot of art directors got together and documented the things that art direction taught them about leadership, but also about being art directed, you know, like having the way that it made them think about being an artist and being art directed, maybe that would be really valuable for people.
Yeah.
Um, because it's very niche information that like no one talks about, I guess. So yeah, like what were some of those experiences you had at Disney that you really appreciated? And also
You
like
mentioned the book Hans Batcher.
oh, he's
Um,
amazing.
yeah, his book on production design is it's incredible.
Yes. Okay,
Um,
write that
some
down.
some of the good experiences at Disney
Is that a
was
wait, is that the one where he talks about composition or is it a different one?
I think he has three. He has a composition one, like a sketchbook composition one, a production design one, and then one other one. Um, but yeah,
Get
you can just like Google like his books and oh, color and
yeah.
composition. Yeah,
Yeah, I really love color and composition. I'm gonna check out production design. Thank you.
yeah. Um, there's a couple of us, like Disney has a gym in the basement. So there's a couple of us, like after work every day, we'd like um, drink a pre-workout together and we'd go down there and work out. That was amazing. I loved it. Um,
That's really fun. Like artist or like some other task.
yeah, artists.
Like storyboarding or something. Like,
And they also had a personal trainer come in during during the day, like once a week, couple times a week. So
oh, that's really cool.
we would do that. Um, uh, they had a game room where like in the afternoon, like someone would like grab me and we'd go play like some game or something in the afternoon. Um,
Like an arcade game.
yeah. So it was actually very hard to like do work there because there's all these distractions.
That's so funny because that's how I felt when I visited the Riot campus and I was like, huh, there's a lot of distraction here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like it, even though it's so cool.
Yeah, I was not used to that. The part that I struggled with was the previous projects I was on. My job was basically like, hey Zach, here's part of the script, read it, and then just paint a bunch of inspiring, cool stuff. Like Scooby-Doo, I just like painted moments for like the whole
Yeah,
movie.
those are
Like Spider-Verse, I just painted tons of color keys or did a lot of like loose, quick paintings or whatever. And then the
yeah.
movie at Warner Brothers I was talking about, like I was just painting moments and coming up with ideas and then at Disney, um, they I don't know the way the project was run in Kanto, it was more like um, we need we need these vehicles. Um, we need I guess it was like smaller assignments.
Yeah.
Um, and I was
Like
just
pro
like I didn't I guess I was so used to working that other way where it's like
yeah.
just paint a bunch of cool stuff. So then
Explore.
when there's yeah, when they're like you have to do this and then this and this, like what I
Yeah.
should have done was um I should have just designed, painted like the coolest vehicles and props and whatever that they've ever seen. Um, but for some reason, like the way I was given assignments and the way that um like approvals and like things went, like it just didn't get the best work out of me for some reason.
Okay.
Um, and definitely part of that's my fault. Like I didn't know how to work in this new environment that was so different. Um,
Mm.
part of that could have been um the art direction, like maybe they should have maybe seen like how I was used to working. Like I can't expect someone to know that or anything, but um yeah, I wish I did a better job. Um,
When you that reminds me a lot of something Justin has been like sometimes telling me he's going through where it's like and I think I've noticed this as well, like whenever something is formulated, I guess, like the way it's briefed to you, you're like, I think if I were to come at this from a different angle, I would do better. Like, or if I were to be given more, or like, you ever sometimes like, sometimes I'll ask some questions that, if there's not an answer at all for some of those questions, it's difficult to like pull from just thin air. Like, um, I don't know, if like I think there's a perfect amount of like information in a brief where it's not too much and it's not too little. That is like really good enough for you to like deep dive and like problem solve nicely and everything. But sometimes if there's not enough, it's like it's too vague, it's not specific enough. Um, you kind of need something to be narrowed down by somebody so that you can like really kind of thoroughly explore or something. But then if it's too specific, it's like, well, what am I solving? Like, what, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing.
yeah.
I don't know. There's like a, I feel like there's like a sweet spot there. And I think maybe it changes per person too. Like Justin was telling me that he um has such a like thorough approach, I guess. Like he wants to understand like every single aspect of like what he's making, how it works, how it functions and all that. And he really thinks about it from like the ground up. And I think that's so fascinating because like for me, I don't need specifically that much like thorough like deconstruction of every single aspect, you know? But I can see how somebody could like just feel much more comfortable with that level of like thorough, thinking and stuff. Evan Amundsen?
No.
Evan Melham. He does like these characters that are really cool. He has this book called Tegn, like Tegn, and it's like these fantasy characters and drawings and ink pencil drawings and stuff like ink and pencil and a lot of cool, really cool stuff. Evan Amundsen, and he has this really cool talk. I don't know if it's like online, but he talks about how just how thorough he is when he thinks of his characters. Like he'll
Oh, I do
think
know
of
him. Yeah.
okay, he will think down to like the level of technology that they have in their tribe or in their social structure and like where they got the materials and like how they how they derive whatever material they have from the raw material and like all that level of like minutia and like how it all works. I think that's really cool. I think like some people are really world builders, when they're drawing and painting, and other people are more like, for me, I'm kind of like, I think about that on some level, but not to the granular level that like Justin or Evan like. And I'm more like, uh, I'll leave some things to the imagination and I'll just kind of play with like composition, the shape, like the impression that the structure. Like, I think if I'm creating like a castle or some kind of a place, I'm not thinking exactly like where did they get these bricks. Like, I think that's really cool that somebody's thinking about that. But for me, I'm like, what's the emotional impression of that castle on the viewer, like, or on the character? What does it convey, like when they're looking at it, and all that. And I think it's so cool how everybody has like these different angles. Yeah, like what is your angle? Are you also like super thorough? Do you need all that information about like where everything comes from, or are you more storytelling driven or a bit of everything? Where do you draw from?
I think it goes in stages. Like first capturing the feeling, the cinematic like shot that makes sense. Then it's about shape design, designing more specifically things, and then I think that's where I start to think about like what kind of materials, what would make sense for this location, how would they make it? Uh,
Yeah,
like I'm kind of broadly thinking about that when I'm doing that initial sketch as well, because you have to think about like material quality and all of that when you're painting, but I don't focus in on that yet because I don't want to get into hyper detail too quick.
yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, like, because some people, I think that's where they thrive. They're like so excited about like this culture's technology. And I'm like, that's really cool. Like that you like that.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. I'm like, okay, that leaves more um e- e- exploration for me on the other side. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's nice when you have like a team that has like different, takes and stuff like that. Like different people with
Hmm.
different uh points of view on all that. Yeah. Um, we talked about so much stuff. I think that was a really good conversation. It was our longest one. We actually had time to talk about a lot of stuff. That's what happens.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for spending so much time. Like people I
Yeah,
know
no,
are gonna get
likewise.
so much out of this. Can
I
you?
think it's the length is like kind of a deterrent in a way. Because if I see a podcast, or I mean, there's a lot of videos where I've listened to people I'm interested in, uh, their opinions for like a long time,
Mhm.
but this one's long.
Yeah.
Like it's
Well,
super long. I hope it's okay. I hope you're not like annoyed or anything.
no, no, not at all. Yeah, this will be a record. Um, uh,
Try to beat it.
yeah. Give me your all your links to everything, and you can send that over, and I'll put it in the in the video description.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I
but
kind of
we'll,
jotted down like a list of some of the artists you mentioned and resources, so there'll be that. Yeah.
hmm. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, do you have any last thoughts on any of this stuff? Anything for anybody?
Mm, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't. It's cool that we have like so many similarities. And It was great to hear like your approach to things. You have like a great outlook on everything, like very uh mm, mature and like thought out. And yeah, it's definitely helped me a lot and given me a lot to think about. So
Really? Oh,
yeah.
that's interesting to hear because I find that you have such a like go-getter. You feel like unstoppable. Like you've just decided that you're unstoppable, I feel like. And I feel that people who've just like done that for themselves are just gonna get whatever they want to get, like out of
Mhm.
life. Um, and I wonder like if there was even any more room for you to like need any other knowledge. But like I think that the reason that like things tend to go well for people who are doing well is that they like take in new information and stuff too. So it's just part of the cycle, I guess. So I can completely connect to that. Like I feel like I've learned also from you and like your approach is very like it's very stoic, I feel like, and I like that about your take on things. I really think that I connect with people who have like a stoic way of life. And I think stoicism gets kind of misunderstood sometimes to be emotionless or unaffected. That's not what stoicism means. It means more like if anybody thinks that, it means more, like taking things on with um a level of like, oh, I can make these changes. It's me, like I'm the one who can change the reality around me through my actions and the way that I take things and situations and like and just kind of you have faith in that about the world that like things will go better if you take on personal responsibility and you act based on virtue and like you know good good ways of being, and I think that you're like that, so I really appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Trying.
It makes me happy when people who are driven by good things are also being like watched by a lot of people who are like not in a weird way, but like they're a lot of people are learning from you and your example. And I would rather people learn from good examples than bad ones. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely
Oh,
some bad examples out there, so
there are, yeah,
we
there
can
definitely are.
we
You
can talk
actually
about the good things.
off kilter from reality and like from normal behavior. So on some level, maybe that's part of genius and like shockingness and all that. But I do wonder if like for me, when I see Miyazaki make something, that's true genius because he respects like all people, I feel like, and he makes things that are like deeply beautiful on like so many levels in a way where you don't even need just the shock value, you know? And like it can connect people of all ages and all whatever, everything. Whereas I see something that like depends a bit on like sexual shock and stuff, and I'm like, I mean, it's a bit like juvenile in a way where it's like, I have a penis. Look at that. Like, look at what it does. Like, okay,
Oh,
dude. I feel a bit like, okay, I'm horny. Like, I think it's a bit like, all right. I don't need to like see you being horny.
yeah.
You know? But whatever. I mean, it's to each their own at the end of the day, like freedom of speech, but I guess I do just wonder like what that equates to. And I think that you brought up a good point. Sorry to like end it on this like serious thing, but it's interesting to just like honestly, ponder. So I think
Yeah.
that I appreciate what you said about like people should be made to feel safe, however, like, challenged in certain ways. But I just do wonder, like, I think back in the day I used to like take nudity way more lightly and stuff. And now I think like the other day I saw an artist that I actually like. I used to like what they made, but they made this image of like Teletubbies, but they were like in porn poses.
I think I
They
saw
were
that.
like opening their butt cheeks and stuff. And I was like, that's like pedophilic in a way. Because like that's like child content. So it's kind of creating this like weird connection in people's brains, like subliminally, of like a child's cartoon and like sex. I'm
Hmm.
like, yeah, that's a bit fucked up, like in a way where I was like, and then everybody's going, genius, genius. I'm like, is it though? Like, or is he just kind of like impressing you with like some weird cheap thing. I mean, on some level, I might be overthinking it, but things come from places and stuff,
Mhm.
so it's interesting.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah,
As simple as like maybe drawing from some dark thing in his mind and he wants to make it.
yeah,
It
it's
doesn't
interesting.
describe
I mean,
him as a person or anything like that.
potentially, yeah.
So give
Also,
I think give him the benefit of the doubt, and and what he creates is beautiful, and
it is, no, it very often is, and I think a lot of what he does, like the one with the certain things in the past that like just run right over my head. I'm like, but I think in the back in the day, I was like, yeah, everybody do whatever, everybody's expression is the same value and everything. And now I'm kind of like, what's going on with that? Like, is that maybe have some other deeper levels or something?
yeah,
But anyway, yeah. At the end of the day, I guess we have to all be allowed to like be doing what's interesting to us in some level. And sexuality is part of being a human. And on some level, me like wanting people to repress that also has its own like, you know, things it says about me and stuff. So I think it's all interesting topics. And to depart completely from sexuality, I want to just talk about that other question, like if people ever like contact you and you're like, oh, I wish I could answer, because I've gotten some stuff where they ask some questions like, and I could help them. Like if I really could sit down for like an hour and just write them like a beautiful message, like that could help them. And like I don't like giving a response that's just like, hey, two things, bye. Like I
yeah.
way rather sit down. So like, how do you deal with that? Because you must get quite a few contacts.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, definitely I'll like see something, I'll be like, oh, I'll respond later, and then I just totally forget. So if that happens, just message me again, please, and remind me. Um, I think people should be respectful of our time because we are very busy. So if you have a question, you know, keep it kind of short, like to the point, something that we can answer. Um,
That's fair. Yeah.
because if it's something longer, um,
It starts to be
then
work.
yeah, then it's like, okay, that's taking away from like my personal time and everything. Um, I wonder if there's a better way to do that. Sometimes people will be like, hey, can I have a quick phone call or something and talk to you about this? And I'm like, too busy, just give me like a few questions you have and then I'll respond.
Yeah.
And then that way it's like if I've got a 5 minute break, I can do that.
Don't you wish you could just like have different clones or something that would do all this stuff? Like, because it
Yeah.
would be so, you could definitely provide more value too, like there's all these people who like maybe talking to you for just an hour could really like clarify a lot of things for them or something, but because your point of view is very like healthy.
Do
And
you do you have a class? Can't remember.
not right now, but I did. Like I did last year or the year before. I kind of don't remember anymore. But like there was a mentoring session and also a class session, and those are really fun. They really like creating those and then being there and then delivering the information and everything. Like was a good process because I saw a lot of things I would suggest, how I would suggest them, also ways I could do better next time. Because sometimes you formulate like a routine for people and you think, yeah, if they do this, that's going to help them. And then you're like, maybe I could have done better with that. Um, but yeah, those things are really
Because
helpful. I don't have one right now.
if someone has like bigger, like longer questions and conversations they want to
Oh,
have,
sure, you
then
do it.
they should take your class or like have some like online thing that you could offer maybe. Because I know sometimes I'll be like, because my students get my first priority with like answering questions,
That's
giving
true.
feedback because they've paid for my time. So if other people want
Yeah.
them, like, hey, just join one of my classes. It's inexpensive for the most part, and then that
You're
way,
very generous with them.
yeah, I can we can talk.
Yeah, I think that that's totally fair. And also, like, that's very understandable. You know, you can't kind of, it's just time, like, it's just limited. So, yeah.
Hmm.
While we're on this 6 hour call.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, no, within reason. Um, um, yeah, it's tough because sometimes you'll get somebody who like you could probably really help, but they're also probably asking you a bit too much, like to resolve too many things. But like a long conversation could really help them. I'm not sure what to do with that, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
I want to put a lot of general advice out for free. I just haven't made the time to like create all those videos. Um,
that would be
but
awesome. You should do that.
I would like to because I think that there aren't there aren't that many people. I mean, I get okay, there are a good amount, but like people who are kind of giving like tough love advice, I would say.
Hmm.
I think it's kind of lacking in the art world. Um,
Is
and I
lacking in
think
general. Yeah, definitely.
in general, but also in the art world specifically, like we're such a sensitive group, you know, that we equate like our sensibility with like being unable to take like hard truths and stuff, you know, like you could both be sensitive and sensible, and that's like your window into everything amazing about the world, but you don't have to be like so terrified of everything, you know? Like they don't both need to be true. Um, you could be strong and sensitive, which I think a lot of like you are like that, Justin's like that. A lot of the best people are like strong and sensitive at the same time. I think it's like the best combination, I would say. But yeah, I think especially like when it comes to like women giving advice, a lot of times we're a bit too coddly, like a bit too like afraid of hurting people's feelings.
Mm.
And like I did say a lot of things in this interview that were a bit harsher than like what people might expect me to say, I guess, which I'm okay with them being a bit disappointed or unhappy with my level of like I guess just being honest with how I really feel nowadays.
Mhm.
Because in the past, what I would do, which I don't think was good, is I would think those things, but I would like say it much nicer and safer. I'd
Mhm.
be like, deep down, think like, you just really need to work harder. But what I would say would be like, maybe try this thing. Or like, you know, like
Yeah.
you gotta be able to just talk to people more honestly, I feel like. But it's so hard as well. Yeah.
Yeah, some people can take it, some can't. So,
Yeah. It's funny because okay, last thing. It's I think we're closing, but yeah, I mentioned my friend Kofi Ofosu. He's so awesome, and we often talk about like just things that inspire us or ways to be and stuff. He's like so wise. I really enjoy his friendship. Um, he lives in Ghana, and he's like a self-made, super awesome artist. And also his best friend Alfred is also great. Anyway, um. Kofi, often me and him will be like, you know, you gotta be real with people and you gotta like tell them like it is and all that. And then like the next conversation we have, we're super nice and very fun. Like we don't do what we said we were gonna do.
yeah.
And then we're like, oops. I thought I said I was gonna be brutal. I wasn't brutal because it was safer not to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you do that? Do you like just become a puppy when you actually talk to somebody? Or are you
Mm,
like you have an easier time kind of just I don't know.
I'm definitely not brutal. Some people where I think they need it a little bit, I'll be like a little bit more like
Give
straightforward.
an
I was
example. Give an example.
like someone asked me to look at their portfolio and um they were like, what do I need to do to, get into animation? I was like, you need to get rid of this stuff, find a focus, um, or find a focus, get rid of everything else, and then become super, super good at this one thing. Don't
Mm.
be distracted with all this other stuff. Um, yeah, so like my tone was like that. I told him like you need to do this, be good at this, and like and
Yeah.
it said you will get work if you are a master at this one unique thing. You will not get any work if you are halfway decent at like five things.
No, that's really good. I think that you kind of respect the person more when you take on the difficult task of saying that and delivering it like in the right way, where it shows that you care, but you're not babying them either.
Yeah.
Like it's a difficult thing for you to do, but it's what they kind of deserve in a way if they're ready. So yeah, I do think that's awesome. But it can be difficult. Yeah, especially when like someone's right in front of you and you can feel their emotions.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's good practice communicating things with care, but honesty. Anyways, thank you so much for talking. I really enjoyed that. And I think like I had a lot of these questions, I guess, just on my mind for ever. And now I know you more. So thanks for sharing and looking forward to like next time, if anything, or next or like Lightbox and all that. Always good
Yeah.
to see you around in the wilds, in
Yeah,
the real
definitely.
world. Although, wait, do you like still live where you lived or no?
I'm in New York with my brother right now.
Okay, so no other home.
Um, I will be moving there in a couple months, I think.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Where you showed like the cool nature place.
Yeah, in Utah. So,
Okay, very cool. Very cool.
yeah.
I don't want to dox.
No, it's actually impossible to find me, even if I post my address online. It's you need physical instructions on getting there, and there's a gate and a dirt off road that you have to use four-wheel drive to drive up a mountain. So you can't
Are
get
you
me.
you can't get me?
Yeah.
Are you excited to like receive deliveries or what?
I have to pick
Never
up
again.
deliveries in the nearest town.
That's
So
cool. That's kind
yeah,
of old-timey. I like that.
yeah,
You're like, I'm a cowboy. I'm just
yeah.
gonna be here and you can put that thing over there, way over there. I'll come get
You know, my only friends
it.
are the bears and moose and stuff on my property. So
Nice, nice. Cool.
yeah,
Sweet. All right. Well, awesome, man. I look forward to the art that you make of the bears.
yeah,
All right. Well, thanks for who listened. I honestly don't talk this much about myself. It's unusual, but
yeah,
hopefully people got something out of it. And I
oh,
think the back and forth was nice.
yeah, definitely. Thank you so
All right.
much. Go to
Thank
bed
you.
now, and
Yeah, I will.
hopefully see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Zach.